A thought stirred in Chu Ming's heart. The first two mutated plants had never mentioned anything about nourishing the soul. Their main effect had always been restoring mental power. In the short term, restoring mental power seemed more practical for him. But in the long run, this soul-nourishing grass was clearly what would truly help his mental power. Most importantly, this soul-nourishing grass was not a one-time use item. Its effect was long-lasting and continuous. He had to focus on cultivating this soul-nourishing grass. After getting all three mutated plants, Chu Ming did not stay in the center of the botanical garden any longer. He mounted little coal ball and returned to his residence. He first took out a small flower pot from his space, planted the soul-nourishing grass in it, and placed it by the head of his bed. After thinking for a moment, he took out that ordinary creation stone from the beginning and buried it in the flower pot. He definitely had to keep the high-level creation stone with him at all times. As for the first creation stone he obtained, it just happened to be useful here. At such a close distance, it should be able to speed up the soul-nourishing grass's mutation, right? Looking at the flower pot in front of him, Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Thinking that he had already been away for several hours, Chu Ming prepared to return to the lava cave and keep watch. As he went out, he happened to run into the Chun's siblings, who had come looking for him. "Brother Chu, people from Future City have come again," Chun Xinyan said with a grave expression. "They came again?" Chu Ming was slightly stunned. "How many came this time?" "Not many, just a dozen or so." Chun Xinyan pressed her lips together and said, "But all of them are espers." "Huh." Chu Ming smiled. "Future City is really making a big move. Brother Chu, what should we do now? With this many espers? If we really fight, we'll suffer heavy losses too," Chun Xinyan said, her brows tightly furrowed. "What is their intention this time?" Chu Ming asked. "You'll have to ask my brother about that." Chun Xinyan turned to look at Chun Zian beside her. The one leading them said they want us to submit to Future City. He also said they came with sincerity. Chun Zian glanced at Chu Ming. He knew Chu Ming would absolutely never submit to Future City. With Chu Ming's conditions, Future City could not possibly recruit a great figure like him. If anything, he felt the reverse had a bit more hope. "All right, then I'll go see what kind of sincerity Future City has." Chu Ming looked at the Chun siblings and said, "Lead the way." When they arrived outside Qingshui town, Chu Ming spotted Future City's group at a glance. It could not be helped. Their clothes and appearance were very different from the refugees around them. The number of refugees still remaining outside Qingshui town was now less than 1/3 of what it had been at the start. Most of those still willing to stay were people who wanted to follow Chu Ming. After all, they all knew Chu Ming had stockpiled food. As long as they worked for Chu Ming, they could get paid. For that reason alone, they could not bear to leave. Besides, floods broke out at the foot of the mountain all the time. Even when sleeping in the middle of the night, they had to worry about being drowned by floodwater. Living on the mountain removed that concern entirely. On top of that, with the temperature now rising, many plants in the mountains and forests had started growing again. If they were lucky, they might even be able to dig up wild vegetables and the like. Once the temperature stabilized in the future, they could maybe find a way to farm some land and perhaps become self-sufficient. Staying in the city did not offer such conditions. As for the people who had gone down the mountain, they believed society would return to order sooner or later. Whether it was joining some force early or building one themselves, both were better than roughing on the mountain. Everyone had their own thoughts. That was how the current situation had formed. But today, with Future City's people coming to their door, many people's thoughts had changed again. They were all refugees driven out by Future City. Naturally, they did not want to return to Future City and suffer again. Chu Ming's choice today would also determine their future fate. Seeing Chu Ming, a young man at the front walked forward with an arrogant expression. "You're the leader of Qingshui town?" "You could say that." Chu Ming did not deny it. To develop a base of tens of thousands right under Future City's nose. "You do have some ability." The young man raised his chin and spoke with a look of complete disdain. "Now our city lord is willing to give you a chance. As long as you're willing to submit to Future City, not only can you continue managing Qingshui town, you'll also get quite a few benefits." "What benefits? Such as?" Chu Ming asked unhurriedly. "The strength of our Future City is naturally beyond your imagination. As for the specific details, I can only tell you after you agree to join. That is confidential information belonging to Future City." The young man let out a light snort as he spoke. "Who negotiates cooperation like this? You say there are benefits, but you won't say what they are. Isn't that just selling us a dream?" Chun Xinyan said irritably at Chu Ming's side. "Then you're seriously underestimating Future City. Only people like you would treat this place like some treasure." The young man looked around at Qingshui town's environment with a face full of disgust. "A broken place like yours would only qualify as a refugee camp in Future City. If we casually took out a few good things, I'm afraid you've never even seen them before. Who's looking down on who here?" Chun Xinyan curled her lips. These guys are way too arrogant. If she had to say it, Future City probably had never seen the things Chu Ming had brought out. For example, Spirit Peach's physical enhancement liquid, healing medicine that could regrow severed limbs, all kinds of fresh fruits and vegetables, and clothes that could maintain a constant temperature. She did not believe Future City could bring out anything better. "If this is your so-called sincerity, then you should all head back." Chu Ming's expression did not change much. He had come to meet Future City's people only to see if he could extract some useful information. But they were even more cautious than he had expected. Since they were unwilling to say anything, he could not be bothered wasting words on them. Still, from the other side's tone, it was easy to tell that Future City definitely controlled quite a few scarce resources. For example, energy cores, special mutated plants, and so on. Unfortunately, those things held no attraction for him anymore. The current him possessed the entire botanical garden. He also had an enhanced high-level creation stone that could control mutated animals and plants. There was a high probability that anything Future City could produce was something he would not lack either. So even though he had not managed to gather any information, Chu Ming did not feel much of a sense of crisis. So, you're planning to refuse? Hearing Chu Ming's words, the young man's face immediately darkened. The dozen or so espers behind him immediately closed in. They actually looked as if they were about to launch an attack. Are you sure you want to make a move on my territory? Chu Ming sneered. In his previous life, Chu Ming had more or less met every famous esper in Future City. It was just like celebrity influence before the apocalypse. The espers on those rankings were practically known by everyone. But Chu Ming had never seen a single one of the espers in front of him. Naturally, he did not take them seriously. Hearing Chu Ming's words, the young man burst into laughter. Isn't that obvious? The young man spread his hands. Otherwise, did you think I brought this many espers here just to stand around and chat with you? Fine, then I'll let you make the first move. Chu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and directly released mental confusion. The young man in front of him froze for a moment, then took 2 steps back with a somewhat blank look. Captain, are we attacking or not? Seeing the young man retreat back into the crowd, someone immediately leaned over and asked, who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, the young man backhanded a fireball straight into his face. The man let out a miserable scream, then quickly fell to the ground and stopped moving. If a fire-type ability struck a vital point, it was very hard for an ordinary flesh and blood body to withstand it, especially at such close range, and with the hit landing on the head. There was not even time to save him. Captain, why did you kill Yangzi? The people nearby were both shocked and terrified, completely unable to understand what was going on in their captain's head. He had just said he was going to teach Chu Ming a lesson, but now he had turned around and killed his own people. Had he gone crazy? From a young man's point of view, dozens of mutated beasts had suddenly appeared around him. Before he could react, some of them had already launched attacks at him. Naturally, his first instinct was to fight back. As he saw more and more mutated beasts closing in on him, the young man grew more panicked than anyone else. He hurled fireballs out one after another, and soon the mutated beasts surrounding him scattered in all directions. Only then did his mind gradually clear up. But what entered his sight were actually several teammates' corpses. How could this be? The young man's mind went blank. He had clearly killed mutated beasts just now, so why were the dead ones his teammates instead? But the young man quickly reacted. He had never moved from his position, and the places where those mutated beasts had appeared around him, weren't those exactly where his teammates had originally been? Did that mean he had really killed his own teammates? What exactly did you do to me? The young man asked, glaring at Chu Ming with bloodshot eyes. I didn't do anything at all. And weren't you the one who wanted to make a move? So how did you end up killing your own teammates instead? You got me confused too. Chu Ming said with an innocent look on his face. You. The young man refused to believe Chu Ming's words. You must have done something. Think whatever you want. Chu Ming shrugged. The young man gritted his teeth, then turned to look at the teammates who had run off to hide nearby and shouted angrily. What are you all hiding for? Get over here and help me take this guy down. However, after hearing what he said, not a single person dared to step forward. Compared to their hostility toward Chu Ming, they were obviously far more wary of this young man. They weren't blind. From beginning to end, Chu Ming had never made a move. Several of their people had died, but every one of them had been killed by their own captain. If they went over now, wouldn't that just be courting death? They were all ordinary ability users. How could they possibly be a match for a fire element ability user? What do you mean by this? What do you mean? If we can't complete today's mission, all of you will be held responsible. The young man shouted in furious frustration. You should worry about yourself first. Chu Ming said with an amused smile. You killed several of your own teammates, then try to push the blame onto someone else. Who would dare talk cooperation with someone like you? The ability users from Future City, hiding nearby, all nodded deeply in agreement. Yeah, from start to finish. They hadn't done anything at all. On the contrary, it was their captain who had gone crazy and killed his own people, then tried to dump the blame on them. They were definitely going to report everything truthfully. There was no way they were going to let this guy pin the blame on them. Shouldn't we withdraw first? The captain is the lieutenant's favorite. If he gets back first and files a complaint, then what we say won't carry much weight. Right? We're clearly the victims here. We can't let him twist black into white. Let's get out of here already. Just looking at the captain gives me chills. The young man was so furious his scalp went numb. He had wanted to lash out a few more times, only to realize that every single person he had brought with him had already run off. Leaning against a pillar, Chu Ming said leisurely, You sure you're not hurrying back? If you're too late, then no matter what you say, no one's going to believe you. Fuck those bastards. The young man finally reacted and hurriedly chased after his teammates. However, he was a fire element ability user. When it came to physical ability, How could he possibly catch up to a group of strength type and speed type ability users? So this time, he was destined to swallow this dumb loss. Big Brother Chu, how did you do that? How did that guy suddenly go crazy and start attacking his own teammates? Qin Xinyan asked with a face full of amazement. She didn't believe for a second that it was just a coincidence. But Chu Ming clearly hadn't made a move at all. Well, maybe his brain isn't that great. I only provoked him a little, and he lost his mind, Chu Ming said half-jokingly. Yeah, right. Qin Xinyan gave a light snort. Beside them, Chun Xian's gaze shifted slightly. The ability he himself had awakened was mental type. So he understood very clearly the characteristics of mental type abilities. Besides spatial ability, Chu Ming definitely also had a second ability. Could it be that his second ability was actually the same as Chun Xian's? He had originally thought his own ability was useless. But if his strength became great enough, could he also reach Chu Ming's level? For a moment, Chun Xian's heart filled with motivation. He had to raise his ability level as quickly as possible. He had already fallen far behind earlier on. He absolutely had to catch up from here on. A few hours later, the dozen or so ability users who had gone to Qingshui Town had all returned to Future City. The moment they got back, they immediately went to find the lieutenant and explained what had happened today. Lu Bin was holding a dagger in his hand, carefully wiping it with a cloth. So you're saying not only did the mission fail, but Lu Tao also killed several teammates? Lu Bin asked expressionlessly. Yes, Lieutenant. We were worried the captain might go mad again, so we could only come back first and report the situation to you. A strength-type ability user took the initiative to explain. Qingshui Town. Lu Bin suddenly drove the dagger in his hand into the tabletop, his eyes full of viciousness. Next time, I'll personally lead the team and go meet them myself. Lu Bin knew very well that Future City had already suffered more than once at the hands of Qingshui Town. They just hadn't been able to produce any evidence. Last time, the extermination squad they sent out just happened to pass by Qingshui Town. So logically, Qingshui Town should have already been absorbed by Future City. But that wasn't what happened. That team that was supposed to pass by Qingshui Town disappeared halfway and never came back. Not even a message was sent back, which most likely meant they were doomed. Future City sent people to search all along the route. In the end, all clues pointed to Qingshui Town as the biggest suspect. So the refugees from before had only been one of their probes. Who would have thought that Qingshui Town would really hold out? And they did it without losing a single soldier. That made Future City finally take the existence of Qingshui Town seriously. They decided to recruit them first. If the other side refused, then they would use force. They even sent nearly 20 ability users. It was all to make sure this operation would go off without a hitch. And the result? Those guys didn't even make it through the gates of Qingshui Town before they ran back in disgrace. They even lost several ability users. It was simply a humiliation beyond bearing. At that moment, Lu Tao also came running in from outside. Second Lieutenant, you have to avenge the brothers. Lu Tao stumbled and crawled all the way to Lu Bin, grabbing his pant legs, he cried out. And you still have a nerve to come back. Lu Bin kicked Lu Tao away. But in the end, he didn't use lethal force. After all, Lu Tao had been promoted by his own hand. Now that Lu Tao had made such a serious mistake, all he could do was try his best to keep him alive. Second Lieutenant, I have very important information. I know why Qingshui Town managed to develop to this extent right under our noses in just a few short months. Lu Tao knew in his heart that after getting several ability users killed today, there was no way he would get off easy, so he could only find a way to earn merit. And this man, Chu Ming, was his breakthrough this time. Oh, let's hear it. Lu Bin tapped the dagger in his hand with a finger, a chilling aura radiating from him. The leader of Qingshui Town is a mental type ability user. Lu Tao swallowed and said nervously, a mental type ability user? Lu Bin let out a cold laugh. It's not like I've never seen mental type ability users before. At most, they create some interference. Is that really worth making such a fuss over? If this is the important information you want to tell me, then you'd better go accept your punishment. No, Lu Tao said somewhat agitatedly. He's not an ordinary mental type ability user. He can not only control a person's thoughts, but also alter some things in their cognition. Whatever he wants you to see, once it appears, you'll believe it completely. You won't even feel that anything is wrong. Many mental type ability users could also produce all kinds of illusions in illusionary realms. But because people remained conscious, it was easy to see through those illusions. But when facing Chu Ming, it was a completely different feeling. The suddenly changing scene and the suddenly appearing mutated beasts. He had never felt that anything was wrong. He had instinctively made the series of reactions that followed. He dared guarantee that even if he faced that situation a second time, he still might not be able to guard against it. The moment Chu Ming's mental ability activated, it would completely change a person's thoughts and cognition. How terrifying was that? Lu Tao repeated every bit of what he had felt at the time. After Lu Bin finished listening, his expression couldn't help turning solemn. There are no fewer than 5 mental type ability users in Future City. Adding the ones he had encountered outside, he couldn't even count them all on 2 hands. But the kind Lu Tao was describing, he had never heard of before. If even thoughts and cognition could be changed, then wouldn't that make it impossible to defend against? From what I can tell, Qingshui Town should have quite a few ability users too. But Qingshui Town is just some poor backwater place. Why would those ability users willingly stay there? Could it be because they were affected by that mental ability? Lu Tao continued to let his imagination run wild. Right now, all the major bases were searching for ability users. The offers they were giving were better than the last. After many ability users were recruited by the large bases, they were even living more comfortably than before the apocalypse. Could Qingshui Town achieve that? No, it couldn't. Although Qingshui Town was backed by a continuous stretch of mountains. If they lived in the mountains, then once the grain ran out, even ability users would have to chew on wild vegetables and tree bark. If Chu Ming hadn't brainwashed those ability users with his mental ability, he truly couldn't think of any other reason. Sounds like his ability is pretty interesting. Instead, a faint smile appeared on Lu Bin's face. Bring a few people. I'm going to personally meet him today. Second Lieutenant, who are we taking? Would just a few people be enough? Lu Tao asked cautiously. Du Wei, Fan Sheng. After thinking for a moment, Lu Bin said, those two are enough. Hearing that, Lu Tao sucked in a breath of cold air. Good lord, the second lieutenant was actually mobilizing both of those terrifying guys. That wasn't ordinary importance being placed on Qingshui Town. I'll go invite the two sirs right away. Lu Tao came back to his senses and hurriedly said. Du Wei and Fang Sheng were among Future City's strongest ability users. Though they were both ability users, the gap in strength between them could be heaven and earth. At first, Lu Tao couldn't understand it. Why was it that he and Fang Sheng were both fire-type ability users, yet Fang Sheng received treatment several times better than his? Later, when the beast tide broke out in D-City, he truly witnessed Fang Sheng's strength. His fireball attacks needed to hit several times before they could burn a first-order mutated beast to death. But Fang Sheng could directly unleash a rain of fire. After one rain of fire, dozens of mutated beasts were reduced to nothing, not even bones left behind. He was the exact opposite of Lu Tao. Most importantly, Fang Sheng still wasn't even the strongest ability user in the base. That made Lu Tao see even more clearly the gap between himself and the true top tier. And now Lu Bin was taking two such ability users to Qingshui Town. It seemed they were finally getting serious. After sending the people from Future City away, Chu Ming immediately returned to the lava cave and continued refining the high-grade creation stone. With the help of the 3 mutated plants, his refining progress this time advanced tremendously. He even felt that he could control the mutated earthworms beneath the lava cave now. To verify his idea, Chu Ming shifted his mind, and very quickly sensed the presence of those mutated earthworms at the bottom of the lava cave. And just as he had guessed at the start, among those mutated earthworms, there were even fourth-order ones. After all, they were the life forms closest to the high-grade creation stone. Their mutation speed naturally far surpassed that of other flora and fauna. Chu Ming locked onto one of the fourth-order mutated earthworms and tried making it travel underground. As a result, that fourth-order mutated earthworm really did obey. He then guided that mutated earthworm to make movements similar to attacking, defending, and retreating. The mutated earthworm completed all of them very smoothly. The only regret was that, for now, he could only achieve complete control over a single unit. Otherwise, if all the mutated earthworms raised in the lava cave poured out in full force, and all of them had regenerative abilities, who could stop them? Just as Chu Ming thought of this, Chen Xinyan came running in a panic. Brother Chu, people from Future City came again. The people they brought this time are really strong. We can't beat them at all. Sister Su is already hurt, Chen Xinyan said anxiously. Hearing this, Chu Ming immediately stood up. He had thought that after teaching them a lesson today, the other side would behave for a while. He hadn't expected that he was thinking too much. Were they? Chu Ming knew that this time, Future City had definitely mobilized their real experts. Even Su Yufei had been injured. Then only he could step in and deal with these guys. They've come toward the botanical garden. If they have a perception-type ability user, they might figure out our background. That won't do us any good at all, Chen Xinyan said. That was the real reason she was anxious. The botanical garden was their base camp. If Future City really discovered the botanical garden's secret, they would never have peace again. Let's go. Good timing. I want to see just how strong Future City's ability users really are. Chu Ming touched the high-grade creation stone hanging around his neck, then turned and walked out of the cave. After reaching the surface, Lu Bin had just happened to arrive at the front of the botanical garden with his people. And just as Chen Xinyan had worried, among the people Lu Bin brought this time, there was indeed a perception-type ability user. When he saw the botanical garden in front of him, along with the several luxurious villas inside, his eyes nearly popped out. Well, did you figure out their background? Lu Bin asked, replying to you, Sir, all the way here, I've only discovered fewer than 5 ability users for now. Aside from that lightning-type ability user at the start, the others haven't confronted us head-on, so I can't tell how strong they are. As for inside this botanical garden, the perception-type ability user looked into the distance, then involuntarily took half a step back. What's inside? Speak. Lu Bin asked coldly. There are special energy fluctuations. A lot of them. Extremely mixed. I really can't tell exactly how many ability users there are, the perception type ability user said, swallowing hard. Among perception type ability users, his ability was considered especially outstanding. That was because the special energy he could sense, whether in range or quantity, was far beyond what ordinary perception type ability users could compare to. That was why Lu Bin had brought him along. But he had only experienced a situation like today's once before in recent times. That was during the beast tide. The frequency of the special energy fluctuations had been so dense, it made his scalp go numb. And the feeling this botanical garden gave him now was even worse than during that beast tide. Hearing this, even Lu Bin couldn't help hesitating. How could this tiny Qingshui town possibly have so many ability users? Where they found these people from? It had to be known that future cities' ability users had all been gathered from several nearby major cities. Calling them 1 in a million would not be an exaggeration. But how many people did Qingshui town even have? It would already be pretty good if it could produce a few ordinary strength type or speed type ability users. But where were all these energy fluctuations coming from? Do you have a specific number? I want a specific number, Lu Bin asked unwillingly. The perception type ability user swallowed and said hesitantly, maybe 50 or 60. No, there seemed to be even more farther away. There should be over 100. What? Over 100? Lu Bin suspected he had heard wrong. Chinjun, did you sense wrong? Do you know what over 100 ability users means? Our future city only has around 100 ability users. And you're saying this lousy place has more than 100 ability users? Do you really think just anyone can compare to our future city? Fang Sheng said with one hand in his pocket, his tone full of displeasure. The reason they had joined Future City was because Future City was strong enough and could give them the treatment they wanted. And among all the bases in the entire Manhwa, only a handful could afford that kind of treatment. Now Chen Jun was telling them that this backwater little place actually had over 100 ability users. How is that possible? Anyone with a functioning brain would definitely go seek refuge with a large base. If they stayed in a place like this, would there even be enough supplies to divide up? When has my sensing ever been wrong? There really are a lot of abnormal energy fluctuations inside this botanical garden. But whether they're actually ability users, I can't guarantee that. Shinjun didn't make his words too absolute. Otherwise, if something went wrong later, he'd be the one taking the blame. You mean, there might actually be a lot of mutated plants or creatures inside the botanical garden? Lu Bin's eyes flickered. If that was really the case, then this place might even be a treasure land. But they all knew how dangerous mutated animals and plants were. How bold did these people have to be to stay together with mutated animals and plants? They had to be crazy, right? Lieutenant, my perception ability isn't all-powerful either. So I can't give you an accurate answer to your question. But that possibility is very high. Chen Jun still replied conservatively. Over 100 ability users really did sound far too exaggerated. But if they were mutated animals and plants, then it sounded just a tiny bit more normal. Even so, it was still somewhat unbelievable. During this period, Future City had also been organizing people to actively hunt mutated beasts and collect energy cores. Then they discovered something. The probability of mutated animals and plants appearing was actually not much higher than the probability of humans' awakening abilities. Aside from the beast tide they had encountered last time, that also indirectly proved that even mutated animals and plants rarely gathered together on a large scale, unless they were preparing to unite and launch an attack on humans. But if they were launching a joint attack on humans, why was Qingshui Town completely fine? So, no matter how he looked at the situation in front of him, it was full of contradictions. But there were some things he couldn't say too clearly. Otherwise, if something really went wrong, he would still be the one blamed in the end. Then that's probably it. The botanical garden is surrounded by wilderness, so it's normal for there to be more mutated animals and plants. If we capture Qingshui Town's leader, we might instantly harvest some energy cores too, Dewey said with a confident smile. With him and Fang Sheng making a move, they had never even considered the possibility of losing. They had survived the beast tide. Would they be afraid of these mutated animals and plants scattered through the mountains and forests? As for humans, they looked down on them even more. He and Fang Sheng. One was wood element, the other fire element. They happened to generate and restrain each other. Their combined attack power was extremely great. Aside from those few freaks in Future City, it was impossible for anyone to be their match. At that moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly. It turned into violent shaking. The ground also began to crack. What's going on? What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Fang Sheng said in a panic. They weren't afraid of people, nor were they afraid of mutated animals and plants. But if it was some typhoon or earthquake again, then they definitely couldn't withstand it. No, Chen Jun said with a terrified expression. Something's there. Something's rapidly approaching us from underground. The moment his words fell, a mutated earthworm dozens of meters long burst out from beneath the ground. Its body was enormous, yet it moved extremely fast. From the mouth part at its front end, it directly sprayed out a thick yellow-brown liquid, attacking Lu Bin and the others like rain. Defense. The two Earth-type ability users behind Lu Bin immediately raised an earthen wall at top speed, covering everyone inside. But the thick earthen wall was practically useless against the poison of a fourth-order mutated earthworm. It lasted for 2 seconds before being completely corroded away. One of the Earth-type ability users reacted just a little too slowly. The moment a trace of poison touched him, his whole body instantly melted into a pool of blood. This thing, what is it? The toxicity is way too strong. Du Wei's breathing also grew rapid. His earlier confidence had long since vanished without a trace. Lieutenant, let's retreat. Hurry and retreat. This is a 4th-order mutated beast. 4th order. Chun Jun came back to his senses from his terror and shouted in a trembling voice. What? 4th order? Lu Bin verstanden. What the hell is this? Over these past few months, they had come into contact with quite a few mutated beasts. But the strongest one they had ever seen was only the 3rd-order mutated beast from the Beast Tide some time ago. And even then, they had exhausted themselves and gone through countless hardships before finally killing that 3rd-order mutated beast. As for 4th-order mutated beasts, forget fighting one. They hadn't even heard of one before. Okay, how could there be a 4th-order mutated beast here? Fang Sheng was so scared he completely lost his wits. Back then, he had also been part of the team that fought a Tier 3 mutated beast. So he knew better than even Lu Bin himself just how strong a Tier 3 mutated beast was. But now, Chun Jun was telling them that the mutated beast attacking them was actually a Tier 4 mutated beast. One had to know that among mutated beast packs, there was an extremely strict hierarchy. If there was a Tier 4, then there had to be Tier 3s. And a bunch of Tier 2 and Tier 1 underlings too. No wonder Chun Jun had sensed over 100 special auras. So this place was actually home to something this terrifying. The remaining Earth element ability user didn't dare be careless and quickly condensed several earthen walls in succession. He was afraid the venom would corrode through. If that happened, all of them would die. Second Lieutenant, if we retreat now, it's still not too late. I don't think this place has much hope left. Sooner or later, they'll die at the hands of these mutated beasts. Chun Jun tried to persuade him again. Fine. Lu Bin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Retreat first. He really had underestimated this place too much. He had only considered the human factor. He hadn't considered anything else. Today, he would probably lose several men here. Chu Ming had just come out of the underground city when he happened to see Lu Bin trying to lead his people away from the rear. Of course, he was going to let these guys have their way. He immediately controlled the mutated earthworm and kept pressing them with overwhelming attacks. Very soon, those layers of earthen shells melted like ice cream. The few people inside were exposed, all with despair on their faces, just when they thought they were doomed for sure. Lu Bin, sharp-eyed as ever, noticed that standing behind the mutated earthworm was actually a young man. His appearance matched the leader of Qingshui town from the intelligence report. Second Lieutenant, why isn't he afraid of that worm? Fang Sheng said, pointing toward Chu Ming with a trembling finger. Chu Ming was standing almost right beside the mutated earthworm. The distance between them was less than 2 meters. To a Tier 4 mutated beast, a distance of 2 meters was no different from 0. Second Lieutenant, this person is a Tier 3 ability user. Chun Jun was even paler, his voice shaking as he spoke. A single Tier 4 mutated earthworm had already left them in such a sorry state. And now there was another Tier 3 ability user. He was finished today. Lu Bin stared hard at Chu Ming. After a long moment, he gathered his courage and said, "You can control mutated beasts?" More or less. Chu Ming shrugged and didn't deny it. Lu Bin took a deep breath. He realized he had been wrong. Terribly wrong. There was something very abnormal about this Qingshui town. From people to things. Everything about it was abnormal. A Tier 3 ability user. Future City had exhausted the combined strength of hundreds of ability users just to nurture a single Tier 3 ability user. And that was only because that person's talent was good enough. But this tiny Qingshui town had not only produced a Tier 3 ability user already. That Tier 3 ability user could even control a Tier 4 mutated beast. Lu Bin felt like he was about to go insane. He had no idea what the point of coming here had been. Was it just to come and die? No, he absolutely could not die here. It wasn't just Lu Bin who was unwilling to accept this. Du Wei, Fang Sheng, and the others were unwilling too. Because they had already seen the ending where they would certainly die. They knew very well that they were people favored by heaven. In this apocalypse, not only had they gained abilities, they were all elites among ability users. But now they had run into an enemy this powerful. So powerful that they didn't even have a chance to fight back. Who the hell could accept that? In the end, Lu Bin still had the stronger mentality. He quickly adjusted his emotions, looked straight at Chu Ming, and said, "You're the leader of Qingshui town, right?" "That's right." Chu Ming nodded. "I didn't come today looking for trouble. I can't talk cooperation with you," Lu Bin said. "But you injured my people." Chu Ming's face showed little expression, but his tone carried a chill. This was all a misunderstanding. Lu Bin took a deep breath, pulled out the dagger at his waist, and with one slash cut off his own left arm. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. But Lu Bin's expression didn't change at all. "Let this count as my apology," Lu Bin said through the intense pain. Second Lieutenant, Fang Sheng and the others beside him all cried out in shock. Although their base had a healing type ability user, and regrowing Lu Bin's severed arm shouldn't be much of a problem. The process would definitely be extremely long. Without at least half a year, it would be impossible for Lu Bin's arm to fully recover. For Lu Bin, this was absolutely a fatal blow. It was hard to say whether he could even keep his position as second lieutenant. At the same time, they also understood in their hearts that Lu Bin was doing this only to show weakness and preserve everyone's lives. This made everyone sincerely admire Lu Bin. If it had been them, they definitely couldn't have been as decisive as Lu Bin. Once they hesitated, in the other party's eyes, it would mean their apology wasn't sincere enough. And after that, whether they would even get another chance to speak would be hard to say. Chu Ming glanced at the severed arm on the ground, then shifted his gaze back to Lu Bin. "What's your name?" "Lu Bin," Lu Bin said, meeting Chu Ming's eyes directly. "So it's you." Chu Ming noted that. In his previous life, Lu Bin's name had been known by everyone. He was Future City's youngest commander. He was highly capable. He had rescued Future City from desperate situations several times. But later, for certain reasons, he betrayed Future City and defected to another base instead. Now that he had seen him in person, this guy really was different from ordinary people. He dared to act and dared to take responsibility, knew when to pick things up and when to let them go, and most importantly, he was ruthless enough to himself. No matter where he was placed, this guy would definitely be somebody important. "Tell me, what kind of cooperation do you want to discuss?" Originally, Chu Ming hadn't wanted to waste words with these people, but now he suddenly changed his mind. "I think Qingshui Town can form an alliance with Future City," Lu Bin said with a serious expression. Second Lieutenant. Hearing this, Fang Sheng and the others were once again shocked out of their wits. They had originally come this time intending to absorb Qingshui Town. So how had it now turned into an alliance? The city lord didn't know anything about this. If he made this decision on his own, would he really not be punished when he went back? They admitted that the guy in front of them really was strong. But Future City wasn't weak either. In their team of ability users, there was still one freakishly powerful guy. The moment he awakened his ability, he had already been able to kill a Tier 2 mutated beast. Not to mention that now, he was already Tier 3. Against this guy, he would definitely win with ease. "All of you shut up." Lu Bin naturally knew what the few people under him were thinking. But the angle from which he considered things was different. Just Chu Ming's ability to control mutated beasts, even Tier 4 mutated beasts, was already enough to qualify him to form an alliance with Future City. And right now, there are only two paths in front of them. Either destroy Qingshui, or turn Qingshui Town into an ally. The first option, Future City might be able to do it, but they would definitely suffer heavy losses in the end too. If some other base took advantage of that weakness, then the losses would be massive. So an alliance was the best choice for now. As for the city lord's side, he would naturally go explain himself. After all, every decision he made was for Future City's interests. The city lord would understand him. En alliance. Hearing those two words, Chu Ming found it a little amusing. Future City actually wanted to ally with him. But through Lu Bin's reaction, he had also more or less figured out Future City's true situation. The current Future City definitely did not have any Tier 4 ability users. Otherwise, Lu Bin wouldn't be acting this cautious. And he definitely wouldn't be talking about an alliance. That put him at ease. Thinking of the top 10 ability users on Future City's rankings, Chu Ming didn't dare lower his guard in the slightest. These people were all true geniuses, people blessed by heaven. The further things went, the bigger the gap between their strength and that of ordinary ability users. So until Lu Bin spoke up, Chu Ming had no real grasp of Future City's overall strength. And the facts proved that Tier 3 was probably Future City's highest combat power. Forget the alliance. Bring me something real instead. Chu Ming had no intention of wiping Lu Bin and the others out completely. If he killed them, a second Lu Bin would come, then a third. In the past few months, Future City had absorbed several million survivors. If one came and he killed one, it would never end. He might as well take this chance to get some benefits. The botanical garden was the first advantage he had snatched. And now, maybe the second opportunity was delivering itself right to his door. Hearing Chu Ming's words, Lu Bin, Fang Sheng, and the others all let out sighs of relief. As long as there was still room to negotiate, it meant their lives were safe for the time being. If you have any conditions, just say them. I still have some authority in Future City. There are many things I can decide myself. Lu Bin steadied his emotions and said, 2 conditions. Using Heading Village as the boundary, all territory to the east belongs to me. Future City is not allowed to step 1 foot across it again. Other than that, I want to pick a few ability users from Future City to come work as my enforcers. Chu Ming spread his hands and said, you saw it too. I can only command a few little bugs, but my base has pitifully few people. Otherwise, you wouldn't have pushed all the way to my doorstep before I even noticed. The corner of Lu Bin's eye twitched. Little bugs? His gaze shifted to the Tier 4 mutated earthworm beside Chu Ming, dozens of meters long, and he almost laughed from anger. That terrifying monster was just a little bug in Chu Ming's mouth, and judging from Chu Ming's tone, this wasn't even the only mutated earthworm he could command. But Chu Ming's conditions were no different from robbery. Even if he agreed, the city lord would never accept it. For a moment, Lu Bin was caught in a dilemma. If he agreed now, but couldn't fulfill the promise later, then sooner or later Chu Ming would send these little bugs to attack Future City. But if he refused now, he might not even leave here alive today. Just as Lu Bin was hesitating, Chu Ming spoke again. I know Future City's strength very well, but my strength isn't weak either. If our two sides start fighting first, wouldn't that just let the surrounding bases reap the benefits? That's true. Lu Bin nodded deeply in agreement. So dividing the territory benefits both sides. East of Heading Village is mostly villages and wasteland. If we're talking resources, it's definitely not as rich as the west side. The fact that I'm willing to divide it this way already means I'm taking the initiative to give ground. Chu Ming spoke unhurriedly, but his tone was full of pressure. After thinking for a moment, Lu Bin said, I can agree to the first condition. What ability users? I really can't decide that. Everyone knows ability users are the most precious resource in the apocalypse. Losing even one is a major loss for any base. The city lord won't agree. I definitely won't take them for free. Chu Ming took out a bottle of the most ordinary physique enhancement fluid from his pocket and tossed it to Lu Bin in the distance. This is our base's specialty. Physique enhancement fluid. After drinking it, it can improve physical attributes across the board, compared to a single power type ability user or speed type ability user. It lets people bring out even more combat strength. Actually, to Chu Ming, ability users weren't anything rare. Once he collected more energy cores, he also planned to build an army of ability users. But among Future City's ability users, there were quite a few gifted seedlings with extraordinary talent. Those were the true main combat force of the future. If he fell one step behind now, then once those people grew up, all of them would become his enemies. After all, ability users created with spirit peaches were ultimately only second-rate. Someone like Su Yufei, who could draw a lightning-type ability, was 1 in 10,000. He had to face reality. As for physique enhancement fluid, Future City's researchers would develop it sooner or later. It was just that the quality wouldn't be as good as his. Before Future City developed physique enhancement fluid, trade for some ability users first. Now that was what you called a profitable deal. There was no way he could lose on it. You're saying this liquid can improve physical ability in all aspects, even to the level of power abilities and speed abilities? Lu Bin looked at the bottle in his hand and asked in disbelief. Of course, if you don't believe it, you can have someone test it, or try it yourself. Consider this bottle a gift from me. Chu Ming raised his brows and said. Lu Bin pondered for a moment, then first handed the liquid to Chun Jun and had him judge whether it was poisonous. After getting an answer, he took the physique enhancement fluid back and tilted his head up, draining it in one gulp. He had to personally confirm whether this medicine really had the effect Chu Ming described. After drinking the physique enhancement fluid, Lu Bin quickly noticed something unusual about his body. By the time the physique enhancement fluid was fully absorbed, his eyes had lit up, because he realized that not a single word Chu Ming said was false. This physique enhancement fluid really could improve physical constitution across the board. Well, the effect is obvious, right? Chu Ming said with a smile. How much of this physique enhancement fluid can you produce? Lu Bin looked at Chu Ming and asked excitedly. How could I possibly tell you that? But if you're willing to trade ability users for it, then for every ability user, I can give you 1 liter of physique enhancement fluid. 1 liter of physique enhancement fluid is enough for you to cultivate 10 warriors with powerful physiques, Chu Ming said. This physique enhancement fluid. Its effect can stack? Lu Bin once again caught the key point in Chu Ming's words. That's right. Although the more you drink, the weaker the effect becomes. The reduction each time won't be more than 10%, Chu Ming explained. Good. Deal. Hearing this, Lu Bin finally made up his mind. You're sure you can make the call on something like this? Chu Ming asked leisurely. Don't worry. I can persuade the city lord. But I'll have to trouble Leader Chu to give me another bottle of physique enhancement fluid. The city lord needs to see this stuff personally before he'll be convinced. In the end, Chu Ming let Lu Bin and the others leave safely and unharmed. Chen Xinyan said unhappily from the side, Big Brother Chu, why did you let them all go? They keep coming to trouble us again and again. Do they really think we're easy to bully? After following Chu Ming for this period of time, whether it was Chen Xinyan and her brother or the others, all of them had undergone huge changes in their hearts. At the beginning, Chen Xinyan and her brother had been too kind, which caused Hope Base to fall apart. But now, Chen Xinyan had also learned the truth that if you don't cut the weeds out by the roots, they'll grow back with the spring wind. When it came to killing people, she wouldn't show any mercy either. Future City isn't as simple as you think. It's still not the time to go to war with them head-on, Chu Ming said. Even with Big Brother Chu being this strong, it still won't work. Chen Xinyan glanced with some fear at the mutated earthworm that had already burrowed into the ground. From Little Coal Ball before, they all knew Chu Ming had a way to control mutated beasts. But Little Coal Ball was a feline to begin with, so it was naturally intelligent. It listening to Chu Ming only made everyone surprised at most. But today's mutated earthworm was different. How much intelligence could a bug have? And this was even a tier 4 mutated beast. Yet Chu Ming could still control it as usual. Then why do they still need to fear Future City? You'll understand in the future. Chu Ming did not explain further. After calling Su Yufei and the others back, He had Yijian help treat Su Yufei's injuries. Once he confirmed there was nothing serious, he returned to the Karst cave. On the other side, Lu Bin led his men back to Future City. Lu Tao had already been waiting at the entrance. The moment he saw Lu Bin, he immediately went up and asked, "Second Lieutenant, how did it go? What do you think?" Lu Bin shot Lu Tao a cold glance. Seeing that Lu Bin's expression didn't look too good, Lu Tao immediately raised his hand and slapped himself. "Look at me asking such a stupid question. With Second Lieutenant personally taking action, of course everything was settled. That little base of only tens of thousands of people already got plenty of face just from having Second Lieutenant go there in person," Lu Tao said with a fawning smile. Lu Bin let out an irritated snort and said nothing as he strode into Future City base. "What is up with the lieutenant? He doesn't look very happy." Lu Tao looked at Fang Sheng and the others in confusion. "You seriously underestimated Qingshui Town." Fang Sheng shook his head speechlessly. "What do you mean? Don't tell me the lieutenant still couldn't take care of Qingshui Town even after bringing you guys along?" Lu Tao's eyes widened. "Yeah, Qingshui Town's leader can control mutated beasts, and he even dared to negotiate terms with the lieutenant. He ruthless," Du Wei said, giving a thumbs up. "He a psychic ability user. Isn't it normal for him to control mutated beasts?" Lu Tao still couldn't understand. So what if Chu Ming can control mutated beasts? The ones who went this time were Lu Bin and Future City's two top experts. "Do you know what rank of mutated beast the leader of Qingshui Town was controlling?" Fang Sheng asked mysteriously. "Second rank?" After saying that, Lu Tao immediately shook his head. "Our base isn't without similar abilities. Normally, if you want to control someone, your strength has to be higher than theirs. If the leader of Qingshui Town can control a second-rank mutated beast, wouldn't that mean he's a third-rank ability user?" They had to know that Future City had spent a massive amount of supplies just to force out one third-rank ability user. No matter how awesome Qingshui Town was, it was absolutely impossible for a third-rank ability user to appear there. However, Fang Sheng's next sentence dragged him back to reality. "Congratulations, you got it right. That leader of Qingshui Town really is a third-rank ability user." Fang Sheng paused, then continued, "But the mutated beast he controlled wasn't second rank. It was fourth rank. Do you know what fourth rank means? In front of that giant bug, we had no ability to fight back at all. Probably only Brother Jia himself would have even the slightest chance." "What did you say?" Lu Tao swallowed hard and said in disbelief. "The leader of Qingshui Town is a third-rank ability user, and he can control a fourth-rank mutated beast? Are you sure his psychic ability didn't just make you all hallucinate? It's not like we didn't consider that possibility. But afterward we analyzed it. That definitely wasn't a hallucination. Hallucinations can't last that long, and attack marks wouldn't remain either," Fang Sheng said. When he thought back to the poison that Bug had spat out, he still felt lingering fear. Even when they left, the traces left behind by the corrosive poison still hadn't disappeared. That proved what they had faced wasn't an illusion. And hadn't Qingshui Town's leader also given Lu Bin a physical enhancement serum? The effect of that physical enhancement serum was completely real. There was no possibility of it being faked at all. Right under Future City's nose, a place this terrifying had suddenly appeared. There was probably going to be a lot to watch from now on. The next day, Lu Bin personally brought people to visit Qingshui Town again. Chu Ming also gave him plenty of face by personally coming out to receive them. "Leader, our city lord has agreed to your conditions. But the ability users you choose from our base can only be first-rank ability users. Second-rank ability users are not acceptable. I hope you can understand that," Lu Bin said as he stood before Chu Ming. Of course. Second-rank ability users are also very rare in our base. Since we're cooperating, I naturally want to force the issue," Chu Ming said with a smile. Hearing that, Lu Bin raised his brows. From Chu Ming's words, he got an important piece of information. That was, aside from Chu Ming, this third-rank ability user, and the second-rank lightning ability user they had seen yesterday, Qingshui Town definitely had other second-rank ability users as well. Although Qingshui Town's number of ability users might be far behind Future City's, in terms of quality, their ability users definitely didn't lose to Future City's. Of course, he also had full confidence in Future City's ace ability users. But compared to Chu Ming, it was still hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. So his decision had been the right one. At this stage, Future City absolutely could not become enemies with Qingshui Town. Otherwise, if both sides suffered, it would benefit no one. In that case, leader, I'll have to trouble you to come with me. Our Future City has several hundred ability users. It wouldn't be convenient to bring them all over, and they're all the backbone of the base. They definitely can't leave rashly, where the other bases would surely get the news immediately, Lu Bin said. "No problem. I can go with you alone." After speaking, Chu Ming patted the cat head hiding behind his shoulder. Little cold ball crawled out from behind Chu Ming's shoulder, then jumped down. The moment it landed, it transformed into a 2-meter-tall beast. The sudden scene startled Lu Bin so badly that he took several steps back. The shock in his heart went without saying. Chu Ming could actually control other mutated beasts too? And this time, Chu Ming hadn't even brought that 4th rank mutated earthworm. Could it be that this cat was even stronger than that mutated earthworm? Lubin's emotions churned. He had many doubts, but he also understood that now was not the right time to ask them out loud. Since the two bases were going to cooperate, there would naturally be many chances for contact in the future. When that time came, he could slowly figure out Chu Ming's true depth. Riding little coal ball, Chu Ming followed Lu Bin's convoy down the mountain. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Lu Tao said with both envy and jealousy, being able to control mutated beasts, this kind of ability is way too bugged. I sent it. As Future City's core members, they had cars picking them up whenever they went out. But compared with Chu Ming's setup, that was practically a dimensionality reduction strike. Just look at that majestic mount of his. Who wouldn't he want to get on and experience it for themselves? Can you tell what rank this mutated beast is? Lu Bin asked, turning his head from the passenger seat. No. Chen Jun shook his head. If I knew, I would VE told you already. You can't tell either? Lu Tao said in disbelief. That is way too abnormal. Isn't it? Weren't you able to sense even 4th rank mutated beasts? There are special cases too. Chen Jun glanced out the car window, his expression somewhat fearful. For example, if the other side doesn't want me to know. Hearing that, everyone in the car fell silent. Chen Jun's sensing ability was absolutely the strongest they had ever seen. But if even Chen Jun could be deceived, just how powerful was that? No wonder Chu Ming was so confident. He didn't bring a single subordinate, yet he still dared to leave with them alone. If it were them, none of them would have that kind of confidence. Matching the convoy's speed, Chu Ming didn't reach Future City Base's headquarters until 2 hours later. Along the way, he noticed a lot of people on the streets collecting supplies. Unfortunately, it didn't look like they were gaining much. During this period, Qingshui Town had also gradually started organizing people to go down the mountain to gather supplies. Chu Ming was only responsible for sending people to organize it. The distribution of supplies was all handled by the mayor himself. Even though Chu Ming never said anything, the mayor still sent some supplies to the botanical garden every time. After all, whether Chu Ming asked for them was one matter. What kind of attitude Qingshui Town showed was another matter. In this regard, the mayor had handled things very well. Through the quality and types of these supplies, Chu Ming could also roughly tell what the outside situation was like. The weather had warmed up, but the shortage of supplies had not improved in the slightest. Food that had been soaked in floodwater had then gone through freezing and thawing. If it was still edible, that was already pretty good. As for pursuing taste or texture, that was out of the question. And since most food had already rotted, the amount of edible stuff would only keep getting smaller. Now everyone was placing their hopes on the weather warming up enough to restore normal farming. If they could get grain and vegetables planted and endure the next few months, then no one would have to go hungry anymore. Future City was naturally planning the same thing. So Chu Ming noticed that many places within D City had been turned into farmland, especially places like gardens. As for why they didn't go outside the city, on one hand, they had to stay on guard against other bases. On the other hand, they also had to guard against attacks from mutated beasts. Planting crops inside the city was just a helpless choice. Future City's headquarters was still set up in the stadium. After entering through the main gate, Chu Ming discovered that Future City's ability users had all gathered in the plaza. Most of them looked unwilling. Everyone knew that staying in Future City meant having a future. But yesterday, Lubin had told them that some of them would be transferred to Qingshui Town. He didn't say what for, but if they got picked, they would most likely have a hard time ever coming back. They could have stayed in Future City and lived well. But now they had to go to Qingshui Town and suffer. Who would be happy about that? However, when Lubin brought Chu Ming into the base, everyone's attention was drawn to the fierce beast beneath him. So this guy's Qingshui Town's boss. What he's riding is a mutant beast, right? Holy shit, that's way too cool. How'd he do it? That mutant beast is actually willing to let him ride it. I really want to try too. Try it and you'll die. Have you all forgotten how terrifying mutant beasts are? The ability users present all started discussing among themselves. Chu Ming swept his gaze around, but did not see Future City's city lord anywhere, although the city lord had agreed to his terms. He clearly did not take a small leader like him seriously. Chu Ming was not surprised at all. Leader Chu, all of Future City's first-tier ability users are here. The city lord said that as long as you can provide enough physique enhancement serum, you can pick whichever ability users you want. Lubin said, pointing at the crowd in front of him. More than 90% of these ability users had strength abilities, speed abilities, or perception abilities. Because they were too ordinary, they were afraid Chu Ming would look down on them. So they had mixed in the elemental ability users and special ability users as well. In any case, the base's second-tier and third-tier ability users were not among them. No matter how Chu Ming picked, it would not affect the base's true strength. There are quite a lot. Chu Ming glanced at the ability users in the plaza, then turned to Lu Bin and said, there are too many people. Do you have personnel files on your side? I'll screen them first. Yes. Lu Bin handed the prepared roster to Chu Ming. Chu Ming took the roster and opened it. He skipped over all the ordinary strength, speed, and perception ability users and flipped straight to the last page. This page recorded more than 30 ability users. Among them were 25 elemental ability users and 7 special ability users. Chu Ming scanned the page and quickly found two familiar names, Yang Lingqian and Feng Xiuyu. One was a special ability user, and the other was an elemental ability user. Chu Ming marked their names first, then circled around a dozen more ability users. These are enough, more or less. Chu Ming handed the roster back to Lu Bin. Looking at the names Chu Ming had circled, the corner of Lu Bin's eye twitched. He had said to pick freely, and Chu Ming really was not being polite at all. Leader Chu, elemental ability users and special ability users require twice as much physique enhancement serum as ordinary ability users. Are you sure you don't want to think about it again? Lu Bin reminded him kindly. One had to know that elemental and special ability users were much harder to cultivate than ordinary ability users. And many elemental and special abilities were extremely useless. They were not even as practical as strength abilities. You should know that I won't be lacking ordinary ability users. Chu Ming said. That's true. Lu Bin quickly reacted. Chu Ming could even bring out physique enhancement serum. He could completely mass-produce experts whose strength was no weaker than strength ability users and speed ability users. Naturally, he would not think much of ordinary ability users. Also, I want to find a few people. Chu Ming handed several pieces of information to Lu Bin. They're all ordinary people, if they're in your base. I can also exchange physique enhancement serum for them. Lu Bin glanced at the information Chu Ming had given him. Some of the people recorded inside only had names and gender, while others also had physical characteristics attached. There was even one girl whose file included the fact that she had a mole on her breast. That was an awfully detailed thing to know. Leader Chu, do you know all these people? Lu Bin asked, curious and gossipy. Not really. I'm just helping the core members of my base look for their relatives and friends. Chu Ming had already prepared the excuse. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Lu Bin's favorable impression of Chu Ming increased a little. These days, wanting to reunite with relatives and friends, how could that be easy? Yet Chu Ming was able to take even such matters involving his subordinates to heart. A leader like that was truly rare. Finding these people will probably take some time. Today, I'll send the ability users over to you first. Lu Bin carefully put away the information. As long as they could find the people on the list, that meant they could exchange them for another liter of physique enhancement serum. The key point was that these were all ordinary people. For Future City, no matter how many they gave away, there would be no loss. This matter did not even need to be reported to the city lord. He could decide on it himself. All right, then I'll trouble you with it. Chu Ming not that? Lu Bin announced the list. The selected ability users naturally burst into complaints. Qingshui Town is really black-hearted. They actually picked all the elemental and special ability users. The key is that the city lord is willing to let them go. What can we say? We can only obey the arrangement. There must be some kind of deal behind this. Let's go to Qingshui Town and take a look first. If we really can't stay there, we'll find a chance to run. Exactly. We don't dare run in Future City, but once we get to Qingshui Town, who can control us? These ability users discussed things fearlessly. Both Chu Ming and Lu Bin heard everything clearly. But once these people went to Qingshui Town, they would have nothing to do with Future City anymore. Naturally, Lu Bin would not meddle in other people's business. Chu Ming did not mind either. Once he brought them back, he had plenty of ways to make these guys obedient. After the personnel had been decided, Chu Ming gave them 1 hour to pack their luggage. If they had relatives or friends, they could bring them along as well. During that time, Chu Ming walked around Future City's headquarters. It was obvious that Future City's base had mostly made use of the surrounding original buildings and facilities. They had not put effort into infrastructure, nor had they made preparations in advance for the coming extreme heat. When the extreme heat arrived, that would be Qingshui Town's chance to overtake them. After they finished packing, Lu Bin sent out 2 buses and brought everyone to Qingshui Town. Only then did Chu Ming have Chen Xinyan and the others move out the physique enhancement serum they had prepared in advance from inside the town. After confirming there were no problems, Lu Bin headed back. Only a dozen or so ability users and their families were left standing there, staring at each other. The accommodations are all ready? Chu Ming looked at Chen Xinyan and asked. They're built next to the underground city. There's water and electricity. Enough for them to live in, Chen Xinyan replied. As the underground city was completed, Chu Ming had also taken out that large generator. Every day, electricity would be supplied for 2 hours, limited by time and area. Now it was only a few dozen extra people. It would not waste much diesel. Hearing the conversation between Chu Ming and Chen Xinyan, the people who had originally looked dead inside all pricked up their ears. Did I hear that right? There's water and electricity? Stuff like electricity. Isn't that something only the city lord and a few ability users are qualified to use? They're not bullshitting, are they? Under current conditions, using electricity is even harder than finding something to eat. Anyone who believes that is an idiot. These guys are probably just saying it on purpose, so will willingly stay. I won't fall for it that easily. They're painting a pie. My old boss loved doing this kind of thing. Everyone was half believing and half doubting Chu Ming's words. In Future City, they had never received treatment this good. Now that they had come to Qingshui Town, this poor little backwater place, could they really live better than before? Anyone with a brain would know that was impossible. Listening to the ability users' discussions, Chen Xinyan felt a little speechless. These guys were seriously underestimating them. Having water and electricity was called painting a pie. In a moment, she was going to make their jaws drop. "Everyone come with me." Chen Xinyan gave a light snort, then walked straight into the town without looking back. Meanwhile, Chu Ming rode little coal ball to the back of the group, keeping watch in case anyone tried to run or cause trouble. Fortunately, these ability users still knew how to read the situation and didn't do anything irrational. They arrived at the botanical garden smoothly. Chu Ming had Chen Xinyan take them directly to their lodgings. He had arranged for these ability users to stay outside the botanical garden, and the botanical garden was now surrounded by high walls. Naturally, they couldn't see what was inside. Still, they were fairly satisfied with the houses Chen Xinyan had built with her ability. Looks like Qingshui Town is pretty sincere, since they invited us over. At least they didn't make us stay in those run-down old houses. It's just hard to say what the facilities are like inside. I wonder if there's furniture and stuff. You're overthinking it. This place was obviously built recently. If there is any furniture, we'll probably have to figure it out ourselves. What bad luck. I finally managed to apply for a house in the inner city, and then I got transferred to this backwater place. Everything I bought before was wasted. I'm an Earth-type ability user too. Give me a few days, and I could build a house myself. What's so special about this? The ability users sneered and mocked while complaining about everything. Chen Xinyan was so irritated she almost wanted to complain back. "Since you all have so many opinions, why not go in and take a look first?" Chen Xinyan said unhappily. Chu Ming had brought these ability users back, yet had them stay outside the botanical garden. That meant he still didn't consider them his own people. But even if they weren't his own people, the treatment they got here was still beyond what any other place could match. Next, she was going to open these guys' eyes. The building Chen Xinyan had temporarily constructed had 2 public floors below, including dining, bathing, and water usage. All of it was on the first floor. So besides a kitchen and dining hall, there was also a bathhouse and similar facilities. Chen Xinyan turned on the lights, and the entire first floor instantly became bright. There really is electricity. So now there's even a public cafeteria. Back in Future City, we all handled our own food. Since when did we sink to eating from one big pot? Look, there are even refrigerators, water purifiers, ovens, and microwaves in the kitchen. Do they all actually work? They prepared all these appliances so neatly, but we don't usually get a chance to use them anyway. Everyone knows how precious ingredients are these days. Being able to eat some dry rations is already not bad. The ability users still didn't believe these surface-level things. They knew very well that as long as they didn't agree, no place could keep them. Back in Future City, they didn't dare disobey. But now that they were outside, who could be their match? There were more than a dozen ability users among them. If they joined forces, even a base with 1 million people might not be able to do anything to them. Not to mention that this was only a small town of a few tens of thousands. So they were more willing to believe that the things Chu Ming had prepared for them were just meant to give them a little taste of sweetness first. Once they willingly stayed behind, all these benefits on the surface would definitely disappear. Chen Xinyan smiled, walked over to the refrigerator, and said, "In our base, there has never been a situation where ability users have to gnaw on dry rations. And this place is only a temporary residence prepared for all of you. In a bit, I'll take you to visit where the official members live." As she spoke, Chen Xinyan opened both the refrigerator compartment and the freezer compartment. When the ability users saw what was inside, their eyes nearly popped out. This. I'm not seeing things, right? Fresh cabbage and radishes? And apples and grapes too? Holy shit. Even the city lord probably can't eat vegetables and fruit this fresh, right? Why not? Wood-type abilities can accelerate plant growth. Don't tell me you forgot that. I'm a wood-type ability user too, but if I wanted to ripen this many vegetables and fruits, it would take at least several months. There seems to be pork down there too. Is it all fresh? I haven't eaten pork in forever. The meat outside now is either already rotten or vacuum-packed and soaked by the flood. Even the city lord can only chew on old cured meat every day. Clearly, compared to all kinds of electrical appliances in a comfortable living environment, these fresh vegetables, fruits, and pork attracted this group of ability users much more. Because even in Future City, they absolutely couldn't eat food this luxurious. Now Chu Ming was willing to take it out and treat them with it. Even if it might all be gone after this meal, it was still enough to show how much Chu Ming valued them. Chen Xinyan closed the refrigerator door again, then opened the nearby cabinets. Inside were bags packed full of rice and flour. This is enough for all of you to eat for a month. The first month is your adaptation period, so consider this food a welcome gift for everyone. After that, if you want food, you'll have to fight for yourselves. And all this food is only the most basic kind. Higher grade ingredients and even weapons, equipment, and energy cores can all be exchanged later through contribution points from the leader. Chen Xinyan's words made the ability users, who hadn't even had time to be happy yet, start grumbling again. See? I knew it. This stuff is just being used to confuse us. So many fresh vegetables, fruits, pork, and grain, and they're only considered the most basic ingredients? Who would believe that if you said it out loud, no matter how nicely you say it, you just want us to sell our lives for the base? Exactly. I thought we were going to get some amazing treatment. Looking at the expressions on these people who wanted everything, Chen Xinyan let out a cold laugh and said, "What? When you were in Future City, Could you do absolutely nothing while the base fed you for free every day? No wonder Chu Ming brought these guys back and then stopped bothering with them. Ability users who had stayed in a big base really were different. Their eyes were probably growing on the tops of their heads already. Not exactly. It's just that your base simply doesn't have the strength to keep us. Everyone knows what you're doing is just for show. We'll enjoy the first month, and then the ones who should leave will still leave. So why bother? Yang Lingjian, the first person Chu Ming had picked, stood out and gave what was basically a well-meaning reminder. For show? Chun Xinyan shook her head speechlessly and couldn't be bothered to explain anything more to these people. I'll keep showing you around. I just hope that 1 month from now, you'll still be able to say that. She wasn't bragging. In this lifetime, being able to follow Chu Ming meant their ancestral graves were practically smoking. Even Future City absolutely couldn't give them treatment this good. These guys could just wait to get slapped in the face. Chen Xinyan thought angrily, then turned and went up to the second floor. Chu Ming had looted a shopping mall before, and also looted the main warehouse of a supermarket. Naturally, he wasn't lacking in some basic furniture in his space. Although this could only count as temporary lodging, Chu Ming still equipped every room with standard beds, tables and chairs, wardrobes and lighting fixtures. Most importantly, it was clean and tidy. That alone already surpassed their previous living environment. So no one really had any objections. Come on. Now, I'll take you to see where the official members live. Chen Xinyan turned back to look at the crowd and said, I'm not going. They're all just places to live. How big of a difference can there be? I'm not interested either. As long as there's food and a place to stay, that's enough. I'm not going to stay here forever anyway. Yeah, since Future City doesn't want us, later we can go to the Dragon Tiger base next door. I heard they're pretty strong. They can even go back and forth with Future City. I want to go south instead. My hometown is in the south. Seeing these ability users actually discussing, right in front of her, which base they wanted to join in the future, Chen Xinyan was almost mad enough to laugh. An opportunity like this didn't come around every day. If you want to go, then go. If not, forget it. Yang Lingqian looked around, then was the first to step forward. I'll go with you. I'm free anyway, so I'll go too. Count me in too. In the end, only 5 people wanted to follow Chen Xinyan to see where the official members lived. Everyone else had already made up their minds to leave. No matter how good the official members' living conditions were, it had nothing to do with them. Yang Lingqian and the other 4 thought differently from the rest. Whether they planned to stay in the future or not, learning more about this base would only benefit them. If they blindly assumed that just because they had more ability users on their side, this base couldn't do anything to them, then they were gravely mistaken. A base this small was still able to cooperate with Future City. That fact alone meant it couldn't be judged by normal standards. Otherwise, given Future City's usual style of doing things, a tiny base with only tens of thousands of people would have long since been taken by force. There was no way they would have dragged it out until now, let alone handed over so many ability users. There had to be secrets here that they didn't know about. And if they wanted to uncover the base's secrets, they first had to blend in. By taking a look at the living conditions of the official members, they could also roughly judge how strong this place really was. Yang Lingqian and the others followed Chen Xinyan downstairs, then entered through the botanical garden's main gate. Without the wall blocking their view, they could naturally see the scene inside the botanical garden clearly. As the temperature rose, and with quite a few creation stones scattered throughout the botanical garden, the entire place was now full of vibrant life. With a faint mist drifting among the mountains, several villas stood within it. It felt just like stepping into a secluded immortal paradise. Brother Yang, no wonder this girl kept wanting to bring us to see where the official members live. They actually live in villas. This is way too awesome. A young man beside Yang Lingqian said. I don't think that's all. Keep looking. Yang Lingqian said in a low voice. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Xinyan had already pushed open the front door of one of the villas. Come on in. Leaning against the doorway, Chen Xinyan spoke leisurely. Yang Lingqian and the others looked at each other. After hesitating for a moment, they still walked through the villa's front door. The villa's interior was naturally very luxurious, but that alone wasn't enough to move Yang Lingqian and the others. What truly shocked them was the feeling of everyday life inside the villa. That was something they had only seen before the apocalypse. Chun Zian was sitting on the sofa, eating noodles while watching TV. Hearing the noise at the entrance, he turned his head and glanced over. Xinyan, are these the newcomers the leader brought back? Chun Zian set down his bowl of noodles, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and asked casually. Yeah. Chun Xinyan walked over to the fridge in the living room. After opening it, she took out a can of ice cola, then turned back and said, come take a look. Grab whatever you want to drink. Only then did Yang Lingqian and the others walk over. Looking at the various drinks inside the fridge, their minds almost short-circuited. This really wasn't the leader's residence, but the residence of ordinary members? This was way too exaggerated. They weren't all that picky about living conditions, but with this kind of quality of life. Even before the apocalypse, they had never lived this comfortably. There was actually a separate fridge in the living room, filled with all kinds of drinks. They even saw chill beer. Don't be shy. Since Brother Chu asked me to receive you, then consider this my treat. Chen Xinyan took a few cans of beer out of the fridge and handed them to Yang Lingqian and the others. Do all the ability users in the base live in this villa? Yang Lingchun took the beer and, after a long silence, asked, "Only my brother and I live here. The others all live elsewhere." Chen Xinyan took a sip of cola and continued, showing Yang Lingchun and the others around the villa. That included, among other things, the entertainment room downstairs and the media room upstairs. And the electricity in every part of the place was supplied 24 hours a day, completely unlike outside the botanical garden, where power was only available during limited hours. They could even take hot showers every day. Once we become official members, we can enjoy treatment this good too. The young man beside Yang Lingchun asked in disbelief. That depends on your performance. As long as you've got real ability, living somewhere even better than this is possible. Chen Xinyan shrugged. The young man sucked in a cold breath. It could get even better than this? At first, they had all thought Chen Xinyan was exaggerating. When Chu Ming first said their accommodations would have water and electricity, they hadn't believed him. But after arriving there, they found that everything Chu Ming said was true. There was even abundant food. Still, they remained skeptical and believed those things wouldn't last long. After all, this base was simply too small. It was hard for them to believe that a base like this could develop in the long term. Then Chen Xinyan said she wanted to bring them to see where the official members lived. Originally, they had thought the official members' living conditions would at most be an ordinary pre-apocalypse level, just like in Future City. Who would have thought they lived in luxurious large villas? Even the drinks were packed into an entire fridge in the living room. They were simply loaded. Most importantly, they could watch TV and play games. What kind of heavenly life was this? After touring the first and second floors, Chen Xinyan brought Yang Lingchun and the others to the study and pointed at an A4 sheet mounted by itself. You can take a look at this chart. Everything on it can be exchanged from the leader after you become official members. Chen Xinyan played her final trump card. The earlier waves of ability users who had joined Chu Ming had all been conquered by this very chart in the end. Who could refuse a second ability? And who could refuse all kinds of top-grade weapons and equipment? There was also the physique enhancement serum that could improve physical fitness. That was definitely the most cost-effective item on the chart. As for the other living supplies, those were just icing on the cake. After joining Chu Ming's team, there would never be any shortage of those things. Yang Lingchun and the others crowded in front of the chart. After reading what was written on it, all of them wore expressions like they had seen a ghost. "Miss Chun, are you serious? Do the things on the chart really exist?" Yang Lingchun looked at Chen Xinyan in shock and asked, "Why would I lie to you? Otherwise, what do you think our leader used to trade for you? Without some good stuff, would Future City really be willing to let you leave?" Chen Xinyan raised her brows and said, this. The young man beside Yang Lingchun excitedly pointed at the first item on the chart. Mutated Spirit Peach. This can really let us obtain a second ability? That's right. My brother got his mental type ability by eating a Spirit Peach. Chen Xinyan smiled. Then I want this. The young man looked like he'd just been injected with adrenaline, his eyes shining. "Sister Chun, tell me, how can I earn contribution points? I'll go earn them right now." The base usually has some scatter jobs that can earn a small amount of contribution points. Other than that, it's hunting mutated beasts. Most of our contribution points come from that, Chen Xinyan explained. "Miss Chun, since leader, Chu has a treasure like the Spirit Peach. Why is he still recruiting ability users from other places?" Yang Lingchun asked in confusion. "That's a good question." Chen Xinyan blinked and said, "Because 90% of the abilities gained by consuming Spirit Peaches are strength, speed, or perception, and all of you belong to the other 10%. Actually, Chu Ming had never told anyone the real reason why he selected ability users from Future City. From Chen Xinyan and the others' point of view, elemental ability users and special ability users were both things Spirit Peaches had a hard time creating, using a portion of physique enhancement serum to trade with Future City. This was undoubtedly a very worthwhile deal. But when Chen Xinyan's words reached the ears of Yang Lingchun and the others, they took on another meaning. In many people's understanding, aside from the tiny number of exceptionally gifted elemental ability users and special ability users, strength abilities were absolutely the strongest among all abilities. They barely needed to absorb any energy cores before they could gain the power to kill a first-order mutated beast. That was something many elemental and special abilities simply couldn't do. Up to now, many elemental ability users and special ability users still couldn't even control their own abilities, let alone kill enemies. For example, Yuan Li from Lu Hanyan's team. Before coming to Chu Ming's base, his metal-type ability could only control metal in the simplest way. It had almost no killing power. The ability users in Future City were all more or less the same. The truly gifted ones had already stood out during the first beast-tide attack. After being allocated energy cores, the gap between them and the later ability users was instantly widened even further. That made it even harder for the people behind them to see any hope. At least strength ability users could still be useful on the battlefield. They, on the other hand, were stuck in an awkward position. Anyone in their place would start doubting themselves. But Chen Xinyan's words gave them hope. "Miss Chun, from what you're saying, it sounds like the base doesn't really lack strength ability users." Yang Lingjian asked tentatively. "It's not that we don't lack them, but they're not as important as you think." Chen Xinyan looked at Yang Lingchen and the others as she said, "You need to remember one thing. Elemental abilities and special abilities may not all be strong, but they definitely have more potential than strength abilities and speed abilities, so there's no need for you to belittle yourselves. Chen Xinyan had been through it herself. How could she not understand what Yang Lingchen and the others were thinking? Before she got to know Chu Ming, she had once fallen into self-doubt too because her ability couldn't directly produce killing power. It wasn't until Chu Ming pointed out a path for her that her strength began to advance by leaps and bounds. Now, aside from Chu Ming and Su Yufei, no one in the base was her match. That was the potential of elemental abilities and special abilities. As long as they developed a method that suited themselves, it would open a brand new door. Big sis, you're not lying to me? We really have more potential? The young man said in wild delight. Why would I lie to you? Chen Xinyan shot the young man a helpless look. Hee. The young man scratched his hair. You're the first person to say that. In Future City, aside from few freaks, everyone just assumes strength-type abilities are the strongest. Who would have thought we're the real high-potential ones? The reason it's called potential is because you have to develop it yourselves. Work hard. Chen Xinyan handed several sheets of A4 paper to Yang Lingchen and the others. Since you're not official members yet, you can only exchange for these daily necessities. Starting tomorrow, the base will issue public missions. I'll post the mission details outside the main gate of the botanical garden. If you want to earn contribution points, go take them yourselves. Got it. The young man was the first to take the A4 sheets. The others didn't hesitate either and took the forms from Chen Xinyan. They seemed to have already forgotten that half an hour ago, all they had been thinking about was how to leave. Now, what they were thinking about was how to become official members. Because it was obvious that although Chu Ming's base wasn't large, the treatment for official members was something Future City couldn't match even if it tried its hardest. Unless they could reach the status and position of someone like Du Wei or Lu Tao, then maybe, just maybe, they could barely reach 1/10 of Chen Xinyan's standard of living. Maybe Yang Lingchen and the others returned to the place the base had arranged for them. Those ability users who had insisted on refusing to compromise all came crowding over eagerly. Their mouths said they didn't care. Their actions were very honest. Bravo to Young. How'd it go? Did they put on a big show with a bunch of fake stuff to fool us? A woman in her 30s was the first to ask. For them to put on a show, they'd first have to actually have something to show. As for the exact situation, we'll know after observing for a few more days. Yang Lingchen didn't spell it out too clearly. He knew many people's views couldn't be changed with just a few words, including his own. Even now, he still had a doubtful attitude toward Chen Xinyan's words, not to mention everyone else. Anyway, they had 1 month. Whether this base was worth serving or not, they would know by then. But just because Yang Lingchen didn't say much didn't mean the others would do the same. Zhang Yufei recounted everything he had just seen and heard in full detail. After the ability users heard it, it immediately stirred up another wave of ridicule and sarcasm. That's way too exaggerated. A magical fruit that gives you an ability after you eat it? Haha, if it were really that amazing, why would they even bring us back? Do elemental abilities and special abilities really have more potential than strength and speed abilities? But living in a villa does sound pretty great. If they let us go over and squeeze in, I might stay a few more months. Zhang Yufei snorted a few times. Dream on. Sister Chen would rather leave the rooms empty than let you live there. You're not even official members, so just stay put in these standard rooms. You brat. Whose side are you on? They throw out a few bragging words, and you're already happy to be their lackey? Hearing that, someone immediately cursed. What the hell does it have to do with you? Do whatever you want. I've already told you everything I know. As for what you do, that's your business. But don't think about interfering with me. Zhang Yufei snapped back without any courtesy. Then he turned and grabbed Yang Lingchen by the arm, speaking as he walked out. Brother Yang, let's go figure out how to earn contribution points. Sister Chen already said it. The earlier we become official members, the better the treatment. We have to be in the first batch. The other 3 ability users who had entered the botanical garden to look around also followed Yang Lingchen and Zhang Yufei out. Seeing this scene, the remaining ability users all looked pretty grim. Captain Fu, what do we do now? The woman in her 30s from earlier walked up to a gloomy young man and asked, while Yang Lingchen and the others had been away. They had already privately chosen a new leader, rather than live under someone else's roof. It would be better for them to be the boss themselves and make their own decisions. Besides, wasn't this base a ready-made one? On the other side, Chu Ming heard all of these ability users' conversation loud and clear. As long as it was a facility inside the base, especially these buildings outside the botanical garden, he had installed cameras. That was to prevent anyone from pulling tricks right under his nose. And for these ability users who had stayed in Future City, he naturally had to treat them differently. So besides the cameras in public areas, he had also installed hidden recording devices in every room. And just as he had expected, these people looked down on a small place like Qingshui Town from the bottom of their hearts. But he wasn't in a hurry. The ability users he had selected this time were all people who had been more or less famous in Future City in his previous life. In the early days, resources were limited and there weren't enough energy cores to cultivate more ability users. Naturally, these people had been coldly left to the side. No one had bothered to dig out their potential. It wasn't until later, when abilities generally rose to second order, that these people's advantages gradually began to show. and they would also become a major fighting force of Future City. Chu Ming brought them over, and his first goal was naturally to find a way to make them work for him. His second goal was naturally to weaken Future City's strength. So if he really ran into anyone restless and disobedient, even if he killed them, he wouldn't care. Aside from Yang Lingxun and Fang Xiuyu, Chu Ming didn't particularly care about anyone else's life or death. If you remembered correctly, Yang Lingxun would have a chance to become a ninth-order metal type ability user in the future, and he was also skilled at making all kinds of precise parts. In the later period of Future City, one kind of firearm powered by energy cores had been jointly created by Yang Lingxun and Lu Hanyan. So when he saw the list this time, the first thing he thought of was asking for Yang Lingxun to be transferred over. As for whether it was really him, he wasn't too sure about that, but the ability matched and the name matched too. It was also a rare elemental ability. A coincidence like this most likely wouldn't appear in a second person. As for Fang Xiuyu, she had an extremely rare ice-type ability. She was more or less on the same level as Su Yufei. With this kind of ability, even if her talent was average, she could still display powerful combat strength. However, this Fang Xiuyu had never received much attention in Future City. That surprised Chu Ming quite a bit. When he saw this person on the list, he had even suspected that Lu Bin had made a mistake. But since she had delivered herself right to his door, there was no reason for him not to take her in. Now, after Chen Xinyan's roundabout persuasion, Yang Lingxun clearly already had thoughts of staying. What remained was only the ice-type ability user, Fang Xiuyu. She was very inconspicuous among the ability user group. She didn't speak, and she didn't express any opinions. Chu Ming planned to find another opportunity and send someone to approach her alone, where he could personally make a move. After turning off the tablet, Chu Ming took out a lemon from space, squeezed it into a cup, then added a large amount of honey and mixed it with ice water. He had tried this kind of lemon that could increase spiritual power once before. That taste was several times sourer than the sourest thing he had ever eaten. Without honey, it was simply impossible to swallow. Pinching his nose, Chu Ming chugged down the cup of lemon honey water and continued refining the high-grade creation stone. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he should be able to achieve complete control over the animals and plants near the Karst cave. When that time came, whether he wanted to mass-produce mutated earthworms to obtain the regenerative fluid that could heal injuries, or enter and leave the central area of the botanical garden above, he would be able to do it with complete ease. He could also properly study that giant willow tree in the middle. In the blink of an eye, another week passed. These past few days, the speed at which the temperature was rising had been especially abnormal. In many areas, the temperature had even climbed above 30. There was no sign of it stopping at all. At this point, sharp-eyed people had already noticed that something was off. There were plenty of smart people in Future City. Naturally, they had realized this as well. City Lord, Dr. Song said that this rise in temperature most likely means the natural disaster isn't over yet. If we don't prepare in advance, our base will very likely suffer heavy losses. A woman in business attire walked into a study holding a document. Is that so? Behind the desk, a chair slowly turned around, revealing an aged face. Then what preparations do we need to make in advance? Shui Zhongwang looked up and asked. Reporting to the City Lord, Dr. Song said we must immediately begin excavating an underground city. The woman in business attire replied respectfully. All right, then have Lu Bin arrange it. We have so many ability users. Excavating an underground city isn't any difficult task for us, Shui Zhongwang said in a steady tone. Yes, I'll go find Second Lieutenant Lu in a moment. The woman nodded. By the way, how are the lab's research results coming along? Shui Zhongwang continued. They've already made some progress. If nothing unexpected happens, those physical enhancement serums are all extracted from mutated beasts. We just haven't mastered the extraction method yet. The woman placed the materials in her hand on the desk. These are the reports provided by the laboratory. They need more mutated beasts as experimental samples. Fine. Tell the elite squad to handle it. This physical enhancement serum must be researched as soon as possible. A trace of coldness appeared on Shui Zhongwang's face. If mutated beasts contained substances that could make ordinary humans stronger too, then mutated beasts would no longer be a threat to humanity. They would become a resource that could be harvested. If that happened, the nature of things would be completely different. Thinking of the continuous mountain range behind Qingshui Town, wasn't that a ready-made treasure vault? One day, he was still going to take Qingshui Town. Qingshui Town. Everything was proceeding according to Chu Ming's plan. All of the green light silk had already been made into clothing. Lu Hanyan's weapon factory had also produced as many as dozens of kinds of weapons and defensive gear. And the various facilities of the underground city had basically been completed as well. Next came stockpiling supplies and waiting for the extreme heat to descend. Some time ago, after Chu Ming had displayed absolute force in front of everyone, whether it was the residents inside the town or the refugees outside it, they had all become more well-behaved than ever before. Even Future City couldn't gain any advantage against Chu Ming. If they still dared to stir up trouble, wouldn't that just be courting death? So every time Chu Ming arranged for people to go out and gather supplies, the round trip was fairly smooth. Aside from the portion needed for the daily needs of the town's residents, Chu Ming had the mayor stack all the remaining supplies in the underground city's warehouse. He had also more or less reminded the mayor that the temperature would continue to rise. So the mayor cooperated very well and put everything into the underground city. Chu Ming then took the opportunity to collect all the supplies into a space, amplify them, and then take out 1% of them. Naturally, Chu Ming had no interest in the quality of these supplies. The only reason he was doing this was to maximize profit. The high temperatures over the next 1 or 2 years definitely wouldn't allow Qingshui town to get by on just these supplies. When the time came, he could take these supplies back out. That way, he could both stabilize people's hearts and suffer no losses himself. Besides, when Qingshui town sent people out to collect supplies, they could also bring back quite a bit of intelligence for him. And Suing was in charge of this work. Brother Chu, we've been collecting supplies to the east of Heading Village during this period. We've searched many villages and towns along the way. These are all things we had no way of bringing back. Brother Chu has to personally make a trip for them. Suing placed a map in front of Chu Ming. Chu Ming picked up the map and glanced at it. There were dozens of marked points on the map. More than half of them were gas stations. Added together, there should be over 1,000 tons of gasoline. After being amplified 100-fold by his space, that would become more than 1,000,000 tons of gasoline. At that point, whether it was vehicle convoys going out or the base's power generation consumption, there would be no problem of resource shortages. The other marked locations were a liquor factory, a building materials market, an express transit station, 1 agricultural market, and 2 medium to large shopping malls. Because east of Heading Village was already considered a rather remote area, there were more factories of all kinds and fewer towns. That was also why Chu Ming had chosen the area east of Heading Village. First, he knew Future City definitely wouldn't think much of those remote areas. Second, compared to food, he wanted even more to enrich the variety of supplies. More importantly, he wanted to collect more gasoline. So although this choice looked like he was taking a loss, in reality, it was something he had carefully weighed. Have you had contact with the residents in these villages and towns? Chu Ming looked up and asked. We have. Su Jing note that, but from what I can tell, they all have organizations of their own. Aside from the people in a few villages who are interested in coming to join our Qingshui town, everyone else is pretty resistant to that kind of thing. Then don't worry about them. In the future, they'll deliver themselves to our door. Chu Ming said as he put down the map. Brother Chu, you said the temperature would rise to a terrifying level soon. Are you still going to these places? Suing knew Chu Ming had been busy with his own matters lately. But if a new natural disaster really descended by then, it wouldn't be something human manpower could stop at all. If they didn't go collect these supplies now, they might not get another chance in the future. We're going. We leave tomorrow, Chu Ming said. The next day, Chu Ming took out the RV. Then, bringing only Su Yufei and Yi Jian with him, he set out on the road heading east. During this period, the temperature had returned to normal. When heading out to search for supplies, it definitely wasn't just his people doing it. And the resource points Su Ying had marked on the map were all relatively remote places that no one had paid attention to yet. So after passing 2 gas stations in a row, Chu Ming's collection process went fairly smoothly. Most of these gas stations were located in highway service areas. The shops in the service areas had naturally already been looted clean, but not many people had their eyes on the gasoline. Aside from some large bases, many small teams formed in private didn't even have cars, so gasoline was useless to them even if they got it. And even for some large bases, when they needed gasoline, they usually drove their vehicles directly to the gas station. Someone like Chu Ming, who could directly empty out a gas station using spatial storage. There was practically no second person like him. So for a gas station without anyone guarding it, that was basically the same as declaring it ownerless. Naturally, Chu Ming encountered no resistance while looting them. Brother Chu, up ahead is the distillery marked on the map, but it looks like there are already people outside. Are we still going over? Su Yufei, in the driver's seat, turned back and asked, "Let's go take a look first." Chu Ming said, in this world, there was no such thing as first come, first served. Since it was supplies he had set his eyes on, then they could only end up in his hands. Besides, when Su Ying discovered these supply points, she had already left warning signs for anyone who came later. These things all belonged to Elysium. Anyone who dared take them without permission would be making an enemy of Elysium. It sounded overbearing and unreasonable, but it was still the same old saying. No principle applied in the apocalypse. Only the biggest fist spoke the hardest truth. Chu Ming parked the RV by the roadside, then brought Su Yufei and Yi Jian toward the distillery. Before they even got close, he saw more than a dozen people moving things in and out. Several beat-up cargo trucks were parked outside the distillery, and they were already piled full of bottled baijiu. If he had come even one step later, this distillery would definitely have been emptied out. Who are you people? At that moment, a young man standing by the distillery gate also noticed the 3 of them approaching. He immediately grabbed the machete by his side and walked over with a hostile expression, blocking their path. I'm talking to you. Do you know whose territory this is? If you don't want to die, hurry up and explain who you are. The young man rested the machete on his shoulder and spoke arrogantly. Shouldn't we be the ones asking you that? Su Yufei crossed her arms over her chest and said coldly, What do you mean? The young man was thrown off by that. Didn't you see that sign? Su Yufei tilted her chin toward the outside of the distillery. This is Elysium's territory, yet you barged in without permission. Right now, You're the ones tired of living. Elysium was the name Qingshui Town used when dealing with outsiders. Recently, Qingshui Town had been organizing people to go out and collect supplies to show their importance and respect for Chu Ming. They had named the botanical garden he lived in Elysium. Over time, everyone had gotten used to calling it that, and the signs Su Ying left behind were all under Elysium's name. After all, Qingshui Town was just a small town. Anyone around who knew even a little about it knew how big Qingshui Town really was. The name didn't sound impressive enough, nor was it intimidating enough. As for Chu Ming, he had never cared much about things like that. He had no emotional attachment to Qingshui Town. He stayed in the botanical garden because it benefited him. So what the base was called didn't matter. What mattered was where he was. Elysium? The young man searched his memory for a moment, then reacted. So you're from that base that's been recruiting people all over the place lately? The young man let out 2 mocking laughs. Your crappy base is already famous around here. You contacted 7 or 8 groups, and not a single one could be bothered with you. In the end, you actually ran off to the refugee district to recruit people. You guys really don't pick at all. You're too noisy. Chu Ming dug at his ear and said sideways, "Make him shut up." Huh? The young man realized Chu Ming was talking about him and immediately flew into a rage. Brat, who are you telling to shut up? Do you even know that I'm an ability user? An ability user? What a coincidence. All 3 of us are, Su Yufei said, then raised her hand and fired out an arc of electricity. The purple lightning landed on the young man, and his whole body began trembling violently. In the end, he collapsed to the ground with charred black skin, dead or alive, unknown. The dozen or so people moving the goods all saw this scene as well. Before Chu Ming even said anything, they dropped their things and ran. They sure ran fast. Su Yufei rolled her wrist and gave a light snort. There are more and more ability users now. When we had just left G City, strength-type ability users were extremely rare. Now even a random small group has an ability user holding things down, Yi Jian said from the side. You'll get used to it. Animals and plants are mutating, and humans are really the same. There will only be more and more ability users in the future, Chu Ming said calmly. That was why he cared more about the quality of ability users than the quantity. Future City had chosen the exact opposite path from him. But with Future City's population base being what it was, the more people there were, the greater the chance of ability users appearing. And Future City was famous. The surrounding ability users would all choose to join on their own. In the early stage, he really didn't have much advantage in that regard. Fortunately, this time he had found a chance to take some of Future City's early ability users for himself. That was equivalent to directly cutting off one of Future City's lifelines, then turning around and attaching that lifeline to himself. Hopefully when Future City learned the truth in the future, they wouldn't cough up blood from anger. Chu Ming walked into the distillery and took a look. This distillery was a branch factory of a second-tier liquor brand. Inside were dozens of varieties of baijiu. There were even fruit wines in all kinds of flavors. There were nearly 10,000 cases in stock. Chu Ming put all of them into his spatial storage. As for the cargo trucks outside, he didn't waste them either and packed them all up as well. By the time that earlier group brought back reinforcements and returned, the distillery had long since been reduced to nothing but an empty shell. How many people did you say there were? A woman with a sexy figure in a red long dress asked coldly. Sister Han, there were only 3 of them. The squad leader beside her answered respectfully. 3 people, and they could move that fast. Han Yu frowned, then walked toward the road outside. She observed the traces on the ground and said, there was only 1 vehicle too. Could it be that they can just make things disappear out of thin air? Sister Han, what do we do? Do we chase them or not? This baijiu is a rare resource with plenty of uses. We already made a deal with the group next door for a trade tomorrow. And then something like this happens today, the squad leader said with a worried face. Chase them. Why wouldn't we? Han Yu lifted her skirt and pulled a small knife from the strap on her thigh. Anyone who dares snatch things from my hands. Han Yu's hands. Even if he's an ability user, I'll make sure he can't stomach the consequences. Over the next 5 hours, Chu Ming successively emptied out several more gas stations. Among them, it was obvious that vehicles had come and gone from 2 of the gas stations, but no one had been left behind to guard them. They probably felt that there were so many gas stations along the road and so few usable vehicles that there was no need to waste manpower on this. Right now, everyone was busy seizing territory and looting all kinds of food from shops and warehouses before it went bad. Chu Ming wasn't very interested in those things. They could fight over theirs, and he would take what he wanted. Everyone minded their own business and stayed out of each other's way. But if he really ran into a situation like today's, then naturally he wouldn't show any mercy. Brother Chu, up ahead is Pingfu County. Are we going in? Su Yufei turned back and asked. Didn't they say there are 2 malls here? Let's go take a look, Chu Ming said. Okay. Su Yufei stepped on the gas and slowly drove the base vehicle into Pingfu County. As soon as they entered Pingfu County, Yi Jian's expression changed slightly. Brother Chu, the energy fluctuations here are really chaotic. There's definitely something here. Yi Jian looked at Chu Ming and said, energy fluctuations? Where are they coming from? Chu Ming looked around, but nothing seemed unusual. I'm not sure. Yi Jian shook her head. It feels like it's everywhere, coming from all directions. I didn't notice it outside, but after entering the county town, the feeling became especially obvious. Mutant beasts? Chu Ming asked with a frown. Doesn't he seem like it? Yi Jian was frowning too. I've never encountered anything like this before. These energy fluctuations are extremely scattered and chaotic, like they're floating in every corner around us. Individually, none of them feel strong, but gathered together, that would be terrifying. Try suppressing your ability to first order, then sense it again. Chu Ming said, after thinking for a moment. Yi Jian had no idea what Chu Ming was trying to do, but she obediently did as told. The next second, her expression suddenly changed. Brother Chu, after I suppressed my ability to first order, those energy fluctuations disappeared immediately. Yi Jian looked at Chu Ming in shock. If my guess is right, a high-level wonder has appeared here, Chu Ming said thoughtfully. Wonders were, in fact, another variable besides ability users and mutated plants and animals. If ability users were humanity's evolution, mutated plants were the evolution of plants, and mutated animals were the evolution of living creatures. Then wonders were a special kind of evolution produced when ordinary objects were affected by energy. This kind of situation was extremely rare. In his previous life, the number of high-level wonders that had appeared could be counted on 2 hands. That alone showed just how rare they were. And the high-level wonder that had appeared around D City was a paintbrush. Legend had it that this paintbrush was just like Ma Liang's magic brush, capable of materializing whatever was painted. Its aura was so powerful that it could even affect the nearby energy field. However, someone had only seen it by chance in the early days. After that, it vanished without a trace. Because wonders were too rare, and high-level wonders were even rarer treasures in the world, Chu Ming naturally never had the chance to see one with his own eyes. All the rumors had come from other people, whether that paintbrush really existed and whether it could affect the nearby energy field. None of that had ever been confirmed. But after ruling out all other possibilities for something like this phenomenon to happen, other than a high-level wonder appearing in the world, he couldn't think of any other possibility. Brother Chu, what is a high-level wonder? And why is it that after I suppressed my ability to first order, I couldn't sense the energy anymore? Yi Jian asked, completely confused. The energy field produced by a high-level wonder is very hard for ordinary sensory abilities to detect, so I had you suppress your ability to test that. As for what a wonder is, once we find it, you'll naturally understand, Chu Ming said, looking at the road ahead into the city. If a high-level wonder really was in Pingfu County Town, then this trip had truly been worth it. No matter what, he had to get his hands on this high-level wonder. This was far more valuable than 100 ability users. After entering the city, the base vehicle headed straight for the 2 malls marked on the map. The supermarkets on the ground floor of both malls had naturally already been looted clean, but many of the goods upstairs had been left untouched. Only some items had been taken away in passing. Most of them were still left on the shelves or in the store's warehouses. They included all kinds of electronics, appliances, outdoor supplies, tools, clothes, and shoes. There were even jewelry and luxury goods, and Chu Ming didn't let any of them off either. He stuffed everything into his space. There were still far more women than men in his team right now. He had no interest in those things, but using them to coax young girls was still no problem. Women, after all, once survival was no longer an issue, would always like jewelry. Brother Chu, come take a look. There's a store here that sells compound bows. It's one of the top international brands, and the quality is all top tier. Su Yufei suddenly ran out from store. Hearing that, Chu Ming finished collecting the display counter in front of him, then turned and entered the store Su Yufei had mentioned. After going in, he discovered that it really did sell compound bows. Of course, there were other types of bows as well, and even crossbows. Between what was on the display floor and what was in storage, there were at least over 1,000 items. There were also all kinds of arrows and steel balls, and the stock was very plentiful. With these bows and arrows, combined with physique enhancement potion, he could fully train up a ranged attack squad in a short period of time. And if they were paired with the toxins he had extracted from mutant beasts in his space, the resulting lethality would definitely be considerable. Satisfied, Chu Ming stored away all the bows and arrows. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a Tang Hongdao placed in a wooden box at the very back of the warehouse. When he picked it up, it had a satisfying weight to it. It was obviously the real thing. Wow, what a beautiful blade. Looking at the patterns on the scabbard, it should be a few years old, right? Yi Jian leaned closer and said, it really is a good blade. Chu Ming thought about how he had been using watermelon knives and folding knives before. He had been lacking a proper weapon. This Tang Hongdao had come at just the right time. Chu Ming took the Tang Hongdao out of the wooden box and stored it separately in his space. Item detected. Upgrade item. Upgrade. Item upgrade successful. Congratulations, you obtained Reinforced Hongdao. Reinforced Hongdao. Attack power increased tenfold. Toughness increased tenfold. Special bonus. 10% chance to trigger Soul Shatter effect, directly attacking the enemy's spiritual sense. After reading the upgraded effects of the Tang Hongdao, Chu Ming was extremely satisfied. He wasn't surprised by the increase in attack power, but for it to jump by 10 times right away, and for toughness to increase by 10 times too. That meant it was not only sharp, but also far less likely to chip or break. And there was even a 1 in 10 chance to trigger the Soul Shatter effect. if he encountered a powerful enemy. As long as he had the chance to slash 10 times, there was a high probability he could heavily damage the opponent as spiritual sense. That way, he could easily turn the tables from a losing position. Although if he ran into an enemy stronger than himself, the chance of that happening wasn't very high. Still, better safe than sorry. Who would dislike having a powerful weapon? Looks like this Tang Hung Dao itself was made with fairly high craftsmanship. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gained a special bonus effect. For a special bonus effect to appear, the prerequisite was that the item itself had to be valuable enough. Value could not simply be equated with price. If it had been a rusty, antique longsword today, it might not have changed that much at all. After stripping the place of everything useful, Chu Ming left the mall with Su Yufei and Yi Jian. Brother Chu, where are we going now? Are we still going to look around? Su Yufei asked tentatively. She knew there were unusual energy fluctuations in Pingfu County Town. Chu Ming was definitely very interested in them. Now that they had finished gathering supplies, they could naturally take their time investigating the truth behind those energy fluctuations. Jian, can you sense where the energy fluctuations are strongest and most concentrated? Chu Ming looked at Yi Jian and asked. About 7 or 8 kilometers ahead. Yi Jian looked into the distance, then checked the location against the map. If I'm not estimating wrong, that should be a school. All right, then we're going to that school. After speaking, Chu Ming got into the RV. Su Yufei and Yi Jian followed closely behind. More than 10 minutes later, the base vehicle stopped outside Pingfu County Experimental Middle School. It's here. Yi Jian leaned by the window and looked toward one of the teaching buildings inside the school. The place where the energy fluctuations are strongest is coming from inside that teaching building. Looking at the school gate that had long since been destroyed, Chu Ming said, "Drive straight in." He had never come into contact with a wonder before, and he had no idea whether it was dangerous. At the very least, staying inside the RV would keep him safe. Before he had a clear grasp of the situation, he still had to prioritize his own life. "Yes, sir." After receiving Chu Ming's order, Su Yufei slammed her foot on the gas and drove the base vehicle straight into the school. After entering, they turned a few corners and then stopped in front of that teaching building. Now, it wasn't just Yi Jian. Even Chu Ming and Su Yufei noticed that something was wrong. "Brother Chu, do you feel it too?" Su Yufei tugged on Chu Ming's sleeve. "Yeah, Chu Ming not that." As they approached this teaching building, they could clearly feel the surroundings grow quiet. No, it should be called dead silent. Other than their footsteps, there wasn't a single other sound. At the same time, Chu Ming felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. There was also an inexplicable pressure in his chest. He had once felt something like this for a brief moment when facing that Tier 4 mutated lizard, but had vanished quickly. Now, however, that feeling had been lingering around him the whole time. If he really had to describe it, it felt more like the oppressive presence given off by something powerful. "Jian, can you sense what exactly is inside?" Chu Ming looked at Yi Jian and asked. "It doesn't feel much like a living thing." Yi Jian pondered for a moment before saying, "This thing shouldn't be very big. There's a very strong energy field around it, so it may not be easy to get close." "Just hard to get close?" Chu Ming asked. Ye Xian nodded. "Pure energy alone can't cause damage. For example, the abilities inside our bodies are also just a mass of intangible energy if we don't use them. The thing up there should be the same." Only after getting Yi Jian's confirmation did Chu Ming feel slightly relieved. "Let's go up and take a look." Chu Ming led Su Yufei and Yi Jian into the teaching building. Yi Jian sensed the energy all the way up. In the end, she confirmed that the source of the energy fluctuations was on the top floor. "It looks like this is an art studio." Su Yufei stood outside the window and looked inside. Chu Ming's expression shifted slightly. Looks like his guess had been right. The high-level wondrous item that could affect the surrounding energy field was that legendary paintbrush with manifestation power. Chu Ming carefully observed the entrance. After confirming nothing seemed unusual, he pushed open the art studio door and walked in. The moment he entered this space, the oppressive feeling became even stronger. Chu Ming could still endure it, but Yi Jian and Su Yufei could no longer take another step forward. "Brother Chu, the thing is inside here, but I really can't go any farther. You'll have to judge the exact target yourself." Yi Jian's small face was slightly pale as she spoke. Chu Ming looked around and decided to use the simplest and most direct method, starting from the art studio entrance. He stored every single thing he could see and touch into his space. To make sure he didn't miss anything, Chu Ming didn't even spare the trash on the floor. But after he had emptied out the entire art studio, the energy fluctuations still hadn't disappeared. It was as if this energy had appeared out of thin air. Chu Ming searched the art studio several times and found nothing. In the end, he could only temporarily return to the doorway. "The thing is still here, but I can't find it. Can you try sensing again more carefully? Even a rough direction would help." Chu Ming looked at Yi Jian and said, "I'll do my best." Yi Jian closed her eyes and tried hard to find something unusual within the surrounding energy fluctuations. But no matter how she tried, the energy fluctuations were still coming from the art studio. "Brother Chu, I'm still sure the thing is inside the art studio. The energy fluctuations are strongest here. It can't be somewhere else." Yi Jian opened her eyes and said, Inside this art studio, looking at the empty room, even Chu Ming felt a headache coming on. Was he supposed to tear the entire art studio apart and take it away? It would be troublesome. But if he couldn't find a target, that was the only thing he could do. Just then, Su Yufei suddenly crouched down and touched the skirting board beside her. Brother Chu, it feels like the floor in this art studio was laid afterward. The height of the skirting board is off. When indoor renovations are done, skirting boards have standard dimensions. But the skirting boards in this art studio were extremely narrow. And where they connected to the floor, there were obvious gaps. No matter how bad a renovation company was, they wouldn't make this kind of mistake, right? Hearing that, Chu Ming pried up a wooden plank with his tang blade. Sure enough, he discovered another layer underneath the plank. Chu Ming immediately took a crowbar out of his space and pried up the entire top layer of flooring in the art studio. Only then did he finally see the original floor beneath. Right in the center of the art studio was an area that had clearly been burned black. There had probably been an accidental fire here, and the ground had even been redone. This had obviously happened before the apocalypse. Otherwise, when people couldn't even fill their stomachs, who would have the energy to deal with this stuff? Chu Ming inspected the burned area. Inside, he found a tattered stick. Chu Ming had originally wanted to pick it up and examine it. But the moment he reached out, he felt a powerful force knock him back. He reacted almost instantly. This wooden stick was the pen he had been looking for. That high-level, wondrous item. Without hesitation, Chu Ming directly stored the wooden stick into his space. Item detected. Upgrade item. As the prompt sounded in his mind, the surrounding energy field also disappeared. Chu Ming let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, after his ability level had risen, he no longer needed to physically touch an item to store it into his space, as long as it was within 2 meters. Otherwise, he really would have had no way to deal with this wondrous item. Upgrade it first. He needed to know what this wondrous item's true effect was. After Chu Ming confirmed the upgrade, the space prompt sounded in his mind again. Item upgrade successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Beginner God's Hand. Beginner God's Hand can move any object within 100 meters, including living beings. Must be used together with space ability. Can be upgraded later using creation stones. As Chu Ming looked at the wooden stick lying in his space, a trace of confusion appeared on his face. God's Hand? Wasn't it supposed to be a paintbrush? And its effect wasn't like Ma Liang's magic brush, capable of manifestation. It could only simply move objects. It even needed to be used together with his space ability. Wasn't that way too useless? His space ability already had spatial movement, which could also move objects, as long as he kept raising his ability level. Sooner or later, he would learn that skill. The strangest thing was that based on the characteristics of this God's Hand, it looked like a high-level, wondrous item no matter how he saw it. But after being upgraded by space, not only had it not become an enhanced version, it had instead become beginner level. How did it end up becoming more basic the more it was upgraded? Chu Ming couldn't figure out. He wanted to take it out and study it, but discovered that with his current strength, there was no way his physical body could touch this God's Hand. Brother Chu, the energy field disappeared. Did you get it? Yi Jian walked into the art studio and came to Chu Ming's side. Yeah. Chu Ming stood up and said, the energy fluctuations from this thing are too strong. I can't touch it either. As for what it's actually used for, we'll have to wait and study it later. The effect of Beginner God's Hand looked plain and unremarkable. Maybe he simply hadn't discovered its true use yet. And right now, God's Hand was still only at the beginner level. If he kept upgrading it later, its effects might change as well. Of course, based on the fact that he couldn't even touch it, he could already be certain this thing was definitely not simple. The material needed for upgrading it was creation stone, something even more advanced than an energy core. Who would dare say it was ordinary? Brother Chu, I think someone's coming up from downstairs. At that moment, Su Yufei, who had been keeping watch at the door, suddenly shouted. Chu Ming walked out of the art studio and sure enough saw several people downstairs studying his base vehicle. Another group had already come up the stairway to the top floor. Seeing the 3 of them standing right at the art studio entrance, one short, fat middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader instantly glared at them. Who are you people? Who allowed you to come near this place? What? The main door is wide open and we can't come? Su Yufei said with her hands on her hips. Then let me tell you now, this place is our territory. If you don't want to die, get lost now. The middle-aged man held a modified fire axe in his right hand, and a shield was strapped to his left arm. He was also wearing specially made gear. He looked like he had some fighting power. Chu Ming had already gotten what he wanted and didn't want any extra trouble. So he nodded and said, fine, we'll leave now. After saying that, Chu Ming led Su Yufei and Yi Jian through the crowd toward the stairwell. Only after Chu Ming left did the middle-aged man cautiously approach the art studio, only to find that all the floorboards inside had been torn up. The force that had originally made it impossible for them to get close had also vanished without a trace. Realizing something was wrong, the middle-aged man quickly turned around and shouted, quick, stop them. When they reached the first floor, Su Yufei struck first and directly electrocuted the few people beside the base vehicle unconscious. Chu Ming opened the car door and was just about to get in. He suddenly felt a chill coming from above his head, and he instinctively staggered half a step back. The next second, there was a loud bang. A long steel pipe stabbed into the exact spot where he had just been standing. If he had been even a step slower, it would have pierced straight through his heart. This was the first time Chu Ming had ever been this close to death. There was no way he wasn't shocked. He was already a third-tier ability user, and after taking physique enhancement serum for so long, his physical strength was even more formidable. Yet that strike just now had nearly been too fast even for him to dodge. What a terrifying attack power that was. All these thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. As soon as Chu Ming reacted, he immediately stepped into the base vehicle. Because as long as he got inside the base vehicle, he would be absolutely safe. Yi Jian was behind him and followed him into the vehicle as well. But Su Yufei was a step slower and had her leg pierced by a second steel pipe that came out of nowhere. Sis! Yi Jian cried out in alarm. She had just been about to get out and save Su Yufei when Chu Ming grabbed her. Go stay in the bedroom. Chu Ming opened the bedroom door, pushed Yi Jian inside, then shouted, "Little coal ball." As Chu Ming's voice fell, a black afterimage leaped out from the car door. The moment it landed on the ground, it instantly transformed into a giant beast over 2 meters tall. It sent everyone chasing from behind flying with a single swipe. Meanwhile, enduring the intense pain, Su Yufei tried to pull the steel pipe out of her leg, only to discover that the other end had been deeply embedded into the ground, making it impossible to move even the slightest bit. Seeing this, Chu Ming took out an upgraded watermelon knife from his storage space and threw it to Su Yufei's feet. Su Yufei understood what Chu Ming meant. She immediately picked up the watermelon knife and chopped the steel pipe in half with one slash. Only then did she free herself from her predicament. Limping, Su Yufei got onto the base vehicle. At this time, the rest of the people also came pouring out the stairwell. Besides the middle-aged man from before, there was also a strange hunchback figure by his side. On the surface, this freak looked no different from a normal person, but he was so skinny that nothing remained but skin and bones. A closer look revealed that his skin had a bluish tint, and his pupils had shrunk to the size of mung beans. Aside from that, his arms were also very long. There was a bundle of steel pipes strapped to his back. He was obviously the one who had attacked just now. At first glance, Chu Ming could tell there was something wrong with this person. Judging from his appearance, he no longer looked human. Instead, he looked more like a medicine man made using special poisons and drugs. Medicine men made through such violent methods usually had little room for growth. But they had the advantage of being obedient, fearless of pain, immensely strong, and possessing terrifying explosive power. Usually, even third-tier below ability users found it hard to be their match. But the method of creating a medicine man was extremely complicated, and the materials required were incomparably precious. How could such a monster appear in Pingfu County? And this was only the first few months of the apocalypse. Yet medicine men had already appeared? That was obviously unreasonable. There simply hadn't been enough time. Or was this some other kind of thing? But whether it was a medicine man or some other weird crap, as long as he was inside the base vehicle, he was definitely safe. It was just that this kind of threat absolutely could not be left alive. What is more, this guy had injured Su Yufei. Then he definitely couldn't be spared. Kid, leave behind the thing you took from the art studio. The middle-aged man walked toward the RV with that freak, his face full of sinister gloom. As for the monster beside the base vehicle, he didn't take it seriously at all. The person beside him killed mutated beasts as easily as slaughtering chickens. Even if the other side could command mutated beasts, it wouldn't pose any threat to him. There were so many things in the art studio. Which one are you talking about? Chu Ming glanced at the middle-aged man and said flatly. The middle-aged man froze for a moment, then his gaze darkened. Why do you care which one I mean? Just hand over everything. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving today. That makes things difficult. I treated a lot of it like trash and threw it away. If you want to say what it is, how am I supposed to know what you want? Chu Ming was actually also very curious about the origin of the Hand of God. This middle-aged man should know about the existence of the Hand of God. Otherwise, he wouldn't care so much about the things in the art studio. Although ordinary perception-type ability users couldn't sense the energy magnetic field produced by the Hand of God from the outside. As long as someone had gotten close to the art studio, then even an ordinary person wouldn't notice something strange. You threw it away as trash? Hearing this, the middle-aged man was so angry he nearly jumped up. Then where the hell did you throw it? The middle-aged man actually believed Chu Ming's words by about 80%. After all, with such a powerful energy magnetic field, if the thing were still nearby, he would definitely be able to feel it. But just now in the art studio, the energy magnetic field had already disappeared, and there was no movement at all on Chu Ming's side. That thing was most likely somewhere else. Their base had had its eyes on this place for over a month already, yet they had never found a way to enter the art studio. Now that this freak had arrived at the base, with especially great strength, he had thought of bringing him here to give it a try. Who would have thought someone else would beat them to it? How could that not make him furious? If you honestly answer my question, I'll tell you where the thing is. It can't be that only you're allowed to ask questions while not allowed to speak, right? Chu Ming leaned against the car door and said, I'm not in the mood to waste words with you here. If you want to talk, then I'll kill you and interrogate your teammates instead. The middle-aged man looked towards Su Yufei inside the vehicle. A woman this beautiful couldn't be found even beside their leader. If he brought her back to the base, He should be able to trade her for quite a few good things. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man gave a signal to the freak beside him. Kill him for me. After receiving the middle-aged man's order, the freak pulled out a steel pipe from behind his back, then hurled it at Chu Ming with lightning speed. But before the steel pipe could reach the car door, it was knocked away by an invisible force. Seeing the scene, the middle-aged man's eyes nearly popped out. This is impossible. Back at the base, he had personally seen how the monster beside him used steel pipes to pierce through iron plates. Not even iron plates could withstand that kind of power. Yet just now, it had been bounced away out of thin air. This was really hellish. When the freak saw that one strike had failed, he carried out the order like a machine and continued hurling several more steel pipes at Chu Ming. But in the end, without exception, all of them were blocked outside the car door. If the first time could still be explained away as seeing things, then the next few times completely shattered the middle-aged man's mental defenses. He realized that this time he had run into someone tough, and his attitude immediately made a complete 360-degree turn. Big bro, misunderstanding. That was all a misunderstanding just now. Ask me anything you want. I'll definitely tell you everything I know without holding anything back. The middle-aged man said with a flattering smile all over his face. What's your big bro? Do I look that old? Chu Ming raised his brows. This guy looked like he was already in his 40s or 50s. If Chu Ming were his big brother, wouldn't that mean he was practically 1 foot in the grave? Then should I call you little bro? The middle-aged man asked cautiously. Were you? How dare you call yourself brothers with our leader? Sujufei is northevkoldli. Wouldn't he dare? Wouldn't he dare? The middle-aged man immediately changed his words. Grandpa, you're my grandpa. Just now he had clearly seen it. This woman had a lightning ability. Right now, they couldn't hurt the people inside the vehicle. But Su Yufei inside the vehicle could use her lightning ability to attack them. How the hell were they supposed to fight this? Enough. Cut the slick talk. I'm asking you, what are you looking for in the art studio? Chu Ming waved his hand and asked impatiently. The middle-aged man looked troubled. What? You still don't want to talk? Chu Ming's face darkened. It's not that I won't say it. It's that even if I do, you might not believe me. Just say it. Whether I believe it is my business. Fine. The middle-aged man sighed. I used to work as a security guard at this school, so I know some inside details. There was a fire in this art studio before. Several students burned to death. It was renovated afterward. But strange things still happen there from time to time. What kind of strange things? Chu Ming asked. Hauntings. The middle-aged man lowered his voice and spat out the 2 words. After the apocalypse started, this place became even stranger. The middle-aged man swallowed. At first, the plants around it started growing like crazy. There was such heavy rain outside, and then the temperature dropped right after, but it didn't affect the plant's growth at all. Later, all those plants suddenly withered overnight for no reason. A lot of animals also died around the teaching building. When we first found those corpses, we were pretty happy, because they were frozen by the ice and snow. We could bring them back to fill our stomachs. That was all stored food. But as we kept collecting them along the way, we found that most of the corpses were piled up at the entrance of the art studio. Even stranger, we had no way to enter that art studio at all. That's when I remembered the old haunting rumors about the art studio. I didn't dare investigate further, so I hurriedly took my people back to the base. And then guess what? The middle-aged man's face was full of mystery. We thawed those animal corpses and found that they had all turned into dried husks. There wasn't a single bit of moisture left in their bodies. They were nothing but skin and bones, like something had sucked them dry. Hearing this, even Chu Ming couldn't help feeling surprised. First the plants had grown wildly, then withered. After that, a large number of animal corpses had appeared, and all of them had been drained dry. Could all of this really be the handiwork of the hand of God? But judging from the hand of God's description, how could that thing be this sinister? Wasn't it just a strange item connected to a spatial ability? The middle-aged man glanced at Chu Ming and continued. Only then did we realize that the art studio wasn't haunted. There was something inside. Something that could cause this much destruction had to be a treasure. So we've been trying to get into the art studio this whole time. But it's been over a month, and we still haven't made any progress. So you brought this many people today. I take it you have some confidence? As Chu Ming said this, his gaze landed on the weirdo beside the middle-aged man. In his previous life, he had struggled through the apocalypse for 2 years and had also stayed in Future City for a long time. But he had never seen anything like this before. It was neither an ability user nor a mutated beast. It looked even less like a human. That made him even more curious about where this thing came from. I wouldn't say we have confidence. We just want to come and try. The middle-aged man gave a dry laugh. Because of that guy beside you? Chu Ming lifted his chin. That's right. The middle-aged man didn't deny it. He's an ability user who only awakened recently at our base. The moment he awakened, he was already extremely strong. Tearing mutated beasts apart with his bare hands is nothing to him. It's just that he's often not in his right mind. But at least he can still understand human speech, and he never harms our own people, so the leader still values him highly. After saying that, the middle-aged man sized up the base vehicle in front of him again. But so what if he was powerful? He still couldn't damage this vehicle in the slightest. He knew abilities existed, but now even a vehicle had mutated into something abnormal. It was just too unbelievable. You're saying he's an ability user? Chu Ming frowned slightly. Of course. If he was an ability user, How could he be this strong? The middle-aged man said as if it were obvious. So before he awakened, he was a normal person the whole time? Chu Ming confirmed again. Yeah, that's right. The middle-aged man nodded, seeing that the middle-aged man didn't seem to be lying, and that there was nothing more to pry out of him. Chu Ming suddenly grabbed the steel pipe stuck upside down in front of the vehicle door and hurled it out. With a light sound, the steel pipe pierced straight through the middle-aged man's chest. This way of attacking was exactly the same as the weirdo's. Even the weapon was exactly the same. Before dying, the middle-aged man's eyes widened around. He clearly hadn't expected Chu Ming's physical strength to be this terrifying. When the weirdo saw this scene, he immediately leaped onto a building and fled without another word. Chu Ming didn't chase after him. Instead, he turned around, opened the bedroom door, and let Yi Jian come out to heal Su Yufei's injuries. Big Brother Chu, what was up with that guy just now? Was he really an ability user? Su Yufei looked up and asked while enduring the pain. Doesn't seem like one. Chu Ming glanced in the direction the weirdo had fled. This Pingfu County really isn't ordinary. Maybe there are still secrets here we don't know about. Speaking of that weirdo, I observe him from inside just now. The energy distribution in his body is very different from that of a normal person. As Yi Jian healed Su Yufei, she took a moment to speak. What kind of difference? Chu Ming asked. For ordinary ability users, energy moves throughout the whole body. But for that guy just now, all his energy was gathered in his brain. Isn't that strange? Yi Jian tilted her head as she spoke. Gathered in his brain? Chu Ming froze slightly. Could it be that the weirdo was being controlled by someone behind the scenes? Other than a mental ability, no other ability could possibly appear in the brain. And this weirdo was obviously not a mental type ability user. Then the energy in his brain could only have come from outside. Of course, this was only Chu Ming's guess. Pingfu County hadn't been very famous in his previous life, but this place had produced both the hand of God and a weirdo like that. There was no need to think about it. Something was definitely wrong with this place. Chu Ming patiently waited for Yi Jian to heal Su Yufei's leg, then asked, now that there's no interference from the energy field, have you sensed anything unusual nearby? Unusual? Yi Jian shook her head, then said hesitantly, there aren't any unusual energy fluctuations around us, but there are some in the distance. It should be more than 10 kilometers from here. 10 kilometers? Chu Ming's expression shook, and he quickly said, what direction exactly? Let's head there right now. No matter how strong Yi Jian's perception ability was, she shouldn't have been able to detect energy fluctuations from 10 kilometers away, unless there was only one possibility. That energy fluctuation itself was extremely powerful. So powerful that even from 10 kilometers away, Yi Jian could sense it with perfect clarity. Only then did Chu Ming realize it. The anomaly in Pingfu County might not have been caused by the creation stone. Originally, he had thought there was probably another creation stone nearby, and that was why a high-level strange item had appeared. But even with the high-level creation stone in the cave, Yi Jian still hadn't noticed its existence before getting close. Then the energy fluctuation 10 kilometers away definitely couldn't be a high-level creation stone. Looks like this trip to Pingfu County would bring more unexpected gains besides the high-level strange item. Since Su Yufei had just been injured, Chu Ming personally drove this time and headed in the direction of the energy fluctuation. When they arrived at the destination, he found that it was an old residential complex. After the weather warmed up, places like this, which had once been densely populated, now all gave off a foul stench. It was hard to tell whether it was the smell of corpses or the smell of something else rotting. Chu Ming opened the car door and nearly got knocked unconscious by the stench. Are you sure the source of the energy fluctuation is here? Chu Ming turned back and asked. Ye Jian nodded. Actually, now that we're closer, I can't sense it as clearly anymore. But the general location should be around here. You all stay in the vehicle. I'll go out and take a look, Chu Ming said. Considering that Su Yufei had just been injured and Yi Jian didn't have much combat power, bringing them along would only distract him and force him to watch out for them. So this time, he planned to act alone. Chu Ming put on a bulletproof helmet and stepped out of the base vehicle. Along the way just now, he had occasionally seen some survivors out on the streets gathering supplies. But near this old residential complex, which should have been densely populated, he hadn't seen a single person. This situation was much like when they had discovered the hand of God before. Could it be that there was a second high-grade wonder in Pingfu County? After all, any high-grade wonder would cause disturbances in the surrounding energy magnetic field. But it also might be something else. As Chu Ming thought, he unknowingly walked into the residential complex. After entering, that foul stench grew even stronger. Even with his helmet on, Chu Ming was getting a headache from the smell, and he noticed that inside one of the buildings, something seemed to be moving. Judging by the size, it didn't seem small. Could there be a mutated beast hiding inside? Chu Ming Thao Wen. But if it were a mutated beast, how could Yi Jian have failed to sense it? An energy fluctuation powerful enough to spread 10 kilometers away was definitely not something an ordinary mutated beast could produce. Chu Ming took out his Tang saber and carefully walked forward. When he arrived in front of the old building, the rotten stench felt even thicker. Chu Ming paused in place for a moment. Seeing no movement upstairs, he continued upward. When he reached the third floor, the moment Chu Ming passed the stairway corner. He was stunned by the scene in front of him. The narrow corridor was packed with a strange kind of tissue. It looked like rotting flesh, but also like some kind of plant. The tissue was piled up layer upon layer, and in the middle was a very obvious small hole. As the surrounding tissue squirmed, the little hole expanded and contracted. It looked like it was breathing. What the hell is this? Chu Ming felt his scalp go numb. This thing was obviously alive, but wasn't a mutated beast, and it looked even less like any species found on Earth. Back outside, he had clearly seen signs of living things existing above the third floor. Don't tell me this thing had stuffed itself through the entire building? And just from its appearance alone, it didn't look like anything good. If someone said it wasn't dangerous, Chu Ming wouldn't believe it no matter what. Huge in size, bizarre in appearance, and alive. The energy magnetic field it produced could be sensed from 10 kilometers away. The more Chu Ming thought about it, the worse it felt. Instinctively, he wanted to retreat. But the moment he moved, that little hole suddenly grew several times larger. A finger-thick worm shot out from inside and smashed straight toward Chu Ming's face. Chu Ming immediately stepped back half a step and swung his tang saber, instantly cutting the worm into 2 pieces. And that was only the beginning. As the first worm came out, that hole expanded several times again. More and more worms crawled out from inside. Very quickly, the entire floor and walls were covered in densely packed worms. The key point was that every single one of them had at least tier 1 strength. Chu Ming didn't dare stay there any longer. He turned and used spatial leap, arriving on the 2nd floor, then sprinted back downstairs. After running out of the complex, he turned back again. He found that those worms were already crawling out from the windows, the cracks in the walls, and the stairwells. They were scrambling over each other to get out first, and behind them, there seemed to be even larger things. It was practically like a monster nest. On the base vehicle, Yi Jian and Su Yufei had also seen this scene. "Brother Chu, get in the vehicle, quick!" Yi Jian opened the door and shouted. Su Yufei had already moved into the driver's seat. The instant Chu Ming rushed onto the base vehicle, Su Yufei stomped on the accelerator and shot forward. And the worm tied inside the complex surged after them like ocean waves. Their numbers grew greater and greater, and their speed became faster and faster. The shadow they formed as they gathered together looked like a terrifying giant beast. One glance was enough to make a person's whole body go cold. Fortunately, those worms seemed unable to leave the parent body for too long. After chasing them for some distance, they quickly retreated. Yi Jian let out a long breath and looked at Chu Ming as she asked, "Brother Chu, what exactly were those things just now?" They were way too scary. Through her sensory ability, she had discovered tier 1 worms inside, along with a small number of tier 2 worms. With such a massive number, let alone the 3 of them, even a few hundred ability users wouldn't be able to withstand them. No idea. Sitting on the sofa, Chu Ming still felt lingering fear. In his previous life, he had spent almost more than half his time living in D-City. He didn't know much about the situation outside. Originally, Chu Ming had thought that with 2 years of doomsday survival experience from his previous life, he already understood this world well enough. Who would have thought that this trip to Pingfu County would completely shatter his understanding? Aside from mutated animals and plants, ability users, and the wonders that appeared with a small probability, it seemed there were still many things in this world that he didn't know about. Like that object just now that continuously produced worms. It was basically a monster nest. And although the worms inside had tier 1 and tier 2 strength, they didn't have energy cores in their bodies. They were like pure chunks of flesh, then driven by energy to attack living things. That big thing was obviously their true main body. "Brother Chu, something's happening up ahead." Suddenly, Su Yufei's cry of alarm came from the driver's seat. Chu Ming immediately got up and walked toward the driver's seat. As a result, he saw many figures approaching them from all directions. Looking carefully, they were almost exactly the same as that strange person from before in terms of external features. "Brother Chu, there are at least around 100 of them. We can't fight this," Yi Jian said as she followed behind Chu Ming. They had all seen the strength of that strange person before. Just pure physical power had been enough to suppress them. Not to mention, there were so many of them now. Don't bother with them. Just charge out. Chu Ming's expression didn't look good either. What kind of hellhole was Pingfu County? Everywhere about this place felt abnormal. The strangest thing was that someone could actually build a base in a place like this. That was even more insane than Future City. Bang! Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky and smashed onto the glass in front of the base vehicle. It scared Su Yufei so badly she almost jerked the steering wheel the wrong way. Are they even human? What kind of speed is that? Su Yufei was dumbfounded. Even a speed-type ability user absolutely shouldn't have been able to catch up to the base vehicle. Fortunately, the base vehicle's defense was strong enough. Even with such tremendous force crashing down, the window wasn't damaged at all. Instead, that figure was sent flying away on the spot. Realizing that those monsters couldn't break in, Su Yufei calmed down a little. "Don't panic. Just drive out like this." Chu Ming patted Su Yufei on the shoulder. Meanwhile, he opened the control panel in the middle and brought up the weapon system. If anything unexpected happened, the base vehicle's weapon system could still hold them off for a while. Fortunately, aside from those strange people, they didn't run into any other trouble along the way. In the end, they managed to drive out of Pingfu County fairly smoothly. And after they left, those strange people didn't continue chasing them. We finally got out. Suyufei Pate Tachist. This place is way too creepy. What even was all that? I'm starting to wonder if we're still on Earth. There's a huge problem with this place. If I get the chance in the future, I'll come back and find out what's really going on. Chu Ming looked in the direction of Pingfu County as he spoke. Yeah, I've never seen energy fluctuations like this anywhere else before. And those worms, just now the more I think about them, the scarier they feel. Yi Jian's small face was pale. She was a sensory-type ability user. Compared to Chu Ming and Su Yufei, she was much more sensitive to the abnormalities around them. Those chaotic and terrifying energy fluctuations were enough to leave her with lasting psychological trauma. When we were outside that old residential block just now, did you notice anything? Chu Ming turned to Yi Jian and asked. Yes, Yi Jian nodded. Before those bugs came out, the energy fluctuations suddenly increased by several hundred times. It was like a hole had opened somewhere and all the energy was leaking out through it. Several hundred times? Chu Ming's pupils contracted slightly. If it had only been a guess before, then now he was even more certain. That big thing inside the apartment building was definitely not some mutated beast. But where had that thing come from? Could it be like the creation stone? A faint sense of unease rose in Chu Ming's heart. This development was completely different from what he had imagined. After the base vehicle drove out of Pingfu County, it quickly got onto the highway. From afar, Chu Ming saw several large cargo trucks parked on the road back, blocking the highway completely. And on the truck at the very front sat a sexy woman in a red dress. With her legs propped up on the steering wheel, she looked in the direction the base vehicle was coming from, her expression turning a little surprised. These people had actually gone into Pingfu County? Boss, looks like they're pretty capable. Are we still making a move? Asked a burly man with a scar on his face beside her. They had chased them all the way from the distillery. Originally, they had planned to use force right away and subdue the other side first. But now the other party had gone into Pingfu County and come out safely. That changed things. Noodles, let's first find out what they're about. After saying that, Hanyu lowered her long legs and pushed open the car door. The base vehicle stopped 10 meters away. Hanyu stepped out in high heels, a small knife in her hand, and walked up to the base vehicle at an unhurried pace. Chu Ming rolled down the window and looked at the woman outside. What is this supposed to mean? Blocking the road to collect protection money? Not exactly. Hanyu quickly sized up the inside of the vehicle, then withdrew her gaze and said, I'm just curious how you managed to get into Pingfu County and what exactly you saw in there. Hearing that, Chu Ming immediately realized that this woman definitely knew something. What, is Pingfu County off limits? Chu Ming asked probingly. Hanyu had been watching Chu Ming's reactions the whole time, but she couldn't read anything from his face at all. In the end, she could only smile and say, there have been a lot of bad rumors about Pingfu County lately. I thought everyone knew already. I didn't expect a few of you to just charge in like that. Still, it's good that you're fine. I was only asking casually. We came from D-City. We really don't know anything about the rumors you mentioned. Chu Ming shrugged. Big sister, what exactly are these rumors you're talking about? Yi Jian sat beside Chu Ming and tilted her head toward the window. Our base used to have frequent contact with Pingfu County too, but now all communication has been cut off. So what the situation is there now, you should know better than I do. Han Yi is me lit. But we didn't find anything wrong. We even made contact with people from a base inside. Yi Jian said, pretending to be confused. You had contact with people inside? Han Yu said with surprise on her face. Yeah, Pingfu County is so big. Isn't it normal for there to be people? Knowing that Chu Ming wanted to fish for information, Yi Jian continued along with Han Yu's line. How is that possible? Han Yu's expression changed slightly. Big sister, what exactly happened to Pingfu County? If you don't say anything, how are we supposed to know whether the situation inside is normal or not? Things are so chaotic everywhere now. People aren't surprised by strange phenomena anymore. Yi Jian blinked and said, probably because she was too curious about the situation inside Pingfu County. Han Yu hesitated for a moment, but in the end she still couldn't hold back. There are rumors that something unclean has appeared inside Pingfu County. It can control people's minds. A lot of the people who went into Pingfu County came out acting completely insane. After that happened enough times, nobody dared go near it anymore. Control people's minds? Chu Ming recalled the strange people they had encountered just now. Weren't they basically like walking corpses? On this point, the woman in front of him wasn't lying. So what happened to those people who went into Pingfu County later? Did they go completely mad? Yi Jian asked curiously. They died. Han Yu glanced at Chu Ming and the inside of the vehicle. As far as I know, aside from you three, no one who went into Pingfu County has ever come out alive. That was also why, after seeing Chu Ming's group of 3 come out of Pingfu County, she had immediately put aside the matter of settling scores and focused solely on finding out the truth. After all, Pingfu County was the largest town nearby. The supplies inside were on a completely different level from anywhere else. Now that transportation was no longer convenient, and the bigger towns had all been occupied by major bases, small groups like theirs could only do business with Pingfu County. But who could have expected so many strange things to happen there? Back then, She had lost several of her own people inside as well. If they didn't figure out what was going on, who would dare go back into Pingfu County to throw their life away? Looks like this young lady doesn't know that much either. Then there's nothing more to talk about. Have your people move aside. We still need to keep traveling. Chu Ming withdrew his gaze and prepared to roll the window back up. Wait. Han Yu quickly stepped forward and said, you say I don't know much, but have you shown any sincerity either? You've been inside Pingfu County. You should know its situation better than I do. And you said you even made contact with people in there. ISNT, that's strange. Strange? Chu Ming was even more confused. Even if, like you said, there is something unclean inside Pingfu County, that doesn't mean all the living people would be gone, right? Those people they had met at the school, although he didn't know which base they belonged to, had at least looked like normal humans. But from Han Yu's tone, it seemed there shouldn't be any normal people inside. That touches on certain secrets. What I know is definitely more than you think. But if I just tell you like this, wouldn't I be taking a loss? Han Yu raised her brows. Go ahead. What are your terms? Chu Ming caught the meaning in Han Yu's words, and he really was very curious about what had happened in Pingfu County. Right now, in his storage space, there still lay that high-level oddity that looked plain and ordinary on the surface, but could actually affect the energy magnetic field within a radius of dozens of kilometers. If that middle-aged man earlier hadn't been lying, then that high-level oddity could also absorb the life force of animals and plants. That left him unable to use it, yet unwilling to discard it. Keeping it in his storage space as decoration was a waste too. Then there was that thing in the old apartment building. He didn't even know how to describe it with words. It had completely overturned everything he used to understand. How about this? I'll share the information I know. In exchange, you give me half of the liquor from that distillery earlier. What do you think? Han Yu knew that Chu Ming's group definitely had some strength. Otherwise, how could they possibly have come out of Pingfu County completely unharmed? If she could trade one piece of information for what she needed, then naturally that would be best. After all, she wasn't losing anything. So that is what you're after, the liquor. Chu Ming not dead? Fine, I agree. As long as you tell me the information you know truthfully, I'll take you to get the liquor. Before that, you should at least introduce yourselves, shouldn't you? And you close to arms or Elysium. Chu Ming said it without any attempt to hide it. Along the way, you should have seen our name in quite a few places. So it's you. Han Yu lightly tapped her arm with a small knife in her hand. At first, I thought Future City had come to rob us. Looks like you're not with them. Of course we're not. Chu Ming said. Han Yu observed Chu Ming for a while. Only after confirming that he didn't seem to be lying did she take a deep breath and say, what I know isn't quite the same as what other people know. As for whether you believe it or not, that depends on you. The time was half a year ago. A rare thunderstorm hit Pingfu County, and quite a few people were struck to death. It even made the news back then. Chu Ming had only heard the beginning of Han Yu's story before he couldn't help cutting her off. Wait, you're saying half a year ago? Half a year ago, the acid rain hadn't fallen yet, and the apocalypse hadn't begun. What Han Yu was talking about? Could it really be connected to the strange phenomenon in Pingfu County? Listen to me first. Han Yu looked in the direction of Pingfu County. That thunderstorm was very intense and very abnormal. A lot of people took videos and photos, and they all noticed that there seemed to be something hidden in the middle of the storm. But you know how it is. Usually when something like that happens, even if it's real, people online still think it's fake. Edited pictures and videos are way too common. So that thunderstorm only caused a brief stir, and after that, nothing much came of it. After that, mirages appeared in Pingfu County several times in a row. That was even stranger. Pingfu County is inland. It's not near the sea, and there isn't any desert around it either. But mirages just kept appearing for no reason. Han Yu's gaze fell on Chu Ming. Do you know what those mirages were? At this point, Chu Ming's curiosity had been fully stirred. But before he could speak, Han Yu gave the answer herself. Those mirages didn't look like scenes from Earth at all. Have you ever seen mushrooms as tall as hills? Have you ever seen bugs 1 or 2 meters long? Those scenes looked like something out of a movie, yet they were projected right above Pingfu County. Even though they only appeared for a short time, quite a lot of people still saw them. Who could have known back then that those images would become reality a few months later? Animals mutating, plants growing wildly. All of it had already been shown in those mirages as a warning. Han Yu took a deep breath and continued. And the last mirage was even stranger. I happened to be on a business trip in Pingfu County at the time, and I saw it with my own eyes. It was something like the nest of some kind of creature, and the thing inside even looked like it was trying to crawl out. But this mirage lasted a very short time, only a little over 10 seconds. I happened to be filming on location at the time, so I just happened to record that scene. A creature's nest? Chu Ming's first reaction was the thing from the old residential building. Could this really just be a coincidence? And just like Han Yu said, a mirage was only a natural phenomenon. The image it projected should have been a scene that existed somewhere on Earth. But the things Han Yu described clearly couldn't exist on Earth. So where had those images come from? Some time ago, when he learned of the existence and origin of the creation stones, he had already had similar doubts. The creation stones had fallen from the sky with the acid rain. Could they really have appeared out of thin air? Now that he knew about the strange phenomena that had appeared in Pingfu County before the apocalypse, He was even more certain this wasn't a coincidence. After that, the apocalypse came. At first, I thought it was just an ordinary natural disaster. Then the animals and plants started mutating, and humans started awakening abilities too. The last time I went to Pingfu County, I even saw one of the monsters from the Mirage. That's the real reason I'm determined to stay far away from Pingfu County. I've told you everything I should. Are you satisfied with that answer? Hanyu said with her arms folded. You said you recorded footage of the last Mirage? Chu Ming asked. That's right. I'm a photographer. All that footage is still safely stored on my computer. But there's no electricity now, so I'm afraid it'll be hard to watch the videos inside. Han Yi spoke to me about regretfully. Half her life's work was in there. It was impossible for her not to feel bad about it. I'm willing to trade more supplies for those Mirage videos. Deal? Chu Ming looked at Hanyu and said, as long as you can find a way to turn on my computer, then sure. Hanyu spread her hands. Bring your computer with you and come back to the base with me. I'll give you the liquor there, Chu Ming said. All right, I'll go inform my people. With that, Hanyu returned to her convoy. The scar-faced, burly man from earlier jumped out of the vehicle and came over to Hanyu. He glanced in the direction of the RV, then withdrew his gaze and said, Boss, no deal? Do they have a lot of people? They're pretty strong. If we make a move rashly, I don't have absolute confidence, Hanyu said as she slid the knife back into its strap. No way. Even you don't have confidence. Boss. Sun Chang's eyes widened. With Hanyu's strength, the vast majority of ability users couldn't even withstand one move from her. And now she was saying she wasn't confident. Just how strong were those people? I traded a piece of information for half the baiju we wanted. It'll be enough for tomorrow. If they dare go back on their word, we can make a move then. Hanyu said, so we're going to haul the liquor now? The burly man immediately lit up when he heard there was still hope. Noodles, we'll head back to the base first to get something, and bring more people while we're at it. Hanyu narrowed her eyes. After all, we're going to someone else's territory. We should be careful too. The base Hanyu belonged to was a small town with only a few thousand survivors. To fight over supplies. Several nearby bases have been locked in constant conflict for a long time. In just a few short months, the base had already lost more than half its manpower. But to survive, if they didn't fight for supplies, there was no other way. No one wanted to go hungry. When resources were limited, war was unavoidable, especially in the apocalypse. And now, Hanyu's base already showed all the signs of decline, as if it could fall apart at any moment. Quite a few people were dissatisfied with Hanyu as their leader. As soon as they saw Hanyu return, two managers immediately stepped forward to complain. Leader, the people from Hele village came again to make trouble. They said if we don't share some of the grain we found before, they'll join forces with several nearby villages and attack us. Leader, the supply collection team ran into several mutated beasts today and suffered heavy losses. The families of the victims are all demanding compensation. Today, following your instructions, I sent people to negotiate next door, but they accidentally offended one of the other side's higher-ups. My people didn't expect it either. That person looked completely ordinary, but who would have thought he had such a high position? Hanyu rubbed her temple with a headache. How many times have I told you? When you're out handling things, keep your tempers in check. Do you really think you few ability users are the only ones left in the world? I'll go explain things next door tomorrow. Whoever offended them will come with me tomorrow and apologize. As for Hele village, ignore them. If they really wanted to fight, they would have attacked already. We fought hard to seize those supplies. There's no reason to hand them over for free. If they want grain, then either trade something for it or join our base. And for the brothers who died today, make sure their families are comforted properly. As for compensation, when I get back tonight, I'll arrange it for them myself. Hanyu was in a hurry to finish the deal with Chu Ming, so after giving a few simple instructions, she returned to her residence. She took out one of her laptops, then came downstairs to meet up with Chu Ming. The videos are all in here. Let's go. More than 2 hours later, the base vehicle stopped outside Qingshui town. Drive the vehicle back to the botanical garden. Chu Ming didn't want to expose the fact that he had spatial storage, so he got out of the vehicle alone. Hanyu, who was in the back, saw this and also got out of the truck. So this is your base? Hanyu looked around. Qingshui town. I've come here to have fun before. Yeah, this used to be a scenic area. Chu Ming nodded and said, but this is within D City's territory. You really have no connection with Future City? Hanyu looked at Chu Ming with a face full of suspicion. Future City's reputation was well known within a radius of several hundred li. Any base near Future City would inevitably be harassed by them. Qingshui town was right on the edge of D City, yet it had remained safe and sound. That was a strange part. We've definitely had contact, but it's only been some business dealings, just like what we have now. Chu Ming did not deny it. Hanyu rolled her eyes inwardly, clearly not believing Chu Ming's explanation. Future City had a population of several million, and there were several hundred evolvers alone. As long as Future City sent out its army of evolvers, what base could possibly withstand it? As for mutual benefits, in Hanyu's eyes, that was nothing more than Chu Ming putting on a brave front to save face. Sometimes, bowing to power was something people looked down on, but yielding before absolute strength was nothing to be ashamed of. After all, everyone wanted to stay alive. Whatever. I'm not interested in what relationship you have with Future City. Hurry up and give me what I want. There is still a pile of crap waiting for me back at my base. Thinking about all the problems piled up at the base, Hanyu felt her head swell twice over. If those people could cause her a little less trouble, she wouldn't be worrying so much every day that her hair was practically falling out. Fine, I'll have someone bring the stuff out right now. With that, Chu Ming turned and headed back into Qingshui town. Seeing this, Sun Chong quickly jumped down from the vehicle. Boss, you're just letting him go in like that? What if he doesn't come back out? Sun Chong stared in the direction Chu Ming had left. What can we do? Sit here and stew. Hanyu folded her arms and said, this base's defenses are pretty well built. Most likely, they just don't want me knowing their real strength. Qingshui town is about the same size as our town. I don't think they're much stronger than us. And you're the strong boss. So there's no need for us to be afraid of them. Sun Chong sounded full of confidence. Not necessarily. This is the first time I've seen a place stay perfectly fine right under Future City's nose. She didn't believe Qingshui town and Future City were only connected by simple mutual interests. But judging from all the signs here, it didn't look like Qingshui town was under Future City's control either. Otherwise, the people here would definitely have been taken back to Future City for centralized management. Or Future City would have sent troops over to station here. Either way, it would look like this. What Hanyu didn't realize, though, was that Chu Ming and Future City were not in a superior-subordinate relationship at all. In fact, they were restraining each other. Chu Ming had no way to uproot Future City completely, and Future City didn't dare do anything to Qingshui town either. Just the fact that he could control a rank 4 demon beast was enough to keep Future City from acting rashly. Not to mention that Chu Ming also had the physical enhancement serum Future City was desperately coveting. Before those two problems were resolved, Future City had no better option than to leave Chu Ming alone. After returning to the botanical garden, Chu Ming first put away the base vehicle. Then he went to the underground city and took out the baijiu he had brought back from the distillery earlier. After the quantity had been amplified, he only needed to take out 1/20th of it to complete the trade with Hanyu. Go find some people in town and have all this liquor moved outside, Chu Ming said as he looked at Chun Xinyan behind him. Brother Chu, are you really giving them this much liquor? Alcohol is an extremely scarce resource now. It's a luxury only top-tier people can afford. Chun Xinyan said, pained. It's fine. I still have plenty of my space. If you want to drink later, you can exchange contribution points for it any time, Chu Ming said. Oh, only after hearing that did Chun Xinyan feel a little relieved. She had already heard some of what happened earlier. Giving away this much material just for a video, they were taking too much of a loss. She only hoped that woman hadn't lied. Otherwise, she would make sure none of those people ever return alive. Chun Xinyan arranged for people to carry the liquor out of town. Hanyu carefully counted everything and found that the amount matched what she had estimated before, even slightly exceeding expectations. That improved her impression of Chu Ming a little. At the very least, this guy kept his word. I still need to take this computer back with me. You better find a way to copy the video inside, Hanyu said, taking out the laptop bag. Miss Han, don't worry. We want to take advantage of you. Chun Xinyan clapped her hands, and two people immediately carried a small generator outside the town. Holy shit, a generator? Standing beside Hanyu, Sun Chong's eyes nearly popped out. It wasn't easy to find a generator in working condition now. For one video, was this really necessary? I know you want to feel at ease letting Miss Han enter our base alone, so we brought the generator out instead. Chun Xinyan handed a hard drive to Hanyu. Just copy all the videos our leader wants into this, and you can take your people and leave. Of course, Miss Han is always welcome to visit anytime. Chun Xinyan knew Chu Ming had always wanted to expand the base, but he also had standards for the people he accepted. Since Chu Ming had chosen to trade with Hanyu, it proved she must have something exceptional about her, even if they couldn't recruit her. Having more cooperation in the future wasn't a bad thing. Give me a few minutes. Hanyu took out the laptop and connected it to the generator. A moment later, she copied the videos over and handed the hard drive to Chun Xinyan. Everything's in there. If there's any problem, you're welcome to come find me at my base. Thanks for your trouble. We want to see you off. Chun Xinyan took the hard drive, a polite smile appearing on her face. After sending off Hanyu's convoy, Chun Xinyan took the hard drive back to Chu Ming. Chu Ming connected it to the computer and directly opened one of the folders inside. There were 5 videos in that folder. The first few all showed the mirage that had first appeared over Pingfu County. Hanyu had probably collected them online. None of the footage was especially clear, and some even had the original creator's watermark on them. From the footage, it was obvious Hanyu hadn't been lying. The scenes reflected in those earlier mirages over Pingfu County looked nothing like Earth. All the plants were enormous, and the animals were grotesque and bizarre. They were definitely not species that should exist on Earth. But all of those mirages had lasted only a very short time, and they weren't especially clear either. You had to look carefully just to make things out. So when they were first posted online, they didn't cause much of a reaction. People discussed them for a while. Once the hype passed, that was that. But the final mirage was completely different. Because Hanyu had been filming the sunset at the time, the entire process of the mirage appearing had been captured with perfect clarity in the video. The originally dim sky suddenly split open with a crack. Then it slowly opened like an eye, revealing the horrifying scene inside. It was a mass built from huge amounts of flesh and unknown tissue. Monsters were crawling out of it without end. How familiar was that scene? Wasn't that the exact thing he had seen in the old residential district? That image had appeared for an extremely short time, shorter than the previous mirages. Yet it was also the clearest one, so clear that it felt as if those things truly existed. And combined with what he had seen before, how could this be some illusion? This was clearly something real, and right now it was hidden inside Pingfu County. Hanyu had also said that she had seen the monsters from the mirage inside Pingfu County. The minute wasn't just this monster nest. The monsters from the other mirages had also appeared in Pingfu County one after another. Those mirages were all fucking real. Chu Ming leaned heavily against the back of his chair, his mind a total mess. If all of this could be connected, the deadly acid rain, the creation stones falling from the sky, and the mirages becoming reality, could the true cause of the apocalypse be the appearance of another world? In his previous life, he had survived for 2 years after the apocalypse, but his understanding of this world had only come from what he had seen and heard within Future City S range. Wasn't he that just like a frog at the bottom of a well? What was the outside world really like? He had never gone out to truly see it for himself, so how could he possibly know? It turned out that behind all of this, there was such a terrifying truth hidden away. It wasn't just a natural disaster, nor was it only the mutation of animals and plants. There was something even more horrifying. Could it be that humanity was doomed to head toward extinction? Originally, Chu Ming had thought that with countless supplies at his disposal, and with a botanical garden in his possession that would produce large numbers of rare mutated plants in the future, his days would only get better and better. No natural disaster could do anything to him. If animals and plants mutated, then all he had to do was improve faster than them, and there would be no problem at all. But what if something even more powerful had existed from the very beginning, and that would have had now become reality? That was the scariest part. Brother Chu, why do I feel like the scene in that mirage just now looked kind of familiar? At that moment, Yi Jian, who was sitting nearby, suddenly reacted. Although she and Su Yufei had never entered that old residential area, they had seen with their own eyes the insect tide that looked like a flood. How was that any different from the scene of those monsters pouring out from the nest? Yeah, those monsters look exactly like the bugs we saw today in Pingfu County. It's completely the same style. Su Yufei also said with a frown, "There's a very high chance they're the same thing." Chu Ming turned off the video, then put the hard drive into space. The same thing? Yi Jian's eyes widened abruptly. Brother Chu, are you saying the monsters in the mirage have all come out? Jian, don't scare me. Su Yufei clutched her chest and glanced at Yi Jian. If all those monsters really came out, who could possibly beat them? I regret to tell you that this possibility is extremely high. It's just that they probably left Pingfu County for now. Otherwise, everything outside would already be in chaos, Chu Ming said. Brother Chu, what are you talking about? Chun Xinyan was completely confused, her face full of bewilderment. You mean those mirages are all real? Nothing is certain yet. Chu Ming let out a long breath. Other than the people present today, don't tell anyone else about this for the time being. Once I have a more definite answer, then we'll consider how to respond. Based on his previous life-S experience, as long as he stayed in D-City, he would be safe for at least 2 years. By then, his strength should have long surpassed the first echelon. If something really did go wrong, he would also have much greater ability to protect himself. Before that, he had to figure out the truth behind the apocalypse. That night, Chu Ming had a nightmare. In the dream was a bizarre and motley world. That world invaded Earth and, in the end, devoured everything. Only when his consciousness was about to dissipate, Chu Ming jolted awake. Brother Chu, did you have a nightmare? Yi Jian had just happened to bring a cup of flower tea into Chu Ming's room. Seeing that Chu Ming was drenched in sweat, she hurriedly took out a tissue and wiped him down. Chu Ming took a moment to recover, then picked up the flower tea and drained it in one go. This flower tea was also made from a mutated plant Su Yufei and the others had discovered in the botanical garden. Amid the biting winter, this tea tree flower bloomed for a long time without withering. Its petals, when used to brew tea, had the effect of calming the mind and steadying the spirit. After one cup, not only would a person stay energetic for the entire day, even their mind would become much more agile. Only after seeing Chu Ming's complexion return to normal did Yi Jian say with a mysterious look, I heard some gossip today. Gossip? Chu Ming looked at Yi Jian strangely. Yeah. Yi Jian sat down beside Chu Ming and naturally wrapped herself around his arm, lowering her voice as she said, I heard the mayor's younger son hooked up with a female refugee from outside town some time ago. The two of them even want to get married. And they decided to hold the wedding feast at home. At a time like this, they still have the mood for that? Chu Ming was full of surprise after hearing it too. He remembered that the mayor had 2 sons. The older son was already gone. The younger son was his family's only remaining seedling. For him to still hold a big wedding feast for his younger son under conditions of scarce supplies, thinking about it, it was understandable. Chu Ming took out a crate of fruit from his space and set it on the ground. Take this over to the mayor later. Treat it as a wedding gift for me. Ever since Qingshui Town had chosen to submit to him, nothing major had gone wrong from beginning to end. In this, the mayor had contributed greatly. With him taking the lead as an example, it had given the other residents a very good model to follow. On top of that, Chu Ming had built the underground city and provided the town with a large number of jobs, several times when outside enemies invaded. It had also been Chu Ming who helped resolve the crisis. Now, in Qingshui town, there was no one who didn't submit to him, at least on the surface. That was the case. Yi Jian opened the crate and took a look, then couldn't help sighing, "Brother Chu, you're really thoughtful. You knew that now that the temperature has risen, ordinary things can't be stored for too long, so you sent all watermelons. If these watermelons were taken to another base, they could be exchanged for several hundred gene of food." Now, in many places, wood element ability users had started appearing one after another. Their numbers were small, and their levels were not high. Naturally, their ability to stimulate plant growth was also very limited. So although the people in power at many bases were qualified to enjoy fruits and vegetables, they were still extremely strapped. Being able to eat them once a month was already pretty good. For Chu Ming to take out a whole crate at once was already giving the mayor plenty of face. As long as he doesn't develop other thoughts. What he can get in the future will be far more than just this. It all depends on how he performs, Chu Ming said. Yi Jian found a small cart and personally pulled the crate of watermelons to the mayor's house. Of course, Su Yufei went with her. They both wanted to help Chu Ming find out what kind of person this new daughter-in-law the mayor had found was like. Most importantly, they had to figure out her background. This was also the task Chu Ming had assigned them. Seeing Yi Jian and Su Yufei come personally to his door, the mayor came out of the house with a look of flattered surprise all over his face. Miss Su, why are you here? Did something happen? The mayor asked nervously. He was often in contact with Chu Ming, so he naturally knew Yi Jian and Su Yufei's status around him. If it weren't for special circumstances, it would be impossible for these two great beauties to be sent out. Mayor, didn't we hear that your son is about to get married? So Brother Chu specially sent over a wedding gift for you, Yi Jian said with a smile. Leader Chu is far too polite. The moment the mayor heard that Chu Ming had sent people to deliver a wedding gift, he was instantly overjoyed. As for what exactly had been sent, he didn't care too much. The key point was that Chu Ming had personally sent Yi Jian and Su Yufei to deliver the gift. That was a sign of importance. Dad, Leader Chu sent us something? At that moment, two figures hurried downstairs. One of them was a short man, less than 5'3". He was the mayor's younger son. The woman following beside him, however, was curvy and looked fairly decent. Standing together, no matter how one looked at them, they did not seem well matched. Su Yufei and Yi Jian exchanged a glance, both raising their guard a little against this woman. Such a big box. It can't all be food, right? Hu Ling looked at the things on the cart and said curiously, her eyes full of interest. No matter what it is, as long as it's from Leader Chu, it's a gesture of goodwill. Please thank Leader Chu for me. You two ladies, the mayor said gratefully. It's nothing. Brother Chu values you very highly. Yi Jian took the initiative to open the crate, revealing a huge box filled to the brim with watermelons. When they saw what was inside, the three of them all widened their eyes. Dad, am I seeing this right? Rong Yuanhao tugged at the mayor's arm. Leader Chu actually sent us a whole crate of watermelons. These are really watermelons, right? With this awful weather, the botanical garden can still grow watermelons? That is amazing, Hu Ling said in an exaggerated tone. I'm afraid Miss Hu doesn't know that there are ability users in this world. Our base just happens to have a wood element ability user. With a bit more effort spent, growing watermelons is still possible, Su Yufei explained. Wood element ability user? Hu Ling muttered under her breath. That can't be possible, right? What? Miss Hu seems to know a lot about wood element ability users? Su Yufei asked with a smile. At other bases, wood element ability users really had no way to grow things in a short time. But their base was different. As long as it was work that consumed energy, Chu Ming would assign energy cores. As long as the energy cores could keep up, the workload was no problem at all. But Chu Ming obviously wasn't lacking fresh vegetables and fruit in his base. So for now, there was no need for Song Jiao's wood element ability. How could I know? I just heard people mention it a couple times outside, Hu Ling said with a dry laugh. Miss Su, Miss Yi, isn't this gift a little too expensive? Fresh watermelon. This is something I wouldn't even dare imagine, the town mayor said in a fluster. He had thought Chu Ming would at most send him some food. These days, food was the most precious thing there was. Who knew that what Chu Ming sent wasn't just food, but the most valuable kind among food? Watermelons that could only be grown through the long-term cultivation of an ability user. Just eating them made him feel like his mouth was burning. Mayor, since Big Brother Chu gave it to you, just accept it without worry. Don't feel pressured. As long as the mayor is loyal to Big Brother Chu, you'll always get your share of good things, Su Yufei said on the spot, painting a grand picture for the mayor. After hearing that, the mayor was so moved that tears were nearly coming out. Then please thank Leader Chu for me. My family is hosting a wedding banquet in 2 days. If Leader Chu has time, he absolutely must come, the mayor said gratefully. Definitely, Su Yufei said with a smile. After Su Yufei and Yi Jian left, Rong Yuanhao and Hu Ling eagerly gathered around the box. Dad, this Leader Chu is way too incredible. He can actually grow fresh watermelons. This is practically a miracle. Rong Yuanhao stared at the box full of watermelons and kept swallowing his saliva. After the apocalypse descended, let alone fresh fruit. Even having a full meal was difficult. Yet Chu Ming could casually take out a whole box of watermelons. The gap between people was just way too huge. Look at how little ambition you have. The mayor shot Rong Yuanhao an annoyed look. I've said it long ago. If we follow Leader Chu, everyone will live a good life. Didn't Miss Su say it? There are wood element ability users in the base now. Once that wood element ability user grows stronger, maybe everyone will get to eat vegetables and fruit. I was just too shocked. Rong Yuanhao scratched his head awkwardly. Dad, Yuanhao, when I was outside, I heard that if a wood element ability user wants to force a certain plant to mature, it takes quite a lot of time. Not to mention a whole big box of watermelons like this. It should be impossible without several months, right? Hu Ling said, pretending to be puzzled. Lingia, you mean these watermelons weren't made by an ability user? Rong Yuanhao asked curiously. I'm only guessing. Didn't you say Leader Chu lives in the botanical garden? I guess there are probably mutated plants inside, and the ecological environment might be different too. As long as we can find a chance to get in and take a look, we'll know whether what they said is true or false, Hu Ling suggested, thinking herself clever. So these watermelons grew in the botanical garden? Rong Yuanhao also understood what Hu Ling meant. If they really had grown in the botanical garden, then the nature of the matter would be completely different. After all, the botanical garden was Qingshui Town's land. Even though it had been rented out later, when all was said and done, it still belonged to Qingshui Town. For it to be occupied by outsiders just like that, the more he thought about it, the worse it felt. Nonsense. Hearing this, the mayor suddenly barked out, then looked at Hu Ling with a very serious expression and said, The botanical garden is where Leader Chu lives, and you actually want to pry into its secrets? If I hear this kind of talk again, don't even think about becoming the daughter-in-law of our own family. I was only saying it casually. Hu Ling pouted in grievance. Dad, why are you yelling at Linger? What Linger said makes a lot of sense. Now, both animals and plants have a chance to mutate. If there really are mutated plants in the botanical garden, and we just hand them over to outsiders like this, then we'll suffer a huge loss. Rong Yuanhao said unwillingly. What bullshit are you talking about? The mayor slapped Rong Yuanhao on the forehead. Is Leader Chu an outsider? Do you even know what the word leader means? Right now, let alone the botanical garden, all of Qingshui Town belongs to Leader Chu. Get that straight for me. If not for Chu Ming, Qingshui Town would have ceased to exist long ago. Now that Chu Ming was willing to be their backer, everyone was too grateful to begin with. Yet they were actually thinking about snatching Chu Ming's residence. If Chu Ming found out about this kind of thinking, then Qingshui Town probably wouldn't have many good days left. Dad, I was wrong. I didn't mean to disrespect Leader Chu. I would never dare think like that again. Thinking of everything that had happened in Qingshui Town during this period, Rong Yuanhao immediately backed down. He had only followed Hu Ling's train of thought and casually thought that far. If he really asked whether he had any rebellious intentions, he absolutely did not dare. An ability user like that could probably kill him with a flick of a finger, and he wouldn't even know how he died. Seeing that neither Rong Yuanhao nor his father had any intention of resisting at all, Hu Ling clicked her tongue speechlessly. He was at least still the mayor. How could he be so spineless? Leader. Wasn't a valuable part just those two words, leader? The Rong family clearly held such a huge advantage. Yet they handed over their own territory to someone else. She really had no idea what they were thinking. As long as the Rong family kept being the boss of Qingshui Town, would they really have to worry about not raising a few ability users? Having come from other bases, she knew very well what those small bases with tens of thousands of people were like. Usually, just a few ability users were enough to keep the entire base under obedient control. Qingshui Town was so big. Finding a few ability users should have been very easy. Yet, Rong Mingyuan had gone to rely on outsider. She hadn't even married into the family yet, and she was already going to live under someone else's roof. Just thinking about it made her feel uncomfortable. But Rong Mingyuan had clearly gotten angry just now, so there were some things she couldn't say to directly. Everything could only be taken slowly. As time passed, the temperature outside rose at an extremely fast pace, especially over the last few days. The temperature had already broken 40 degrees. Even in the middle of the night, it didn't drop at all. This left the people who had initially been glad that the weather was warming up completely dumbfounded, because anyone who wasn't stupid could see it. This trend was very wrong. If it kept rising by several degrees every day like this, it wouldn't be long before everyone was roasted alive. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen's group had gradually gotten used to the rhythm of the base during this period. Occasionally, they would take a few simple tasks and earn some scattered contribution points. Among them, the most common work was building the underground city. The basic framework of the underground city had already been completed a month ago, but to reach living standards, the zones still had to be refined, and some functional facilities still had to be built. If they relied only on ordinary labor, that wasn't something that could be completed in a short while, so they still had to use ability users. After coming out of their residence, Zhang Yufei said with an ugly expression, "In weather this hot, are they even letting people live? 40-degree heat." Even though Chun Xinyan had installed an air conditioner for them in the main hall, it could only be used for half a day every day. Once they went back to their rooms, it was as hot as a steamer. Now, many people were directly sleeping downstairs. It wasn't very convenient, but it was still better than dying from the heat. The 1-month deadline is almost here. Is Fu Jun's group still unwilling to compromise? Yang Lingchen asked with a frown. Who knows what's wrong with them? I think they're just planning to eat and drink for free here for a month. Once the 1-month period is up and the base stops providing food, they'll be ready to make a huge scene. Then the base will either have no choice but to let them leave, or it will have to keep feeding them. Either way, they won't lose out. Zhang Yufei said speechlessly. They sure have a nice plan. Yang Lingchen let out a cold laugh. You've met Leader Chu a few times lately. It shouldn't be hard to see that Leader Chu is definitely not the kind of person to take a loss. I can guarantee that once the 1-month deadline is up, Fu Jun and the others' good days will be over too. Just as he said that, another person suddenly ran out from the ability user's lodging. He stopped in front of Yang Lingchen and Zhang Yufei, his face full of irritation as he said, Yang Lingchen, go talk to Chen Xinyan for us. In weather this hot, shouldn't they install a few more air conditioners for us? Everyone is about to roast to death. Fu Jun, do you think this is still before the apocalypse? Having air conditioning at all is already pretty good, and you're still being picky? Zhang Yufei rolled his eyes. Brat, was I talking to you? Fu Jun shot Zhang Yufei a disdainful look. With his strength, he only needed 2 moves to knock Zhang Yufei flat on the ground. In the entire building, the only person he feared was Yang Lingchen. Luckily, Yang Lingchen was spineless and had thrown himself at Chu Ming the moment he arrived in Qingshui town. Otherwise, it wouldn't be his turn to be the boss of this building. Fu Jun, if you have any requests, you could go to Miss Chen yourselves. I still have things to do, so I want to keep you company. Yang Lingchen refused him without hesitation. Only an idiot with a hole in his brain would pass along something this likely to offend people. Yang Lingchen, now that is just not very decent of you. If I hadn't seen that you're familiar with Chen Xinyan, I wouldn't have bothered asking you to do this. We all came out of Future City. By rights, we're the same group. You're not refusing to help with even this little favor, are you? Fu Jun said in a mocking tone. You treat me as one of your own, yet you want me to do something that LL offend people. How kind of you. Yang Lingchen curled his lips in ridicule. Brother Yang, why waste time with them? I'm just waiting to see what they LL do once the 1-month deadline is up. Zhang Yufei let out a sneer. Chen Xinyan had already told them, if this batch of ability users wanted to become official members of the base, they had to earn more than 100 contribution points. He and Yang Lingchen were already close to reaching it. The others who came with them were also more or less about to save up enough contribution points. They were just waiting to become official. As for the people left behind, since they insisted on going against Chu Ming, then all he could do was wish them luck. At a time like this, they still couldn't see the situation clearly. Instead, they chose to believe a guy like Fu Jun, who only knew how to make nice-sounding promises. Sooner or later, they would regret it. Let's go. Work at the underground city should be starting soon. If we delay any longer, we'll be late. Yang Lingchen did not want to waste time here, and turned to walk toward the underground city. Seeing this, Zhang Yufei quickly followed. Only Fu Jun was left standing there, his face shifting between green and white. After thinking for a moment, he went back to the first-floor lobby. At this hour, nearly all the ability users had gathered there. The moment they saw Fu Jun, someone immediately stepped forward and asked, well, did Yang Lingchen agree? No. Fu Jun shook his head. At those words, everyone present immediately grew dissatisfied. Yang Lingchen is really a piece of work. We all came from the same base. And now he wants to even help with such a small favor? Exactly. He runs around every day doing hard labor for them. And I don't see him getting any real benefits. Instead, he treats us like outsiders and guards against us. I really don't know what he is thinking. Right then, a timid voice sounded. Actually, our treatment is already pretty good, right? Even in Future City, there was no way we could enjoy air conditioning in the middle of summer. And to be honest, what you're asking Brother Yang to do is pretty offending. Pretending a few air conditioners is a small matter is one thing, but once the power usage goes up, that won't be a matter of just a few bags of grain. Fang Xiuyu, whose side are you on exactly? Don't forget, your family is still waiting for you outside. If you don't follow us, then don't even think about leaving for the rest of your life. An older woman pointed at her nose and berated her angrily. I'm just speaking objectively, and whether you leave or not doesn't affect my decision anyway. Sitting in the corner, Fang Xiuyu did not want to argue with the woman. The woman still wanted to say more, but Fu Jun stopped her. Xiuyu is indispensable talent in our team. Everyone, don't be too harsh on her. Fu Jun took the initiative to speak up for Fang Xiuyu. Fang Xiuyu looked thin and fragile, but compared with the other women in the group, she could already be considered somewhat pretty. Most importantly, Fang Xiuyu was an ice-type ability user. However, because the amount of ice Fang Xiuyu could condense every day was limited, Fu Jun had to make sure all that ice ended up in his own room. Otherwise, with temperatures this high, the nights would be very hard to endure. Captain Fu, you're actually speaking up for that brat Fang Xiuyu, but she doesn't fit in at all. She is not one of us. The woman complained unhappily for a few more sentences. Hearing it all made Fang Xiuyu irritable. She got up and walked outside. Xiuyu, in weather this hot, where are you going? Fu Jun quickly called out. Fang Xiuyu did not reply. Braving the blazing sun, she came outside. After coming out, she layered a frost barrier around her body. and the scorching heat was immediately blocked away. She looked around and discovered that not far away was a mission board. All kinds of scattered tasks were posted on it. Each one could earn contribution points. After thinking for a moment, Feng Xiuyu casually tore one task off the board, then turned and walked toward the underground city. As long as someone wasn't an idiot, they could already tell that the weather outside was abnormally hot. If this kept going, then the situation would become even more terrifying than the previous winter. Thinking of her parents far away in her hometown, Feng Xiuyu was anxious and burning with worry every day. The group around Fu Jun had no sincere intention of leaving at all. They just wanted a chance to seize power. So now, she could only rely on herself. Holding the task slip, Feng Xiuyu entered the underground city without any trouble. The instant she arrived in the underground city, she immediately felt that the surrounding temperature had dropped by quite a lot. No wonder they went to such lengths to build an underground city. Looking at this vast underground world, Feng Xiuyu could not help being deeply shocked. A project of this scale definitely could not have been completed in a short period of time. But the high temperatures had only started recently. How had this base predicted it in advance? With that question in mind, Feng Xiuyu continued walking inward. Not long after, she saw a cave entrance with a generator placed outside. Looking inside, she could also see some electrical appliances and furniture. It was arranged far better than her own lodging. People from this base have already moved into the underground city? Feng Xiuyu muttered inwardly. Just as that thought crossed her mind, a figure suddenly walked out of the cave. Feng Xiuyu, looking at the young girl in front of him, Chu Ming raised his brows slightly. He had just finished drinking lemonade and was about to refine the creation stone. Then he heard movement outside. When he came out to take a look, it turned out to be one of the two promising prospects he had chosen from Future City. Toward these ability users from Future City, Chu Ming had always taken a hands-off attitude. 1 month was the final deadline he had given these people. If they still refused to submit by then, he would choose to deal with all of them. Of course, Yang Lingchen and Feng Xiuyu were exceptions. These two would both become figures on the powerhouse rankings in the future. Even if it took some extra time and effort, he would make these two stay at his base. During the past half-month or so, Chu Ming had also been observing the movements of these two. There was no need to mention Yang Lingchen. He was very good at reading the situation. By now, he was already close to fully integrating in. The contribution points he had earned were also almost enough for him to become an official member. But Feng Xiuyu had chosen to join Fu Jun's group. That made Chu Ming somewhat unhappy, but he did not stop her, because he knew very well that Fu Jun's group could not stir up any real waves. As for Feng Xiuyu, he had planned to personally go see her after finishing the matters at hand. But who would have thought that before he went to find Feng Xiuyu would come to his door on her own? At the sight of Chu Ming, Feng Xiuyu was also startled. When Chu Ming had gone to Future City before, a lot of people had seen what he looked like. Of course, she was no exception. She had come to the underground city today only because she heard that the Chun siblings were in charge of the project here. So she had wanted to come down and try her luck. But in the end, she had found Chu Ming's residence instead. Still, that was fine too. Whatever needed to be said could be asked face to face. Otherwise, even if she told the Chun siblings, they wouldn't be able to make the decision. In the end, it would still have to be reported to Chu Ming. Leader Feng Xiuyu took a deep breath and called out with her head slightly lowered. "You came to see me. What is it?" Chu Ming asked. "I hope Leader Chu can let me leave. You can name the conditions. As long as they're not too excessive, I can agree to them," Feng Xiuyu said, gathering her courage. "Let you leave?" Chu Ming raised his brows. "Future City already sold all of you to me, and you still want to negotiate conditions with me? Forget your powers. Even every piece of flesh on your body, every single strand of your hair, belongs to me. The conditions you're talking about simply can't stand. How is that possible?" Feng Xiuyu's face turned a little pale. "We joined Future City, not to become slaves. What right does Future City have to sell us?" The reason they had been so confident about leaving was because they had always believed they were free. Even if they had joined Future City, it was for Future City's benefits, not because they had sold themselves to Future City. And now Chu Ming was telling them that Future City had sold them off for profit. How could she accept that? That's just the truth. Chu Ming spread his hands. Feng Xiuyu's expression shifted. After struggling for a moment, she still forced herself to say, "I have a reason I absolutely must leave. As long as Leader Chu lets me go, I can agree to anything." "Tell me your reason first," Chu Ming said, looking at Feng Xiuyu calmly. For someone like Feng Xiuyu, a figure on the future experts ranking, if she couldn't be used for himself, then there was no way he would let her leave alive. So he was willing to give Feng Xiuyu one last chance. If her answer couldn't satisfy him, then he could only throw Feng Xiuyu into the car's cave to feed the worms. Feng Xiuyu took a deep breath. "The weather outside is abnormally hot right now. Since Leader Chu built this underground city, I believe you've guessed some things too. If the temperature really rises to the point the human body can't endure it, a lot of people will die." Tears welled up in Feng Xiuyu's eyes as she said, "And my parents are still back in the countryside. I can't just ignore them and watch them die." "That's it?" Chu Ming froze slightly. "Yes." Feng Xiuyu nodded, looking at Chu Ming with tearful eyes. "I just want to reunite with my parents. Whether we live or die. Before I brought you all to Qingshui Town, Didn't Ti say you were allowed to bring your family with you? Chu Ming Thou Wen. The reason he had said that back then was exactly to prevent this kind of situation. But because disasters had come one after another, many people had never gotten the chance to reunite with their families. So in the end, fewer than 10 people had managed to bring their relatives along. Fang Xiuyu naturally was T among them. Leader Chu, you mean? I can still go bring my parents here now? Fang Xiuyu wasn't T stupid. She immediately caught the meaning behind Chu Ming's words. Of course, but you still can't leave Qingshui town. I can send people to help you handle it. Chu Ming said. Fang Xiuyu said awkwardly. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? My hometown is several hundred kilometers from D City. Tell me, where exactly is your hometown? Chu Ming asked. Pingfu County, Fang Xiuyu replied. Hearing the words Pingfu County, Chu Ming's eyelid twitched. It couldn't be that much of a coincidence, right? You're sure it's Pingfu County? Chu Ming asked again. Strictly speaking, it's a village under Pingfu County's jurisdiction. But my parents work in Pingfu County, so I was planning to check the place where they work first. If they're not in Pingfu County, then I'll go to the countryside to look for them. Seeing that Chu Ming's expression was off, Fang Xiuyu carefully asked, is there a problem? For now, don't go to Pingfu County. Give me your hometown address, and I'll send people to check first, Chu Ming said. Did something happen in Pingfu County? Fang Xiuyu asked in alarm. You're not too stupid. Chu Ming glanced at her. Pingfu County most likely doesn't have many living people left. If you go, you'll just be throwing your life away. And I'm even less likely to send my people there to die. So give me your hometown address. Stop thinking about Pingfu County. Not many living people left. Fang Xiuyu's face was full of disbelief, and her hands and feet turned cold. You don't need to worry too much. I'll send people to confirm it tomorrow. We'll have the result by tonight, Chu Ming said in reassurance. We'll know tomorrow? Hearing that, Fang Xiuyu felt slightly relieved. After all, in her best-case expectation, she had thought it would take 1 or 2 weeks. She had even planned to wait until the 1-month deadline was up when Fu Jun and the others started causing trouble, then escape amid the chaos. Today, even though she had come to negotiate, she hadn't held much hope. Now Chu Ming had given her his word that she would get news of her parents tomorrow. How could she not be excited? All right, I agree. As long as I can see my parents, I'll willingly stay and work my life off for you. Fang Xiuyu pressed her lips together. If something happened to my parents, then I also have to go confirm it myself. Fine. Go back and wait for news. After Fang Xiuyu left, Chu Ming took out his walkie-talkie and called Chun Zian over, telling him to personally make a trip to Fang Xiuyu's hometown tomorrow. At the same time, he was to use his power outside Pingfu County to observe the situation inside. By now, Chun Zian's power had also advanced by leaps and bounds. A few days ago, he had even reached Tier 2. His spiritual power detection range had already reached around 5,000 meters. Just observing the situation from outside Pingfu County shouldn't be much of a problem. At present, only Chun Zian could handle this matter. After arranging everything, Chu Ming returned to the mountain cave. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to finish refining the high-grade creation stone in his hand within the next few days. At that time, he would be able to completely control the mutated animals and plants around him. The mutated earthworms at the bottom of the karst cave reproduced very quickly. A large number of mutated earthworms could not only assist in battle, but also provide regenerative fluid without end. As long as he could fully control them, that would be a precious source of wealth. As for the mutated plants above, there was even less need to mention them, especially that mutated willow tree. He could finally go investigate it properly. The next day, Chun Zian set out early in the morning with his people. Not long after, Chun Xinyan walked in from outside, carrying a food box. Brother Chu, this was sent over by Rong Yuanhao's new wife. She said she also wants to find some work here with us. Chun Xinyan opened the food box, revealing a plate of pitch-black pastries inside. It was impossible to tell what they were made of. You can arrange it for her. Take the food and split it among the workers. Chu Ming only glanced at the food box before withdrawing his gaze. I'll go right away, Chun Xinyan replied. She really couldn't be bothered with this kind of thing. But Hu Ling was the town mayor's daughter-in-law. After all, so she had reluctantly helped pass on the message. Otherwise, with the stuff in that food box, she wouldn't even look twice at it, much less Chu Ming. Wait. Chu Ming suddenly stopped Chun Xinyan. Arrange for her to work over at the warehouse. If I remember right, the warehouse is short one administrator. The warehouse? Chun Xinyan's eyes widened. Brother Chu, the warehouse is the most important place in the underground city. How can you let an outsider get near it? Besides, this Hu Ling's background is unclear. What if she has bad intentions? She knew Chu Ming had spatial storage. But the underground city's supplies had been painstakingly gathered over the past few months. And there was a lot of it. That makes it perfect. Chu Ming cut her off. Oh, I get it now. Hearing Chu Ming's tone, Chun Xinyan immediately reacted. Brother Chu, you're fishing, aren't you? The mayor is still useful to us. After all, this Hu Ling is a woman his son has his eyes on. Even if there really is some problem, we shouldn't be the ones to deal with it, Chu Ming said. Su Yufei and Yi Jian had met Hu Ling once before. Neither of them had a good impression of her. The first thing she did was ask about the botanical garden. If it wasn't a coincidence, then she had some other motive. Instead of guessing when this bomb would go off, it was better to set it off ourselves. As for the supplies in the warehouse, they had all been gathered openly, then enhanced through spatial amplification. In reality, 99% had already gone into Chu Ming's pocket. As for the remaining 1%, even if it all disappeared, he wouldn't feel bad. Besides, Hu Ling was only one person. She couldn't carry that much away. But using it as bait was a pretty good choice. Sister Chun, the leader really wants me to manage the warehouse? Outside the underground city. After hearing Chu Ming's arrangement for her, Hu Ling's eyes lit up. Rong Yuanhao, who had come with Hu Ling, was excited too. I told you Leader Chu wouldn't treat us badly. A warehouse manager position. There aren't many jobs in all of Qingshui town that are more impressive than this. The leader trusts the mayor a lot. Since you're the mayor's family, of course the leader will give you the best arrangement. Chen Xinyan played along perfectly. Right now, the more nicely she put it, the better. But if anything went wrong later, then they couldn't blame them for being ruthless. Chen Xinyan had a smile on her face, but in her heart, she was already thinking about how to test Hu Ling Miss Chun. Since the leader is taking such good care of us, give me a job too. I may not have gone to college, but I had really good grades in elementary school. Rong Yuanhao recommended himself. Brother Yuanhao, it's not that I don't want to help you, but most of the jobs in the base right now need hard labor. You were pampered since you were little, Brother Yuanhao. You're not suited for rough work like that. After Chen Xinyan finished speaking, she didn't wait for Rong Yuanhao to respond before continuing. How about this? You come manage the warehouse, and let Sister Hu Ling go back and rest. Your family anyway, so it's the same no matter which one of you does it. How can that work? Hearing that, Hu Ling immediately panicked, then shot Rong Yuanhao an unhappy glance. Honey, we already agreed today was about finding me a job. How can you fight with me over it? And there was one more thing that made her unhappy. Chen Xinyan called Rong Yuanhao brother, but called her sister. Was that really not on purpose? If Chen Xinyan weren't one of Chu Ming's favorites, she would have argued with this little brat for sure. Wife, how would I fight with you over it? I was just saying it casually. Then I'll wait at home for you to come back. Don't work too hard, Rong Yuanhao quickly said, backing down. That is more like it. Hu Ling gave a light snort. Sister Hu Ling, I'll take you to the warehouse now, Chen Xinyan said with a smile. Okay, Hu Ling said, her face lighting up. Following Chen Xinyan into the underground city, Hu Ling instantly felt a wave of coolness wash over her. She had originally looked down on this place. Instead of living in proper houses, Chu Ming had wasted so much manpower and materials building an underground city. Only now did she realize that an underground city could resist the scorching heat. And judging from the floors, walls, and ceiling, everything had been reinforced. Even though it was underground, it looked spotless, with every corner kept extremely clean. On the way in, she even saw several wells. Recently, the temperature outside had been too high, and everyone was worried there might be a water shortage later, so they were storing water in advance. Now it seemed these people had actually prepared for this long ago. If the temperature kept rising, then, with this underground city alone, Chu Ming would be able to easily control everyone in Qingshui town. On top of that, she even saw some cultivated farmland. You gotta be kidding. These people were planning to farm underground? No sunlight, no ventilation. What kind of plants could survive underground? Just like that, with a head full of questions, Hu Ling finally arrived at the warehouse in the underground city. This warehouse had only been reinforced in a simple way by Chen Xinyan. It was about the size of 1 or 2 soccer fields. There weren't that many supplies inside, but it still filled nearly half the space. These were all gathered by Qingshui town recently. After subtracting the portion consumed by the residents, the remaining food only made up a small part. Most of the rest were functional resources. For example, tools, clothing, weapons, and so on. Sister Hu Ling, this is the key to the warehouse. From now on, the lifeline of all Qingshui town is in your hands. Chen Xinyan took out a key and handed it to Hu Ling. What I need to do normally? To stay here and guard it? Hu Ling asked as she took the key. Normally, you only need to stay here. But when the base needs to move supplies, you have to record everything that goes in and out. The work might be a little boring, so I'll have to ask Sister Hu Ling to bear with it. Chen Xinyan said apologetically. That's nothing. It's what I should do. Hu Ling waved a hand. Then stay here and get familiar with the place. I need to go get busy first, Chen Xinyan said. Sister Chun, go handle your own work. Just leave this place to me, Hu Ling said with a smile. After Chen Xinyan left, Hu Ling immediately put away the smile on her face. She opened the warehouse door and walked in. She looked around, then came to the boxes stacked with food. So much food. Hu Ling's eyes shone. After confirming once again that no one was around, she placed her hand on one of the boxes. The next second, the box vanished from the spot. Hu Ling picked through the warehouse again, and in the end, took several boxes of chocolate and compressed biscuits. All of them were high-calorie foods. In future city, they could even be traded for energy cores. After that, she moved over the things beside them and disguised the emptied space a little. Coming to Qingshui town this time really had been the right choice. With her ability, while completing the mission from above, she could also skim off quite a lot for herself. Back then, no one had wanted to take this mission, because nobody wanted to waste time in this poor, remote little place. but she alone felt that Qingshui Town was definitely not that simple. So she didn't hesitate to sacrifice her body and marry Rong Yuan Hao, all just to blend into the inside of Qingshui Town and gain access to the upper levels. All of this was what she deserved. She was only collecting a little interest. What she wanted was far more than this. At the same time, when Chu Ming checked the warehouse surveillance, he happened to see that scene too. After deciding to let Hu Ling watch over the warehouse, he had Chun Xinyan replace all the warehouse cameras with hidden ones. The whole point was to catch Hu Ling's tail. He hadn't expected this woman to expose herself on the very first day. This woman is actually a space ability user? Chu Ming stroked his chin. Space ability users were extremely rare. More importantly, judging from the few boxes Hu Ling had stored away, her space could hold quite a lot. That meant Hu Ling's ability was definitely not weak. It could even be said to be very strong. But in his memory, there wasn't any space ability user named Hu Ling on the list of experts. Unless that name was fake. There was another point he cared about even more. Last time, when Yi Jian and Su Yufei went to deliver congratulatory gifts to the mayor, Yi Jian, as a perception-type ability user, had not noticed any ability on Hu Ling at all. Now, that was a little interesting. Looks like this Hu Ling has quite a few secrets. If he dug deeper, he might find some unexpected gains. That night, Chen Zian returned to Qingshui Town with a group of elderly couples, then immediately went to see Fang Xiuyu. Seeing that her parents were safe and sound, Fang Xiuyu was naturally both excited and happy. After a brief exchange with her parents, she had Chen Zian take her to see Chu Ming. So, everything taken care of? Chu Ming asked, looking at Chen Zian. Fang Xiuyu's parents have already been brought over. They went back to their hometown right after the rain stopped, so they managed to escape the disaster. Chen Zian reported from his side. That's good. Chu Ming not dead. Leader, thank you for helping me find my parents. From now on, no matter what orders you give, I'll definitely do my absolute best. Fang Xiuyu promised with red eyes. It was obvious she had cried not long ago. Even while speaking, she was still sniffling. Being reunited with her parents had been her only wish before this. But when apocalypse came, first there was acid rain, then floods. Separated by hundreds of kilometers, and with no vehicle, how could she possibly get there? Originally, she had planned to join Future City first. With Future City's strength, plus her status as an Esper, if she could find a chance to borrow a vehicle, there should have been hope. Who knew that, after the weather warmed up, Future City would be busy gathering supplies every single day. There simply weren't any spare vehicles available. Helpless, she could only choose to wait. But while waiting, she ended up being sold by Future City to Chu Ming. When she learned that news, she had felt utter despair. Now that she could be reunited with her parents, she had no regrets left. As long as Chu Ming could guarantee her parents' safety, even if he wanted her to die tomorrow, she would be willing. Show me your ability first, Chu Ming said as he sat on the sofa. Okay. Fang Xiuyu steadied her emotions, then held out her right hand. The next second, a snowflake appeared above her palm. The snowflake hovered in midair, giving off a chilling cold aura. Unfortunately, it had no destructive power at all. Though if it was used to chill ice cola, the effect would probably be pretty good. Chu Ming sat on the sofa and waited for a long while. Seeing that Fang Xiuyu had no next move, he finally asked somewhat uncertainly, "That's it? Nothing else?" Fang Xiuyu lowered her head in shame. "I know I'm weak, but the ice I make is actually pretty good for cooling off. Do you think I'm lacking a few chunks of your ice?" Chu Ming said somewhat speechlessly. "Why yes, I've disappointed you, leader." Fang Xiuyu's cheeks flushed bright red, and she lowered her head so far it was almost down her chest. Chu Ming took out a watermelon knife from his space and tossed it to Fang Xiuyu. "Try freezing this weapon. Can you do it?" "I should be able to. I'll try." Not wanting to disappoint Chu Ming, Fang Xiuyu quickly caught the watermelon knife. She took a deep breath and tried hard to pour her ability into the knife. Very quickly, a trace of cold air spread from the handle and instantly covered the blade. Seeing the process go so smoothly, even Fang Xiuyu herself was clearly a little surprised. Chu Ming took the watermelon knife back, reached out, and gave it a light snap. The entire knife shattered directly into several pieces. At the sight of this, not only Fang Xiuyu and Chen Zian, but even Chu Ming himself looked full of shock. One had to know that this watermelon knife had been upgraded by space. Whether in strength or toughness, it far surpassed an ordinary watermelon knife by dozens of times. Chu Ming had only asked Fang Xiuyu to freeze the knife because he wanted to test the destructive power of her ability. Who knew the effect would far exceed his expectations. Originally, he had thought that if the frozen watermelon knife could be snapped in two, that would count as Fang Xiuyu passing. But in the end, he had only applied a little force, and the watermelon knife shattered on the spot. Chen Zian and Fang Xiuyu still didn't know the knife as true strength, yet they were already this surprised. Not to mention Chu Ming. Your ability only knows how to make snowflakes? Can't you try making something else? Chu Ming raised his head and looked at Fang Xiuyu. But my ability is ice type. Using ice to make snowflakes should be pretty normal, right? Fang Xiuyu looked at Chu Ming cautiously as she spoke. Her ability could only be used in tiny amounts each time. Trying to create a large-scale freezing effect was simply impossible. So the only thing she could think of was using her ability to make a bit of ice. Back in Future City, everyone called her a human-shaped refrigerator. Though it was a little rude, honestly, it fit pretty well. And in order to make the ice look nicer, she intentionally condensed it into the shape of snowflakes every time. She hadn't expected Chu Ming to dislike it. That left Feng Xiuyu deeply ashamed. She even began to suspect that she might be kicked out of the base the very next second. Try condensing the ice into weapons. Ice cones, ice spikes, ice needles. Things like that. Just like how he had guided Chun Xinyan back then. Chu Ming gave Feng Xiuyu a few pointers. Okay. Feng Xiuyu nodded repeatedly, then raised her hand and, following Chu Ming's instructions, condensed an ice cone, an ice spike, and an ice needle. Especially the ice needle, thin as a strand of hair. Yet it gave off a chilling aura. This kind of precise control was impossible without extremely strong mastery over one's ability. Chu Ming could tell almost at a glance that Feng Xiuyu's ability had extremely strong potential. It was just that she herself had no inclination toward attacking. So when she first discovered her ability, her first reaction had been to develop it toward support. If not for that, Feng Xiuyu would have already been cultivated by Future City as a core member back when Future City faced the first wave of Beast Tide. Once her ability reached Tier 2, her strength would rise to another level. It would be completely different from what it was at Tier 1. For example, Chun Xinyan had also become the third Tier 2 Esper after Yi Jiyan and Su Yufei. Their strength was already completely different from when they had first arrived in Qingshui Town, especially Chun Xinyan. She was busy every day with the base's major and minor affairs, yet she still reinforced the underground city. And both the inner and outer walls of the base had all been completed, if not for the improvement in her ability. Accomplishing this would not only have taken several times longer, but it would also have required a non-stop supply of energy cores. That was why Chu Ming had let Chun Xinyan buy on credit without a second word, so she could raise her ability first. Many of the rules on his side only served as constraints. People with real talent all had various privileges here. Starting tomorrow, you and your parents can all move into the underground city. I'll have someone prepare a place for you. As for your task, it's to try using these 3 forms of your ability to attack mutated beasts. I'll regularly check your results. Chu Ming said as he looked up at Feng Xiuyu. My ability can attack? Feng Xiuyu's eyes widened. She couldn't even make an ice needle move a little, so how could she possibly make an ice needle attack mutated beasts? And mutated beasts? Where was she supposed to find mutated beasts? Chu Ming saw the confusion in Feng Xiuyu's eyes and took the initiative to explain, I forgot to tell you. There are mutated beasts being kept in the underground city. If you want to practice, I can arrange it for you. Raising mutated beasts? Feng Xiuyu was completely stunned. Those terrifying things could actually be bred. As for how to use your ability, you can go ask Chun Xinyan. Her situation back then was pretty similar to yours. Though she had a lot more insight than you do, Chu Ming continued. Okay, I'll work hard. Thinking of the promise she had just made to Chu Ming, Feng Xiuyu could only grit her teeth and agree. After saying that, Chu Ming looked at Chun Xian again. Also, make arrangements for Yang Lingchen and the others too. It's time to start making distinctions. I'll handle it right away. Chun Xian turned and answered, when Yang Lingchen and the others moved out of their temporary residence. All the espers saw it with their own eyes, looking at the food supplies that were almost running out and the weather outside getting hotter and hotter. Fu Jun finally couldn't hold back anymore and went to argue with Chun Xinyan. Miss Chun, is this how your base treats espers? Aside from the vegetables, fruit, and pork at the beginning showing a bit of sincerity, for the latter half of this month, you've completely left us to fend for ourselves. The weather is obviously getting hotter and hotter, yet the daily electricity supply keeps getting shorter and shorter. You're deliberately trying to torment us, aren't you? After listening to Fu Jun's long-winded speech, Chun Xinyan spoke at an unhurried pace. I already told you when you first arrived in Qingshui Town. All the treatment you've been enjoying was our leader's welcome gift to all of you. If you want to keep enjoying this kind of treatment, then naturally, you have to join our base and show your value. When the time comes, what you get will only be more and better than at the beginning. Cut the crap. Fu Jun said righteously. The problem now is that we're living like crap. Since we're living like crap, how could we possibly join the base? And he was practically making it obvious. If they wanted to satisfy them, then they'd better keep giving them food and a high-quality living environment. Otherwise, if they wanted them to join, no way in hell. You can cut the crap too. Facing Fu Jun's word games, Chun Xinyan only let out a mocking smile. If you want to get something, you have to give something in return. Even kids understand that. You people haven't done a damn thing for over half a month, and you still have the nerve to add conditions? Have some shame. Fu Jun was so thoroughly shut down by Chun Xinyan that his face turned green and white by turns. He had thought that since Qingshui Town wanted to keep them here, they would definitely make some compromises. Who knew that even though he struck first, Chun Xinyan simply refused to take the bait. She even dared to say something like that and offend them. Was she really not afraid that they would unite and fight back? The more Fu Jun thought about it, the angrier he got. In the end, he could only throw out a threat. With an attitude like yours, you still want us to join you? I'm telling you, no way. And you'd better remember this. Whatever we do in the future, you caused it. You'll bear full responsibility. Then feel free to try. Chun Xinyan rolled her eyes speechlessly, then turned and left without looking back. Watching Chun Xinyan's departing back, Fu Jun's face darkened so much it looked like ink might drip from it. The ability users who had been observing the commotion outside all this time also came flooding out one after another. That talkative woman was still squeezed right at the front. Captain, that brat is going too far, isn't she? Their leader was the one who invited us here. So how can she say something like that? Lu Guifeng said dramatically. Exactly. I think this base was never sincere about recruiting us in the first place. Let us just carry out that plan directly, said another burly man. Since Qingshui Town is unwilling to keep supplying us with resources, then of course we have to take action. But before that, I think we still shouldn't act rashly. There is still enough food here for us to eat for more than a week. It won't be too late to act then, Fu Jun said with a calm expression. But since we've already decided to carry out that plan, then won't everything here belong to us sooner or later anyway? Why wait? Someone said with a puzzled look. Hearing that, many people also came to their senses. That's right. Since they had decided to take over Qingshui Town, why insist on finishing the food before acting? If they moved earlier, wouldn't they be able to start living comfortably earlier? No matter how they looked at it, Fu Jun's arrangement made no sense. What? You have a problem with me? Being questioned, Fu Jun immediately said in exasperation, I arranged it this way because we still don't know enough about Qingshui Town. During this time, everyone can go out and look around, gather some intel, and it'll be more convenient when we act later. Is there anything wrong with arranging it this way? If we're gathering intel, then why didn't we do it from the start? Why wait until the food is almost used up, then go wandering around outside in heat that's pushing 40 degrees? Looks to me like you never seriously thought this through. Tan Sheng said coldly, his face full of chill. The people beside them all nodded in agreement. The reason they had chosen Fu Jun as their leader in the beginning was because Fu Jun was the strongest. If his performance had been so disappointing when Future City was invaded by the Beast Tide, he would have entered Future City's core ranks long ago. But now, Fu Jun had failed to show the ability expected of a leader. That left everyone rather dissatisfied. How was I supposed to know the temperature outside would rise this fast at first? Plans can't keep up with changes. Wasn't I just trying to observe a little more? Anyway, this is how I've arranged it. Do it or don't. Suit yourselves. Fu Jun said angrily. However, his shifting gaze exposed his guilty conscience. He had always been someone greedy for life, afraid of death, and content with comfort. Rebellion plans. All of that. He had only said it to put on a show, because he had always believed that since Chu Ming had gone to so much trouble to bring them back, he definitely wouldn't let them starve to death here. As long as they kept up a tough attitude, Chu Ming wouldn't do anything to them either. After all, they had dozens of ability users here. Even if all the ability users in Qingshui Town were added together, they still wouldn't amount to more than a fraction of their number. Who would have thought that the other side really wouldn't by their act? And now the people around him had also started raising doubts. That caught Fu Jun somewhat off guard. He enjoyed the feeling of being the boss, but he didn't want to bear the responsibility that came with it. If Tan Sheng kept talking, then all his secrets would be exposed. Tan Sheng, stop stirring up trouble here. If we act rashly and something goes wrong, then what? You're suddenly jumping out to question the captain. Don't tell me you've already defected to Qingshui Town, the woman said in a mocking tone. What did you say? Tan Sheng frowned, and a faint layer of firelight appeared behind him. What? You want to make a move? The woman was startled and hurriedly hid behind Fu Jun. Captain, I told you this guy had a problem. He even wants to hit someone. Hiding behind Fu Jun won't help you. If I want to kill you, no one can save you, Tan Sheng said coldly. Oh my young man, why is your temper so bad? I was just saying it casually. It's not like I was really suspecting you. The woman hurriedly changed her tune. Tan Sheng was a fire-type ability user, while she was a water-type ability user, so she was completely suppressed by him. And when the Beast Tide attacked Future City before, Tan Sheng had performed very well too. It was just that he had been overshadowed by several other fire-type ability users, so that promotion slot hadn't gone to him. Really speaking, Tan Sheng was no weaker than Fu Jun. Alright, stop arguing. While we still have food, we should hurry and feel out their situation. Once everything is fully prepared, we'll have a better chance when we act. Someone came out to smooth things over. I'll decide for myself. I don't need to listen to your orders. Tan Sheng let out a cold snort, then turned and walked straight out of the building. TSK. This guy's temper is way too rotten. He is always talking about killing people. I only said a couple words about him. Was that really necessary? The woman muttered under her breath. Alright, there is nothing worth saying to someone like that. Let us talk business instead. Seeing Tan Sheng leave, Fu Jun also let out a sigh of relief in his heart and quickly changed the subject. Of everyone here, the one he feared most was Tan Sheng. Although Tan Sheng's ability wasn't as strong as his, there was one thing he was sure of. Tan Sheng really dared to kill people. Now that someone like that had left, he couldn't be happier. Meanwhile, after Tan Sheng left the residence, he headed straight for the entrance of the botanical garden. At the gate, he happened to run into Chun Zian. You look like one of the people in charge here too, right? Tan Sheng stopped Chen Zian. What is it? Chen Zian stopped walking. I want to see your leader. Tell him I have some information to sell him, Tan Sheng said. Chen Zian sized Tan Sheng up a few times and recognized him as an ability user from Future City. Among this group of ability users, aside from a very small number like Yang Lingchen, Fang Xiuyu, and Zhang Yufei, the rest were basically fringe figures. To put it bluntly, there was no way they could receive serious attention from the base. Even if they were taken in, they would most likely just be treated as tools. After all, they were still ability users. They were definitely more convenient to use than ordinary people. And every one of them had elemental abilities or special abilities. You might not even be able to cultivate one with 100 spirit peaches. Of course, Chu Ming would choose a chance to make use of them. As for truly becoming one of the base S members, that would depend on one's own value and attitude. For example, Zhang Yufei belonged to the type whose talent and strength weren't that great, but his attitude had been good from the start. So this time, when people were being accepted into the base, he naturally got a spot too. No extra conditions were raised. As for Tan Sheng, the situation was different. He was neither someone Chu Ming had taken a liking to from the beginning like Fang Xiuyu, nor was he like Zhang Yufei, who had made his stance clear from the start. If his attitude was vague and ambiguous, then he was most likely with Fu Jun's group. Naturally, Chen Zian had no intention of letting him see Chu Ming. If you have something to say, you can tell me first. I'll decide whether you're worthy of seeing the leader, Chen Zian said as he looked at Tan Sheng. Fu Jun and the others want to rebel. I can tell you all the specific details and plans, but I have to see your leader, Tan Sheng said firmly. Want to rebel? Chen Zian repeated those words. That's right. Altogether, there's 17 of them, and if you add their friends and family, that's already more than 30 people. If they really start causing trouble in Qingshui Town, you won't be able to handle it, Tan Sheng said with some sympathy. Qingshui Town is small to begin with, yet it took in so many ability users. A small temple can't hold a great Buddha. In the end, it can only suffer backlash. They should understand that much. If that is all you want to say, then sorry, I can't agree. Actually, on the very first day you arrived, we already knew what those people were planning. We also know many of the details very clearly. The information you're offering has no value at all, Chen Zian said. You already knew? Tan Sheng's eyes widened. Of course. Chen Zian smiled politely. Who could have imagined that Chu Ming had installed cameras in every building? And cameras were a small matter. For this group of ability users from Future City, Chu Ming had even arranged hidden listening devices. Every day, he would send a copy of the collected information to Chu Ming. As for Fu Jun and the others' actions, they had treated it all as entertainment. A bunch of rookies who had never improved their abilities before. How could they possibly compare to the ability users in their base? What was more, aside from Chu Ming, a tier 3 spatial ability user, their base also had the terrifying little coal ball. Even that mutated earthworm from last time seemed to have already been brought under Chu Ming's control. Even Lu Bin could only flee in panic when facing them, let alone small fry like Fu Jun. They simply weren't worth taking seriously. Tan Sheng carefully observed Chen Zian's expression. After confirming he didn't seem to be lying, he scratched his head gloomily. Why are you people completely different from what I imagined? What did you think we were like? Chen Zian asked. Anyway, stronger than I imagined. After thinking for a moment, Tan Sheng said, how about this? I still have another piece of information, and it's about Future City's core upper layer. I believe your leader will definitely be interested. Future City's core upper layer? Chen Zian pondered for a moment. I need to ask the leader first. After saying that, Chen Zian took out the walkie-talkie and reported the general situation to Chu Ming. Only after getting Chu Ming's permission did he look at Tan Sheng again. Let us go. The leader says he wants to see you. Chen Zian brought Tan Sheng to the underground car's cave. Just as they were about to go in, they saw Fang Xiuyu running out from inside with a pale little face. And from the corner of his eye, Tan Sheng saw a thick, long creature slowly crawl down from the platform outside the cave. What the hell was that? A mutated beast? Tan Sheng was startled. Before he could think further, Chu Ming walked out from inside. Just now, Chu Ming had picked out the lowest tier, mutated earthworm from the cave and planned to use it as practice for Fang Xiuyu, who knew Fang Xiuyu was afraid of bugs and was so scared that she had no idea how to make a move. He could only let Fang Xiuyu go back first. Actually, it was just Fang Xiuyu. Most of the girls in his base didn't like this thing either. So after he moved to the underground city, even Yi Jiyan and Su Yufei rarely came to see him anymore. They were afraid of the mutated earthworms inside the cave. It looked like if he wanted Fang Xiuyu to practice, he would have to pick another species for her. Go on. What information do you have? Chu Ming took a fresh, mutated lemon and squeezed himself a glass of fresh lemon juice, then drank it all expressionlessly in one gulp. Watching Chu Ming drain the whole glass of lemon juice in one go, Tan Sheng felt his teeth turn sour just from watching. What kind of hobby was this? A grown man, and he loved sour things this much? Tan Sheng, just say what you have to say. The leader is here, so stop beating around the bush. Chen Zian urged from his side. It's like this. I have a piece of information about Future City's upper echelon. I can sell this information to you now. But you must let me leave, and you must prepare a vehicle and 3 months' worth of food for me, Tan Sheng said as he looked at Chu Ming. A vehicle? Chen Xian's voice rose. Do you know what you're saying? For a piece of information that may or may not be true, you actually want to trade it for a car and 3 months of food? It's fine. Let him speak. I'll judge for myself whether it's worth that price. Chu Ming set down the glass and said, if it were other information, he naturally wouldn't care. But if it was related to Future City, then he really was a little curious. As for the vehicle and food, whether he would actually give them or not, that would depend on whether this information had any value to him. With such a big base, I'm sure you won't cheat me, so I'll say it. Tanxing actually had no confidence at all, so he could only start with some flattering words. Seeing that Chu Ming had no reaction, he could only continue. The city lord of Future City should have some kind of treasure in his hands. It looked like some kind of animal horn. It could be blown. The last time the beast tide invaded, I saw him use it once. At the time, all the mutated beasts nearby froze for several seconds, and after that, their intent to attack weakened. Later, the city lord should have used it a few more times, but I wasn't nearby for those times. Still, I'm sure the sound came from that beast horn, Tan Sheng added after thinking for a moment. After it's blown, all mutated beasts freeze, and then their intent to attack weakens? Chu Ming Vao Wen. This thing sounded somewhat similar in effect to the creation stone in his hand. Could also be some kind of strange treasure that fell from the sky. And just from Tan Sheng's description, this clearly didn't seem to be the beast horn's full effect. If it also needed to be refined before its full power could be brought out, then the beast horn in Future City Lord's hands was very likely on the same level as a high-grade creation stone. Leader, if you don't believe me, you can ask the others. They haven't seen that beast horn, but they all took part in that chaotic battle during the mutated beast attack. They definitely heard the sound of the beast horn too, Tan Sheng said hurriedly. Go call Yang Lingchen and Zhang Yufei over. Chu Ming said as he looked at Chen Xian. Not long after, Yang Lingchen and the others arrived outside the car's cave. Chu Ming retold what Tan Sheng had just said, leaving out the part about the beast horn. Think about it. Was there something like that? Chu Ming asked. Yes. Zhang Yufei answered without even thinking. At the time, I was still wondering why. The moment the horn sounded, those monsters were like they'd been put on pause. They didn't move at all. Not just that. When that horn sounded, the ability inside my body was also affected. It just didn't feel especially obvious. Yang Lingchen said as well. Really? Zhang Yufei looked a little dumbfounded. I didn't feel much. Now that you mention it, I remember too. That horn sound did have a slight effect on abilities, but if you didn't pay attention, it was hard to connect the two together, Tan Sheng quickly echoed. Chu Ming picked up a sheet of drawing paper from the table. On it was the beast horn he had just asked Tan Sheng to draw. The horn was narrow at the front and wide at the back, with a slight curve. According to Tan Sheng's description, there also seemed to be some flowing patterns on it that glimmered faintly. It was precisely because of those patterns that the beast horn looked far from ordinary. That was why Tan Sheng wanted to sell this intelligence to Chu Ming. The moment he saw this beast horn, Chu Ming recalled some details from his past life. Future City had gone through more than 20 beast tides of all sizes. The further it went, the more frequently the beast tides appeared. But Future City had never suffered a loss in any of those battles. Now that he thought about it, this beast horn was probably the reason. Moreover, although this beast horn could only control the behavior of mutated beasts for a short time, it seemed to have very few limitations. The advanced version of a high-grade creation stone could completely control the mutated animals and plants nearby. But there was a major prerequisite. Those mutated animals and plants had to have appeared because of that high-grade creation stone. Otherwise, it simply would not work. But the beast horn in Future City's Lord's hands had no such restriction at all. He had long known that Future City was definitely not that simple. And now, there was also Pingfu County, which had appeared out of nowhere. Choosing Qingshui Town as his base seemed to place him right between the two. Leader, I've already said everything I should. You really are interested in this thing. So shouldn't you fulfill the conditions you promised me earlier? Tan Sheng reminded from his side. I can give you 3 months' worth of food and a bicycle. Chu Ming put the blueprint into his pocket and said, a bicycle? Tan Sheng froze for a moment. You didn't say what kind of vehicle you wanted just now. Chu Ming stood, and a bicycle doesn't need fuel. It can also go on mountain roads and small paths. It's much more convenient than an ordinary car. Tan Sheng had originally been pretty angry, but after hearing the second half of Chu Ming's words, he felt it made a lot of sense. Riding a bicycle only costs some physical strength. As a fire element ability user, although his stamina was not as good as a strength-type ability user's, it was still far beyond that of ordinary people. Thinking of this, Tan Sheng nodded. Fine, but I want a better quality mountain bike, and some tire repair tools too. Sure. Chu Ming looked at Chen Xian and said, take him to the warehouse to collect his things. By now, the underground city's warehouse held hundreds of kinds of supplies. If you remember correctly, there were also more than a dozen mountain bikes stored inside. And before Chen Xian and Tan Sheng left, Chu Ming had even specially instructed that Tan Sheng be given some high-calorie food, so it would be easier to carry. Faced with Chu Ming's thoughtful suggestion, Tan Sheng was naturally extremely grateful. As for Chen Xian, he understood at once. Taking the supply record book, he headed straight for the underground city's warehouse. Bu Ling had clearly been living quite well these past 2 days. After becoming the warehouse manager, not only had Rong Yuanhao been flattering her every day, even the town mayor's attitude toward her had improved quite a bit. She had even started thinking about staying here for good. But the moment she thought about how, if she brought Qingshui Town's secret back to Future City, she would be able to enter Future City's core circle directly, she gave up that idea. Over the past 2 days, she had checked the warehouse inventory. Compared to Future City, it was simply not worth mentioning, and a lot of it had already been ruined by the flood. As for the very small number of supplies that had been preserved intact, she had found ways to put them into her storage space. She looked down on the rest of these things. Once she found a way to enter the botanical garden, she would more or less be ready to return and report in. Hu Ling held a warehouse improvement blueprint that she had spent half a day drawing. In order to show off her ability, she had even copied out Future City's warehouse layout. As a space ability user, the position she held in Future City had always been related to supplies. So learning Future City's warehouse layout was not difficult for her. With this improvement blueprint, she should be able to get a chance to meet Chu Ming in person. The weather had been getting more and more abnormal lately. She had to complete this mission in the shortest time possible. Just as Hu Ling thought this, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the warehouse. She quickly put away the blueprint, then got up and came to the warehouse entrance. Brother Chun, why are you here? Do you need to draw some supplies? Hu Ling's face returned to its fawning smile. Leader told me to get a mountain bike, plus some high-calorie food, Chun Zian said. All right, I'll go get them for you right away. After saying that, Hu Ling turned and was about to enter the warehouse, but Chun Zian called out to stop her. This time the situation is a bit special. There are specific requirements for both the food and the mountain bike, so I'd better do it myself. Chun Zian walked into the warehouse on his own. A trace of panic flashed across Hu Ling's face, but she quickly adjusted her emotions and followed him. Chun Zian wandered around near the tool section, and in the end picked out a mountain bike that had been worth more than 30,000 before the apocalypse. Then he came to the food section. After searching for a moment, Chun Zian suddenly said with a puzzled expression, when I checked the inventory earlier, I clearly remembered that there were a few boxes of chocolate and compressed biscuits in the warehouse. Why are they gone? Hu Ling's heart skipped a beat. She hurried forward and explained, I've been organizing some supplies these past 2 days. Maybe I put them somewhere else in the warehouse. Let me help look for them. Really? But there are only this many things here. Chun Zian frowned. Brother Chun, what are you worried about? Aren't there still people patrolling outside the warehouse? Who could possibly take things out of here? Hu Ling said with a confident smile, and there was even a trace of smugness in her eyes. For an important place like the warehouse, having people patrol and stand guard around it was perfectly normal. But precisely because of that, she had dared to plunder supplies without restraint. After all, she had only been here for 2 days. Every day, when she entered and left the warehouse, her hands had been empty. Even if something was really discovered later, by then she would have long completed her mission and fled Qingshui Town. She just had not expected that those few boxes of high-calorie food she had deliberately hidden away would have to be handed over so soon. But since the higher-ups wanted them, she could not keep hiding them. Feeling a little displeased, Hu Ling walked behind a pile of miscellaneous items and took all those boxes of supplies out from her storage space. After doing all this, Hu Ling turned around and called out, Brother Chun, the things are all here. I remember they should have been around this area. Come check whether the quantity is right. Chun Zian walked over, looked at the things in the boxes, then nodded and said, these should be the ones. I'll have someone come move them later. Miss Hu, just get the things ready. Don't worry, leave these little things to me. Hu Ling said with a smile. After seeing Chun Zian off, Hu Ling let out a breath of relief. But she did not take this matter to heart. Her storage space was limited anyway. Now that these rare supplies were gone, no matter what, she would have to take some other things with her when she left. After night fell, Hu Ling tidied herself up and prepared to get off work. With a blueprint in hand, she deliberately took a detour by the lava cave's side. When she found that Chu Ming was not there, Hu Ling was instantly overjoyed. She quickly left the underground city and arrived outside the botanical garden. She looked around the area, quickly found Chun Xinyan, then walked over at a fast pace. Sister Chun, I finally found you. What is it? Do you need something? Chun Xinyan looked at Hu Ling and asked, I actually used to do warehouse management work before. I have a warehouse zoning blueprint here. I drew it based on my past experience, and it needs Leader to make the final decision on it. Do you think you could take me to see Leader? Hu Ling handed over the blueprint in her hand. Chun Xinyan took the blueprint and glanced at it. She discovered that it really was a secondary design based on the underground city's warehouse. It was drawn quite well too, and all kinds of dimensions were marked very clearly. But she did not believe for a second that Hu Ling had any good intentions. I'll ask Leader first. Chun Xinyan took out the walkie-talkie and contacted Chu Ming. The management of the base had become stricter and stricter now. Ordinarily, it was one thing. But if anyone outside the core members wanted to see Chu Ming, they all had to get Chu Ming's permission first. So now, nearly every core member had been given a walkie-talkie. Using it only around the botanical garden and underground city was enough to meet their needs. After a moment, Chun Xinyan put down the walkie-talkie and looked at Hu Ling. The leader agreed to see you. Come with me. Then I'll have to trouble little sister, Chun, to lead the way. Hu Ling smiled. When she saw Chun Xinyan heading toward the botanical garden's main gate, the excitement in Hu Ling's eyes was impossible to hide. Finally, she could finally get close to this place. Last time, when Lu Bin brought people here, they had already detected abnormal energy fluctuations inside the botanical garden. At first, they thought it was an ability user. Later, they thought it was a mutated beast under Chu Ming's control. It was until some new discoveries were made at the base some time ago, that they judged there might be something else hidden inside the botanical garden. But whether it was really what the higher-ups suspected still needed her to verify. If that thing really existed, then even if Future City had to pour out all its strength, they would find a way to take Qingshui Town. Hu Ling followed Chen Xinyan through the botanical garden's main gate. The botanical garden now was no different from a fortress of bronze walls and iron barriers. Ahead was a wall 20 meters high and dozens of centimeters thick. The top of the wall was covered in sharp spikes. The only entrance was a security door just wide enough for one person to pass through. After entering the botanical garden, the first thing in sight was several luxurious large villas and a dense forest in the distance. Hu Ling took a deep breath and followed Chen Xinyan into the largest villa. The moment she stepped through the villa's front door, the scorching heat outside was instantly shut off. Do all these big shots live this comfortably? Hu Ling was so envious that she couldn't stop glancing around. Just look at this decoration, look at this furniture and layout. Even before the apocalypse, she couldn't have afforded a house this good. They really knew how to enjoy themselves. Brother Chu, I brought her here. At that moment, Chen Xinyan's voice pulled Hu Ling out of her fantasies. At the same time, a necklace hanging on her chest began to grow slightly warm against her skin. The pendant on that necklace had been custom-made from special material. It could sense special items. Hu Ling looked up at the man sitting on the sofa, her hands trembling with excitement. The thing the city lord was looking for really was on this man. As long as she brought this information back, her mission from above would be complete. Hu Ling took a deep breath and handed over the blueprint in her hand. Leader, this is the blueprint I drew. As long as the renovations are done according to the layout on it, what happened today won't happen again. Chu Ming opened the blueprint, glanced at it, then casually tossed it aside. The moment she saw that, anger surged up in Hu Ling. Leader, what do you mean by that? The blueprint in her hand was highly professional. Could it be that Chu Ming simply couldn't understand it? What a waste of her time. You didn't come to me for this blueprint, and I didn't agree to see you because of this blueprint. So, is there even any need to look at it? Chu Ming said bluntly. The blueprint Hu Ling provided did have some use. But for him, no matter how awesome the planning was, it still wasn't as useful as a space. As for the underground city's warehouse, it was just for appearances. Even if it added more work, Qingshui Town wasn't lacking in manpower. Why should he bother worrying about it? Sometimes, it was a bad thing for people to stay a little busy. Hearing that, a trace of panic flashed through Hu Ling's eyes. What do you mean? I don't understand. You're a space ability user, yet you mixed into the refugee crowd and did everything you could to marry into the town mayor's family. Don't tell me it was just to bring me a blueprint? Chu Ming said with a laugh. What space ability user? If I were an ability user, would I be living this miserably? Fine, if you want to appreciate it, then forget it. I don't care about managing this warehouse anymore. Hu Ling picked up the blueprint from the floor and stormed toward the exit. But just as she reached the doorway, two figures blocked her path. Miss Hu, where do you think you're going? Su Yufei said with a half-smile, arcs of electricity flickering in her palm. Around Su Ying's body coiled a fire snake, ready to attack at any moment. Hu Ling was so frightened that she staggered back a few steps. What are you trying to do? A lot of people outside saw me come in. If I die here, what do you think the mayor's family will think? What will the residents of Qingshui Town think? Hu Ling said in alarm. Has the mayor and his son arrived? Chu Ming tilted his head and asked. They'll be here any moment, Chen Xinyan said. As soon as her words fell, Chen Xian brought the mayor and his son into the botanical garden. This was the first time the mayor and his son had entered the botanical garden since Chu Ming and the others established their base. Looking at the scene inside the botanical garden, both of them had faces full of shock. Chen Xian brought the mayor and his son into Chu Ming's villa. Before they could marvel at anything, Chen Xinyan's words pulled them back to reality. Mayor, your family really married a fine daughter-in-law. You actually brought a spy from Future City right into your home, Chen Xinyan said with a smile. Miss Chen, what nonsense are you talking about? How can my wife possibly be a spy from Future City? Rong Yuanhao immediately spoke up in rebuttal. Hu Ling hurried to Rong Yuanhao's side and sobbed sadly. Dear, you have to stand up for me. I came today to deliver the warehouse blueprint to the leader, but who knew that after I came in, they wouldn't let me leave? They even said I'm some kind of ability user. Don't think I don't know anything. I know perception-type ability users can easily sense the presence of other ability users. There's no way the leader doesn't have a perception-type ability user by side. If I really were an ability user, they would discovered it long ago. Wife, don't worry. There has to be some misunderstanding here. Rong Yuanhao patted Hu Ling's hand to comfort her. A misunderstanding? Chu Ming picked up the remote control beside him and turned on the TV screen. On were two surveillance feeds from the underground city's warehouse. The moment she saw what was in the footage, Hu Ling's face instantly went deathly pale, and she felt it was completely absurd. Were these people serious? There were already so many defenses outside the warehouse, and there was still surveillance inside at all times. What? Was electricity free? And she hadn't discovered it during all her days in the warehouse, which meant the cameras had been installed extremely well hidden. It was obvious they had already started guarding against her long ago. After seeing what was in the surveillance footage, the mayor's face turned extremely ugly. Rong Yuanhao, meanwhile, was panicked beyond belief. Wife, what is going on? How do you have an ability to? Rong Yuanhao stepped forward, grabbed Hu Ling's arm, and asked in a low voice. That's right, I do have an ability. So what does that prove? Did I steal anything? Was even a single item missing from the warehouse? What idea do you have to say I'm a spy from future city? Hu Ling put on an aggrieved expression. Leader, there must be some misunderstanding here. And besides, my wife having a space ability, isn't that a good thing for Qingshui Town? Space ability users are very rare. Rong Yuanhao defended Hu Ling. You brat, this isn't your place to speak. Shut your mouth. The mayor glared at Rong Yuanhao, then turned to Chu Ming and said, Leader, my son doesn't understand things. You can handle this woman however you see fit. Rong Yuanhao had been dazzled senseless by beauty, but he wasn't confused. For a woman as beautiful as Hu Ling, if she had no ulterior motive, how could she possibly have taken a liking to his son? Originally, he had thought that as long as Hu Ling didn't stir up trouble after marrying into their family, he would just turn a blind eye. After all, one more person eating at the table was no burden for them. But who would have thought Hu Ling actually had a space ability? Then her motives couldn't possibly be something simple. And this was definitely not a situation they could control. Dad, the matter hasn't even been investigated clearly yet. How can you just push Ling out like this? Rong Yuanhao protested emotionally, but the mayor's attitude was firm, and he paid no attention to Rong Yuanhao at all. Chu Ming was fairly satisfied with the mayor's reaction. The reason he staged all this was because he didn't want the mayor to harbor resentment over some trivial matter. After all, he still needed the mayor to help manage Qingshui Town. He had created the paradise and included Qingshui Town within it. His original intention was simply to make sure that whenever he needed manpower, there would always be someone ready to fill in. If he had to manage it all himself, he simply did not have the patience for that. And the best method right now was this. Control the mayor alone. And it was the same as controlling the entire Qingshui Town. This was the ideal result he wanted. Otherwise, the moment he noticed something wrong with Hu Ling, he would have just seized her and interrogated her. There's no need to go in such a big circle. Dad, you can't just listen to his side of the story. It's true that I have an ability, but I really have nothing to do with Future City. I just genuinely like Yuanhao. I want to be husband and wife with him. I want to have children with him. Is even that not allowed? Hu Ling still placed her hopes on Rong Yuanhao and his father, because she knew very clearly that right now, only the mayor could protect her. So naturally, she had to work on Rong Yuanhao. At the mayor's house, Rong Yuanhao was now their only son. As long as Rong Yuanhao stood on her side, she would get through today safely. Anyway, she had already obtained the information the city lord wanted. As long as she got through the current crisis safely, she could find a chance to leave any time later. Sure enough, after hearing Hu Ling's words, Rong Yuanhao was deeply moved. He immediately looked at the mayor with a firm expression and said, Dad, you heard her too. Ling and I truly love each other. Don't you want to hold a grandson? I'm taking Ling away today, no matter what. Take her away. Chu Ming let out a cold laugh. Fine. If she can answer a few questions of mine, then I'll treat it as my misunderstanding. Leader, go ahead and ask. As long as it's something Ling knows, she'll definitely tell the truth. Before Hu Ling could speak, Rong Yuanhao agreed for her. After all, from Rong Yuanhao's point of view, there was absolutely no way Hu Ling had any problem. Looking at Rong Yuanhao's foolish expression, Hu Ling nearly blacked out from anger. Let Chu Ming question her? Then whether her answers were right or wrong would be entirely up to Chu Ming. Now, the first question. Chu Ming looked at Hu Ling leisurely and asked, What method are you using to hide your ability? What hiding my ability? I've never hidden any ability. Hu Ling said stubbornly. The one beside me is a second-rank perception ability user. And even she couldn't detect that you were an ability user. What? Is your rank even higher than hers? Chu Ming said mockingly. A second-rank perception ability user. Hu Ling froze slightly. Search her, Chu Ming said, lifting his chin. After receiving Chu Ming's order, Su Yufei and Su Ying immediately stepped forward. What are you trying to do? Hu Ling covered her chest, but she was only a spatial ability user. Her physical strength was nothing special. Su Yufei and Su Ying had both taken physique enhancement serum, so subduing Hu Ling was effortless. Then they removed a necklace, an earring, and a hairpin from her body. Well, Chu Ming looked at Yi Jian again. It's the hairpin, Yi Jian said. Hearing that, Su Yufei handed the hairpin she had found on Hu Ling over to Chu Ming. The moment it leaves her body, her ability can be sensed normally again. Yi Jian added from the side. So this thing can hide abilities, huh? Chu Ming's gaze fell on Hu Ling. Hu Ling was a little flustered, but she still barely kept herself calm. Things that could hide abilities were not especially rare, but an item that could detect that kind of thing was a secret of Future City. She absolutely could not expose that. This hairpin is made from a special crystal. A lot of bases outside are selling it now. If you don't believe me, you can go ask around. Hu Ling forced herself to calm down and said with a steady face. Chu Ming put the 3 items in his hand into his space one by one. The hairpin-esque effect was indeed just as Hu Ling had said. It was made from a special crystal that could conceal the presence of abilities. And the advantage was that it could be disguised as any kind of accessory. Unless someone was very familiar with this kind of crystal, they would never notice anything unusual. If used well, this thing could definitely produce unexpected results. As for the other 2 items, neither of them was an ordinary accessory either. The earring was a concealed listening device. The necklace was even more unusual. It could detect different types of energy through different wavebands. It should be some kind of high-tech product developed after the apocalypse with the help of special materials. Its internal structure was very simple. It could produce such an effect. And behind this necklace, there should also be a main control device used to control the energy wavebands the necklace could detect. So even if he took the necklace, it would still be useless to him. But what he was curious about now was this. Hu Ling had brought this necklace to his side, so what exactly was she trying to investigate? Looking at the several accessories vanishing from Chu Ming's hand out of thin air, Hu Ling was beyond shocked. Why had no one told her that Chu Ming was also a spatial ability user? The Intelligence Future City had obtained said clearly that Chu Ming was a mental ability user. Otherwise, how would he control those mutated beasts? But what she had seen with her own eyes was completely different from the intelligence. What Chu Ming had just used was definitely spatial ability. There was no way she could have seen it wrong. While Hu Ling was feeling confused, Chu Ming took the necklace out of his space again. Holding in his hand, the necklace felt slightly warm. At first, he had thought it was because of the material. Now, however, it seemed it was not that simple. You brought this in. What were you trying to detect? Chu Ming lifted his head and looked at Hu Ling as he asked. Hearing that, Hu Ling's heart jumped. How did he know this necklace had a detection function? I don't know what you're talking about. Hu Ling still wanted to keep playing dumb. But Chu Ming had already lost patience. With ease, he opened the clasp on the necklace pendant, exposing the complex device inside. Stop arguing in front of me. There is already a conclusion to today's matter. Chu Ming looked at the mayor and Rong Yuanhao. You two should head back. What comes next is not convenient for you to be involved in. Ling ya? Rong Yuanhao looked at Hu Ling helplessly. He wanted to save the person in front of him, but could not find a single reason to do so. If Hu Ling really had been sent by Future City, then all the deep affection she had shown before had all been fake? You brat, wake up already. Just look at how guilty Hu Ling looks. It's obvious she is hiding something. Come back with me. The mayor grabbed Rong Yuanhao and forcibly dragged him out of the villa. Hu Ling knew she was done for today, so she could only brace herself and say, I want to say anything. Really? Chu Ming was not in a hurry at all. He turned his head slightly and glanced at Su Yufei. Take her to the Karst cave and lock her up for a few days. Just leave her alive. At the thought of those mutated earthworms in the Karst cave, Su Yufei could not help shivering. You'd better prepare yourself mentally, Su Yufei said, looking at Hu Ling with sympathy. Su Yufei's expression gave Hu Ling a bad feeling. What Karst cave? Hu Ling swallowed and asked. You'll know once you get there. Su Yufei gave Hu Ling no chance to resist. She directly struck her unconscious with lightning, then carried her one-handed toward the underground city. The next day, when Chu Ming got up, Su Yufei was already outside the villa, with Hu Ling looking at Hu Ling's pale face and wounded body. Chu Ming raised his brows and said, Out so soon? Why didn't you stay in there a little longer? Don't mention it. Su Yufei rolled her eyes. She already couldn't hold on by the middle of last night and was willing to confess everything honestly. I only brought her here now because I was afraid of disturbing Big Brother Chu's rest. The corners of Chu Ming's mouth twitched. The mutated earthworms he controlled would absolutely not attack people on their own. It was just that the fluid they secreted was still corrosive, as usual. Added to their terrifying appearance and frightening strength, throwing just any person in there would be enough to scare them out of their wits. Hu Ling was an ability user. He had thought Hu Ling could hold on for another couple of days. He hadn't expected him to be this useless. Fine, tell me honestly. Why did you come to Qingshui town? What is that necklace on you? And what exactly are you trying to find? Chu Ming asked, getting straight to the point. Hu Ling looked dazed for a moment. After a long while, he finally spoke slowly. Future City has a very powerful perception type ability user. His sensing range is extremely wide, and he can even detect differences in energy. He told the city lord that the energy in your botanical garden is very abnormal. It might be the secret behind Qingshui town's strength. So a bounty mission was issued to check whether this place has something the city lord wants. After a pause, Hu Ling continued. As for the necklace I'm wearing, it can sense the existence of that item at close range. What is this item you're talking about? Chu Ming asked. The Divine Stone. Hearing the words Divine Stone, Chu Ming's heart stirred. The name Divine Stone was personally given by the city lord. According to the findings of Future City's research center, the Divine Stone is very likely the origin of energy. It can evolve all animals and plants. And it can also make human abilities stronger. If there's anything else you want to know, just ask. Hu Ling looked like he had already accepted his fate. Right now, he only wanted to stay alive and then find a chance to escape Qingshui town. He definitely wouldn't be going back to Future City either. There was no need for him to keep these so-called secrets anymore. And Chu Ming obviously had a divine stone in his hands too. Even if he said nothing, Chu Ming would discover the divine stone's effects sooner or later. Chu Ming took the high-grade creation stone from his chest and looked at Hu Ling as he asked, "The divine stone you're talking about, is it this?" "That's right." Hu Ling looked up at it, then immediately frowned and said, "But it doesn't look quite the same as the one in the research center." Chu Ming gave a cold smile and put the creation stone away. So Future City had set its sights on the creation stone. But judging from Hu Ling's reaction, the creation stone in Future City was clearly only a low-grade creation stone or a mid-grade creation stone. That was because the exterior of a high-grade creation stone was obviously different from low-grade and mid-grade creation stones. He had never seen a mid-grade creation stone, but a low-grade creation stone looked just like an ordinary rock. If it weren't for the special energy fluctuations on it, anyone who saw it would think it was just a normal stone. A high-grade creation stone, however, had a texture like jade. Even an ordinary person could tell at a glance that there was something extraordinary about it. From this, it could be inferred that a mid-grade creation stone should fall somewhere between the two. There would be some changes, but not enough to make Hu Ling react this strongly. Other than this, what else does Future City want to know? Chu Ming asked. "This is my main mission." Hu Ling thought for a moment and said, "Aside from looking for the divine stone, the city lord also wants to know what's inside the botanical garden. He suspects that if there are so many energy fluctuations in the botanical garden, then there should be more than one divine stone. But there's no way to verify that, so I can only play it by ear. Other than this necklace, has Future City come up with any new research?" Chu Ming had always known that Future City had an extremely powerful R&D team. The one leading it was a doctor who had originally come from a research institute. He also possessed a special ability that allowed him to turn many ideas into reality. This person was extremely mysterious. In his previous life, Chu Ming had stayed in Future City for a year or two, yet he never found out this person's name or what he looked like. He only knew that such a major figure existed in Future City. The apocalypse was still in its early stages. Yet that person had already figured out the use of the creation stone and had even developed a detector. He definitely didn't have that kind of advantage on his side. A lot of things in the research center are confidential, but recently I heard that the base is about to roll out a new physical enhancement serum. It's extracted from mutated beasts, and it can strengthen the human body, though it comes with some side effects. But even with side effects, a lot of people are still scrambling to buy it. After all, in times like these, strength is the capital for survival. What a few side effects matter. At this point, Hu Ling looked deeply regretful and annoyed. If he had been able to complete this mission, once the first batch of physical enhancement serum was produced, he definitely would have gotten a share too. Who would have thought he would fall here? If he had known, he wouldn't have stolen those things from the warehouse. High-quality supplies were just too rare now. In Future City, a lot of high-quality supplies had already reached the point where they needed to be exchanged with energy cores. If he brought those supplies back, trading them for a few energy cores would not have been a problem at all. Who could have expected him to lose the bigger for the sake of the smaller? What he hadn't expected even more was that in an apocalypse where civilization had nearly vanished, there were still people using modern surveillance equipment. This simply didn't play by the rules. But when he thought about how Chu Ming was also a space-type ability user, it did make some sense. Space abilities were extremely rare. In many places, people didn't even know that space abilities existed. Naturally, they wouldn't be on guard against them. This time, he could only blame his own bad luck. They moved pretty fast. Chu Ming was not surprised by this at all. Future City would develop physical enhancement serum sooner or later, but it would always remain an incomplete version. It had side effects, and its effects would always stay at the first or second tier. That was why he had confidently taken out his own physical enhancement serum for trade, because he knew very well that Future City would definitely be interested in physical enhancement serum. But no matter how interested they were, anything extracted by manpower could never compare to his space. "I've already told you everything I know." Hu Ling looked at Chu Ming cautiously and said, "Can I leave now?" Originally, he truly hadn't thought much of Chu Ming at all, but in just half a day, his impression of Chu Ming had undergone a complete overturning change. No wonder out of all the bases around D-City, Chu Ming was the only one who had not been destroyed by Future City and was even qualified to do business with him. If all his guesses were true, then many of Future City's higher-ups would probably have to overturn all of their previous conclusions. There were actually dual ability users in this world. On Chu Ming's side, dual ability users were no longer anything unusual, but in the outside world, it was completely unheard of. So after Hu Ling learned this secret, he no longer had any thoughts of opposing Chu Ming. Right now, he only wanted to leave here alive. But of course, Chu Ming would not let him have his way. "Do you think I'll let you take this information out with you?" Hu Ling's heart jolted, and panic instantly flooded him. "Chief, I was at least a core member of Future City before. Keeping me here will definitely be useful. I won't leave anymore. Spare my life. I won't take a single step out of Qingshui town for the rest of my life." Hu Ling could hear the meaning behind Chu Ming's words. He clearly had no intention of letting him leave here alive. Right now, his only value was his identity as a core member of Future City. Because of that identity, he had access to many of Future City's secrets, even though he hadn't been there for very long. But judging from Chu Ming's reaction, he was very interested in some of the things inside Future City. So he could only seize this opportunity and fight for a slim chance of survival for himself. I've already asked everything I wanted to know. The things I didn't ask about mean I'm not interested, so you can go in peace. Chu Ming showed no interest at all in Hu Ling's proposal. A space ability user might be very valuable to other bases, but to him, it was the kind of ability he needed the least. Besides, Hu Ling was different from the other ability users he had brought back from Future City. He was a core member of Future City, yet for the sake of staying alive, he could betray Future City so easily. If it were Chu Ming instead, the result would be the same. More importantly, Hu Ling knew that he had a creation stone on him that made it even more impossible to keep him alive. No, don't kill me. I still have one more piece of information about the City Lord's divine artifact. Hu Ling was scared out of her wits and threw out her final trump card. Divine artifact? Chu Ming raised an eyebrow. You mean that horn that can control mutated beasts? Hu Ling's expression changed slightly. How do you know? I already said it. You no longer have any value to me. And this isn't some junkyard where I take in whoever comes to defect. When you accepted this mission, didn't you think about the consequences? Chu Ming said, looking down at Hu Ling from above. Hu Ling collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. As a flash of lightning passed, the botanical garden fell quiet once more. During this time, Fu Jun and the others naturally hadn't been behaving themselves either. Chu Ming couldn't be bothered to deal with them, but considering they were all ability users, he still arranged for 4 or 5 tier 3 mutated earthworms to wander nearby. If they dared to make a move or do anything out of line, then they would never get another chance to speak. Unfortunately, restless as they were, they still didn't dare do anything more outrageous. It got to the point that even Chu Ming had no idea what they were trying to do. By the time the 1-month period was up, the weather outside had reached a shocking 50 degrees. Without exaggeration, weather like this could easily kill people from the heat. It was also the stage of the apocalypse with the highest death toll. In just a few short days, everyone fell into panic. If the temperature had stopped at 40-something degrees, that would have been one thing. But the key was, judging by this trend, would even 50 degrees fail to be the limit? Fu Jun and the others had originally planned to wait until the food ran out, then use that as an excuse to go make trouble for Chu Ming, but the extreme heat outside completely stunned them. Captain Fu, the last of the food is gone today. Are we still going through with the plan or not? Someone asked anxiously while wiping sweat away. In this damned weather, even if we take over Qingshui town, how many good days could we really enjoy? We should think about how to survive first. Another group had completely given up on the idea. At this point, it was no longer about staying or leaving or grabbing territory. A new round of natural disaster had begun again. And from the looks of things outside, this round was terrifying heat. In temperatures of minus 60 or 70 degrees, people could still rely on certain methods to survive. But if it became heat of 60 or 70 degrees instead, then people would be roasted alive. In the face of survival, everything else was meaningless. Fu Jun was at a complete loss too. When everyone turned to look at him, he could only clear his throat and say, right now, it's indeed not suitable to act, and even less suitable to leave Qingshui town and travel a long distance. Qingshui town is at high altitude, and the temperature has already exceeded 50 degrees. Conditions downhill will only be worse. We should stay put for now and wait for a better opportunity. Easy for you to say. We're out of food now, and the power gets cut off tomorrow. Whether we starve to death or burn to death, death is still death. Yeah, how about we just join Qingshui town? At a time like this, let us stop being picky. I agree to joining Qingshui town. If our lives are gone, what is the point of strength and status? I think Qingshui town has been building an underground city this whole time. Maybe they already predicted the weather would get hotter. As long as we join Qingshui town, we'll definitely be able to take shelter in the underground city. That's right. I've been observing it during this time. Qingshui town's underground city is built 10 meters below ground. If we can live there, maybe we really can survive the disasters to come. Hearing everyone say this, Fu Jun actually let out a sigh of relief. All this time, he had only been enjoying the feeling of being a leader. If something really happened, he was completely incapable of making a decision. Now that everyone supported joining Qingshui town, it gave him a way out. Since everyone says so, then I'll go negotiate with Qingshui town's leader. Fu Jun stood up and said, when it came to things with too much risk, Fu Jun would always find ways to avoid them. But when faced with chances to show himself off, he would step forward without hesitation. As long as everyone acknowledged him, then even if they joined Qingshui town later, he could still get himself some small official position. And just as everyone said, Qingshui town had most likely already predicted that the temperature would rise, which was why they had built the underground city ahead of time. So if they wanted to get through the current crisis, they could only choose to lower their heads first. As long as it didn't affect his status among the ability users, that was enough. Sure enough, seeing Fu Jun take the initiative to step forward, much of everyone's dissatisfaction faded. The vice captain really is responsible. Then we'll leave this matter to you. Someone immediately flattered him. Fine, I'll go right now. Fu Jun straightened his chest and strode out the door. The moment he stepped outside, Fu Jun felt a wave of heat blast him in the face. That scorching temperature was hard to bear even for him as an ability user. Not to mention ordinary people. The most terrifying thing was that this kind of temperature barely dropped even at night. It was as if the entire earth had been shoved into an oven. Fu Jun took a deep breath and walked toward the underground city. During this time, he had holed up in his residence every day, eating and waiting for death. Although he knew about the underground city, he had never gone inside. So it was only when he truly entered the underground city that he realized just how great the temperature difference was between inside and outside. Fu Jun looked around at the surrounding environment. Just as he was about to ask someone where Chu Ming lived, he saw Su Yufei and Yi Jian walking out from inside the underground city. Seeing this pair of sister beauties, Fu Jun's eyes lit up. He remembered that Su Yufei and Yi Jian were the two women closest to Chu Ming. Wouldn't he be able to see Chu Ming through them? Thinking of this, Fu Yun immediately woke to. You too, I'm the representative of the ability user team. I have something to say to your leader now. So hurry up and take me over there, Fu Jun said arrogantly. In his view, once Su Yufei and Yi Jian heard this, they should be extremely happy. Then respectfully take him to see Chu Ming. But after hearing this, neither Su Yufei nor Yi Jian looked very pleased. Representative of the ability user team? Su Yufei folded her arms and asked, how come I don't remember Big Brother Chu ever appointing any ability user representative? Don't tell me you gave yourself that title. What do you mean gave myself that title? Fu Jun frowned in displeasure. This representative position of mine was elected in accordance with everyone's wishes. What I say represents the will of all ability users. Fu Jun waved his hand impatiently. I'm not interested in wasting words with two little girls like you. Hurry and take me to see your leader. Your leader paid a huge price to exchange for us from Future City. If you offend us, you won't end up well. You want to see Big Brother Chu? Su Yufei let out a cold laugh. Sorry, but for now, you don't have the qualifications. When Big Brother Chu wants to see you, he'll naturally send someone to inform you. What did you say? Fu Jun's expression froze on his face. Did this woman even know what she was saying? How could Chu Ming possibly be unwilling to see them? More importantly, if Chu Ming refused to see him today, then what were they supposed to do about their food and electricity? In weather this hot, with no food and no air conditioning, who could possibly endure it? The base has been very busy lately. Once Big Brother Chu is done, he'll naturally remember you. Su Yufei said this time with some impatience in her tone. Oh, right. The underground city will be under closed management from now on. Since you Haven T officially joined our base, don't come in casually anymore. If you get accidentally hurt when the time comes, that one T be good. Hearing this, Fu Jun felt both anxious and furious. Seeing that Su Yufei and Yi Jian were about to leave, Fu Jun hurriedly chased after them and said, Ladies, since I came to meet your leader, of course I'm interested in joining. But right now, the place we're staying has no food, and our power has been cut off too. We can't keep living like this. How about this? Let us move into the underground city first, and you keep providing food. Once Leader Chu is done with his work, we can meet him then. That works too, right? I can't make that decision. Isu Yufei glänzt, Fu Yu Nyovisensvi. The residents of Qingshui town all want to move into the underground city too. The leader is already swamped, and resources are extremely tight. Aren't all of you ability users? You should think of a way yourselves. Come on, my dear lady. Do you even know what is important and urgent? We're all ability users. How can those ordinary people compare to us? Fu Jun said, unable to understand. They listen. Su Yufei said it as if it were only natural. Big Brother Chu likes people who listen. Fu Jun had no reply for a moment. Enough. Hurry back. When you have time, take more missions and earn some contribution points. As long as you can save up 100 contribution points, you can join the base unconditionally. This condition is valid at any time. If you don't understand, go ask Yang Lingchun and the others. After saying that, Su Yufei pulled Yi Jian away. Only Fu Jun was left standing there, his face turning green and white. Fu Jun had always thought that as long as they were willing to join Qingshui town, Chu Ming would definitely welcome them with utmost respect. Who would have thought that now? It was hard for him to even meet Chu Ming once, let alone the treatment he had imagined. The more Fu Jun thought about it, the angrier he became. He vented by kicking the wall beside him a few times, then returned to their residence with a dark expression. Seeing Fu Jun return so quickly, the ability users all gathered around him. Captain, how did it go? What did that Leader Chu say? What is the temperature like in the underground city? Can we move in right away? Did you negotiate our treatment with them? Forget it. It's better to talk about that ourselves. After all, everyone's abilities are different, so the treatment definitely has to be different too. Qingshui town is such a small place. Who knows how many supplies they have? But we don't have much choice now. Let us wait until this damn weather cools down first. Everyone spoke one after another, nearly making Fu Jun's mentality collapse. Seeing that everyone was drifting further and further off topic, Fu Jun finally could not help but speak. Everyone listen to me first. I actually didn't get to meet Leader Chu today, so I can't give you the answers you want. You didn't meet the leader? Someone was slightly stunned. Then what were you doing out there for so long? They already said it. The leader is a busy man. Outsiders like us can't just meet him whenever we want. Fu Jun spread his hands. I really tried everything, both soft and hard words. but they wouldn't even give me a chance. There's nothing I can do. Hearing this, everyone present was dumbfounded. No way. Weren't we exchanged here by Leader Chu at a great price? How could he just leave us alone? Could it be that Leader Chu really only gave us a 1-month adjustment period? But with the weather outside this bad, how are we supposed to go out and carry out missions? P.S. bluffing. He wants to use this method to force us to submit. How despicable. But what do we do now? There's no food, and the electricity will be cut tomorrow. At the very least, they have to let us live in the underground city, right? Seeing that he had successfully shifted the blame away from himself. Fu Jun could not help but let out a breath of relief. Then he pretended to be helpless and said, I asked about that too. We have to become official members of the base first before we can move into the underground city. And if we want to become official members, we have to take missions and earn contribution points. Great. So after all that, they still want us to be laborers. We do the work, but we don't get to enjoy any of the benefits we should have. A middle-aged woman shouted at the top of her voice. Times are different now. We're no longer in Future City. Even if we go back, they want to take us in. Why don't we compromise for now? At least we can get through the crisis in front of us. That's right. No matter what happens later, we have to think about surviving first. More people no longer wanted to put up useless resistance. They had dragged things out until their advantage was completely gone. If they had chosen to negotiate conditions with Chu Ming half a month earlier, they would have had more paths to take. But now, they had no choice at all. So what if they were ability users? Under a natural disaster, without shelter, food, or water, they could only wait to die. Once someone opened their mouth and said this, the remaining people who could not bring themselves to lose face also chose to compromise one after another. While the temperature had not yet reached an absurd level, they had to hurry and take more missions to earn contribution points. That way, they could move into the underground city sooner. Otherwise, when the heat became so bad that they could not go outside, even to the point where people would die, they would have even fewer choices and be even more passive. And just like that, this group of ability users was finally willing to step out of their rooms and formally come into contact with Qingshui Town. What was even more terrifying next was that, even though the temperature had already reached 50 degrees, over the following period of time, the outside temperature was still rising by 1 or 2 degrees every day. In just a few days, the human body could no longer withstand it at all. Fortunately, the residents of Qingshui Town had already been transferred into the underground city ahead of time. As for Fu Jun and the others, because their performance over the past few days had been acceptable, Chu Ming also assigned them a small cave and allowed them to temporarily stay inside. The underground city officially began closed management. Aside from a few core personnel under Chu Ming, everyone was forbidden from leaving the underground city. At the same time, the base's armed forces were gradually beginning to take shape. First, the largest group was the team that had taken the physical enhancement liquid. There were around 6,000 people in total. Among them, 1,000 were a ranged archer corps, specially created by Chu Ming. They were all equipped with enhanced compound bows. In addition, there was also an ability user squad of around 100 people. These were all cultivated using spirit peaches. Most of them were strength type and speed type ability users, with a small number of perception type ability users mixed in. Among them, a few were lucky and awakened elemental abilities. Chu Ming appointed them as leaders of the ability user squad. Of course, all those who had used Chu Ming's physical enhancement liquid and spirit peaches had signed life and death contracts with him. Although this contract was only a decoration, it could still be considered a reminder to them. If they made any move in the future that violated the base, he could execute these people unconditionally. After Chu Ming completely refined the high-grade creation stone, he could quickly create large numbers of mutated earthworms in a short period of time. Although they were only the lowest grade first-rank mutated earthworms, the first-rank energy cores and first-rank regeneration liquid obtained from them were all extremely cost-effective things. In this way, although there was only Yi Jian, one healing-type ability user, in his base with regeneration liquid as a supplement, casualties could be reduced to the greatest extent. As for higher-grade second-rank mutated earthworms, they would take more time. From a cost-performance perspective, they definitely were not as efficient as directly catalyzing first-rank mutated earthworms. The key was that this thing also reproduced very quickly. Just one Cars cave could produce more than 10 first-rank mutated earthworms every day. In 10 days, that would be 100 first-rank energy cores, as well as a large amount of first-rank regeneration liquid. The effect of first-rank regeneration liquid was not as good as second-rank and third-rank ones, but its advantage was that there was enough of it. It happened to meet Qingshui Town's current needs. One had to know that there were now tens of thousands of people following him. He would never think he had too many of any supplies. After all, each mutated earthworm could only yield a small bottle of regeneration liquid. Accumulated together, the amount did not seem small, but compared to a population base of tens of thousands, it was completely not enough. However, everything had only just begun. As time went on, whether it was energy cores or other things, quantity would no longer be a problem. Under Chu Ming's protection, the residents of Qingshui Town didn't suffer too many casualties. And because Chu Ming had urged everyone to go out and gather supplies some time ago, Basically, every household now had some stockpile, enough to let them hold out in the underground city for a long time. But the other bases didn't have it so easy. Even Future City, which had foreseen the coming extreme heat in advance, wasn't doing much better. The time they had been given was just too short. Whether it was collecting and storing supplies, or building the underground city, none of it had been prepared thoroughly enough. After all, Future City had a population of several million. It was simply impossible to keep that many people alive. When the crisis truly hit, for some ordinary people who weren't that important, no, it should be said, for the majority of people, Future City would take a hands-off approach. If even Future City was like this, there was no need to mention the other bases and various gangs. Their situations would only be even more brutal. And in this extreme heat disaster, the death toll would also be the highest in history. Most terrifying of all, in such a harsh environment, the evolution speed of mutated animals and plants was actually faster than ever. However, humans also gradually evolved the ability to withstand high temperatures. But that process lasted a full 5 to 6 months. By the time humanity returned to the surface, the world outside had already become completely different. However, on Qingshui Town's side, their peaceful days didn't last long either. When Chu Ming first designed the underground city, he hadn't anticipated the nearly 100,000 refugees that appeared later. Although he had reserved quite a lot of space, to Chu Ming, the refugees outside Qingshui Town were worth even less than tool people. He could use them when they were useful. When they weren't, he had no interest in wasting supplies to feed them. Not to mention that these refugees had come looking for trouble from the very beginning. Chu Ming naturally wasn't going to take them in so easily. This also caused large-scale deaths among the refugees outside Qingshui Town during the rapid rise in temperature, especially once the heat passed 50 degrees. Yet they still refused to leave. When driven into a corner, even a dog would jump over the wall, let alone this group of mentally unstable riders. Even the wall over 10 meters tall outside Qingshui Town failed to stop them from breaking in. Before this, Qingshui Town still had spontaneously organized armed forces. With the high walls and the guards, these refugees hadn't dared do anything too extreme. But now all the residents of Qingshui Town had already retreated into the underground city. No matter how many little tricks these refugees pulled, no one was there to stop them. After they rushed into Qingshui Town, they discovered that the entire town was already deserted. The one who organized the refugees' operation this time was a man nearly 2 meters tall. His name was Lu Sheng, a student from Sports Academy. After the extreme heat arrived, he had been incredibly lucky and awakened his strength ability. At the current stage, strength users were still among the highest ranked and most sought-after abilities. With Lu Sheng's qualifications, he could have gone to join any base. But after awakening his ability, his ambition rose with it. This ride had been stirred up by him in secret. Then, at the end, he stepped forward as an ability user, and everyone naturally began obeying his every word. After breaking into Qingshui Town, the refugees looked at the completely empty town, all somewhat at a loss. Lu Sheng, however, brought people straight to the botanical garden, and very quickly, they found the entrance to the underground city. Damn, they actually all hid underground. Looks like they were prepared long ago, said one of the subordinates Lu Sheng had temporarily promoted, following at his side. The entrance is sealed up tight. It should be hard to open from the outside. Lu Sheng stepped forward and checked it. Boss, I think the wall around that botanical garden ahead is dozens of meters high. There must be something good inside, or those guys wouldn't have gone to all the trouble of building such a high wall. A refugee ran over and said at that moment, I noticed that long ago. Do I need you to remind me? Lu Sheng shot the refugee an annoyed look. If he still needed someone else to point out something that obvious, wouldn't that make him look stupid? Let's go. We'll take a look inside the botanical garden. Lu Sheng got up and led everyone toward it. When they arrived in front of the high wall, Lu Sheng raised a large iron hammer, intending to smash through it with brute force. Just now outside, where he destroyed the outer wall of Qingshui Town, this was the method he used. Although it had taken some effort, he had still managed to smash it open. But when Lu Sheng, full of confidence, tried to use the same method on the wall in front of him, he discovered that even with all his strength, he could only leave the faintest marks on it. At this rate, he probably wouldn't be able to smash out even half a dent before nightfall. The key point was that the outside temperature was over 50 degrees. Not to mention half a day, even staying outside for dozens of minutes could put his life in danger. They're both walls made by the same ability user. So why is the difference this huge? Lu Sheng said, his face full of confusion. Of course, he had no idea that when Chun Xinyan built the outer wall of Qingshui Town, she had only been a first-order ability user. But when she built the outer wall of the botanical garden, she was already a second-order ability user. And because her ability was outstanding, Chu Ming had also prioritized giving resources to her. On top of that, building the wall itself required consuming a large number of energy cores. That was also of huge help to Chun Xinyan's ability growth. So after the wall was completed, Chun Xinyan reinforced some of the key sections again. How could it possibly be something a newly awakened strength ability user could destroy? Boss, there's an entrance over here. Wouldn't it be easier to get in from this side? Lu Sheng's subordinate said from not far away. Hearing that, Lu Sheng walked over. Looking at the heavy iron door in front of him, he frowned and said, I can't even smash through the earth wall. Are you sure it'll be easier to get in from here? This iron door was clearly also condensed with an ability. Its toughness went without saying, and just now, he had already begun to lose confidence. He had thought that under Chu Ming, there were at most only a few ability users, and that most of them were probably elemental or special types. When it came to pure strength, they definitely couldn't compare to him. But now it seemed that elemental ability users were stronger than he had imagined. Just this terrifying defensive earth wall alone was something he couldn't break through in a short time. If they really fought, and a few of them coordinated together, he definitely wouldn't stand a chance. But now, Chu Ming's people had most likely all moved into the underground city. This was truly his best chance to enter the botanical garden. No matter what method he used, he had to find a way in and see what was inside. Boss, even if this is an iron door, it still isn't one with the earth wall. I also saw a keyhole on the side. As long as we find a locksmith to open the lock, won't that do it? The subordinate leaned close to Lu Sheng and said with a sly look, right? Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. Hurry and find a few locksmiths. See if there's any way to get this door open. The moment he finished speaking, the ground suddenly began to shake, and, judging by the sound, it was coming from inside the botanical garden. What the hell? An earthquake? The subordinate said in shock. By now, a lot of people had already developed psychological trauma toward all kinds of natural disasters. If it really was an earthquake, there wouldn't even be anywhere to run. No, Lu Sheng said, his pupils trembling. It sounded like something's under the groove, bang. Before Lu Sheng could finish, a giant long worm suddenly burst out from underground. It was still the same fourth-order, mutated earthworm Chu Ming had controlled before. Its body was now even larger, and its skin was even covered in a layer of earth armor. In terms of defense, offense, and size, it was among the absolute top tier of mutated beasts now. Most importantly, the mutated earthworm had an extremely terrifying regenerative ability. Let alone dealing with these tens of thousands of refugees, even against a group of ability users of the same rank. It could still hold them off for a very long time. Mutate beast. The deputy was so scared he was practically about to piss himself. Lu Sheng was naturally not much better off. When judging the level of a mutated beast, the most intuitive feature was its size. A small mutated beast was not necessarily low level, but a large mutated beast was definitely not low level. Once the tier 4 mutated earthworm made its move, Lu Sheng and his people were nearly wiped out on the spot. They were not even given any chance to react. When the remaining refugees saw this, they were scared out of their minds and all started fleeing outward. Right then, a team of around 100 people suddenly appeared at the entrance of Qingshui town, blocking the refugees' retreat. We're the guard unit of Bliss Paradise. Right now, Bliss Paradise still has one shelter that can hold 50,000 people. Our leader has also agreed to let you all move in, but we do not want to see something like today happen a second time. Otherwise, the people from just now will be your fate, Yuan Li said, wearing metal armor and standing at the very front of the group. The refugees were terrified at first, but after hearing Yuan Li's words, hope burst out among them again. Sir, the leader is really willing to take us in? I didn't hear wrong, did I? We can move into the underground city too? That's great. I knew Leader Chu was a good man. Back then, after we did something that's stupid, the leader still let us stay on the mountain and even gave us a chance to make up for our mistakes and earn supplies. What we did today was really fucking disgraceful. Don't drag me into this. I never had any hostility toward Qingshui town, no Bliss Paradise. I'm willing to give my all for Leader Chu. In just a few short minutes, the attitude of all the refugees had made a complete 360-degree turn. Yuan Li nodded in satisfaction. The reason they had left these refugees hanging was precisely to achieve this effect. If they had easily arranged living quarters for the refugees, probably very few of them would have felt any gratitude. But once these people were driven into a dead end and realized that trying to force things simply would not work, then they gave the shelter to them. In the eyes of these refugees, Chu Ming was undoubtedly repaying resentment with kindness, and even more so offering help in their darkest hour. People were just that shameless. This tactic cost Chu Ming nothing at all, but it could completely bring these refugees under his control, and it also served the purpose of suppressing them. It could be called killing two birds with one stone. Just like that, these refugees were arranged into a separate underground city. This underground city had been under construction for less than 20 days. Not only was the space cramped, but many facilities were also incomplete. Still, several wells had been dug, so at least it could ensure they would not die of thirst, though fetching water was a bit troublesome. Besides that, Chu Ming also had people dig a passage between the two underground cities. This passage led to another deep pit. Its layout was nearly the same as the one by the cave dwellings. This place was specifically used to raise insects, and those insects could be made into protein blocks to maintain the energy the body needed. For a very long time in the future, this would be the survivor's staple food. In his previous life, when he was in Future City, he had also lived on this stuff every single day. Although it sounded disgusting, its actual nutritional value far exceeded the food outside, which had long since rotted and expired. As for how these insects were to be raised, if they did not rely on the creation stone, then the process would be somewhat disgusting. Now, that Chu Ming had the creation stone. There was no need for those stomach-turning breeding methods. At the beginning, everyone would not be too resistant to accepting it either. Just like that, the temperature outside finally reached a terrifying 60 degrees. Almost no one could stay outside for more than 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the temperature in the underground city remained stable at 30-something degrees. Although it was still stuffy and hot, at least it would not roast people to death. As time passed, everything in the underground city gradually fell into place. The tens of thousands of people from Qingshui town, together with an almost equal number of refugees, for a total of around 100,000 people, could barely be said to have survived in this terrifying environment. But Chu Ming still sent people out to patrol every day, keeping track of the situation outside at all times. At this stage, humanity could only hide away and live like turtles. But outside, earth-shaking changes were taking place. In his previous life, Chu Ming had missed many things. This time, he naturally had to keep watch on the outside world at all times. At the same time, Fu Jun and the others, who were responsible for most of the important physical labor in the underground city, also noticed this anomaly. After their last argument, they had finally gathered together again. Fu Jun first looked around, then lowered his voice and said, "Have you noticed? Those official members go out every day like they aren't affected at all. In weather this hot outside, they still wrap themselves up tight. Even espers shouldn't be able to endure this kind of high temperature, right? I noticed it too. The leader sends people out to patrol every day. They stay outside the whole day at a time. Who can withstand 60-degree heat?" Someone immediately echoed, "Looks like this base has a way to resist the high temperature. It's just that if we want to get this method, we first have to become official members of the base." That's right. We can't stay in this sunless underground pit forever. We should hurry up and earn contribution points. Once we become official members, we can go exchange for a lot of supplies. Yeah, I don't want to keep eating those disgusting protein blocks anymore. By today, these espers had completely given up any thoughts of resisting or escaping. First, they simply could not leave. Second, they had also clearly recognized the strength of Bliss Paradise. So what if they had more espers? Did they not see Chu Ming casually bring out an esper team of over 100 people with a wave of his hand? That was already on a scale comparable to Future City. If they still failed to appreciate what was good for them, then there was something wrong with their brains. After the underground city of Bliss Paradise was officially established, several new work positions were added. Most of them were related to improving the underground city's living environment, as well as future measures involving water sources and food. And in order to improve work efficiency, Fu Jun's Esper team from Future City became the most suitable labor force. So they were also gradually close to saving enough contribution points to become official members. Now, most people were only thinking about how to become official as quickly as possible. From resisting at the beginning, to wanting to fight back, to having no choice but to accept their fate in just a little over a month. Their mentality had completely changed. This was the reason Chu Ming had always left them alone. He had spent a large amount of stamina enhancement fluid to trade for these espers. On the one hand, he wanted to weaken Future City's strength in the future. On the other hand, he naturally wanted them to be of use to him. Of course, if these guys remained stubborn to the bitter end. He was not determined to keep them no matter what. But now, the change in Fu Jun and the others was already developing in the direction Chu Ming had expected. That was the best possible outcome. As for the people who went out to patrol every day, they were all wearing the shared Qingguang silk protective suits. With Qingguang silk's protection, no matter how scorching the weather was, their bodies would remain at a constant temperature and would not be affected by the outside world. So when almost no living person dared to appear outside, Chu Ming's people were completely unaffected. It was just that the amount of Qingguang silk was limited. Although later on he found a mutated willow tree in the center of the botanical garden and collected more Qingguang silk, the number of protective suits they had managed to produce so far was still fewer than 500. Among them, 100 sets were for public use. The remaining 400 sets were placed into the exchange rewards. However, because Fu Jun and the others had not yet become official members, they still did not know about this. So it was not strange for them to be confused about this point. Besides that, Chu Ming also opened a lower-tier exchange list. The items on it were all daily necessities. Their quality was not especially high, but they could make life somewhat more comfortable. Before the apocalypse, naturally no one would have looked twice at these things. But after the apocalypse, many people were still very willing to pursue things that could improve their quality of life. Especially in a place like the dungeon, where there was no daylight at all, some entertainment venues had even developed. For example, bars, casinos, dance halls, and so on. All consumption required contribution points. But naturally, the contribution points earned by ordinary people were not worth the same as the contribution points earned by ability users. Fu Jun and the others were nothing special among ability users. But if they took out their contribution points, they would already count as fairly wealthy in Elysium. After this model was put into practice, contribution points gradually became the default circulating currency in Elysium. As for the various positions set up to keep the dungeon running smoothly, all of them recruited the needed manpower within a short time. Those who failed to get hired even regretted not seizing the opportunity. Compare with the phenomenon in the vast majority of bases, where the people at the bottom worked lazily and without motivation. This was a completely different scene. Of course, this also benefited from the fact that Chu Ming always kept his word. His reputation spoke for itself. As long as someone came with contribution points, they could basically exchange them for whatever they wanted. That was why contribution points gradually became something like currency. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. On the surface, aside from the rampaging, mutated beasts, there were almost no traces of humans left. And after half a year of evolution, nearly all the life forms still surviving on the surface had reached at least Tier 3 strength. The former rulers of Earth could now only hide underground like rats in the sewer, not daring to go outside. The only exception was Elysium. Over the past 6 months, Chu Ming had not only been improving the dungeon-esque construction, but had also been constantly watching the situation in the botanical garden. On top of that, they had been collecting the cyan light silk produced by the mutated willow tree. By now, Elysium had produced over 10,000 sets of thermostatic protective suits. That was basically enough to equip every person responsible for going outside on duty or into battle. The current Elysium fully lived up to the word paradise. Compared to the hell on Earth outside, Elysium could practically be called a secluded paradise. During this period, there were also a few minor episodes. While the other bases were hiding underground, Elysium had frequently made contact with some decent nearby bases and small groups. Some of Hanwha's people were among them. But compared to when Chu Ming first went to their base, by the time Hanwha brought people to join Elysium, fewer than 1,000 people were left. It was said that after the extreme heat descended, the base had gone through several splits and then lost a large number of people. By the end, only a few hundred were still left by Hanwha's side. As for Hanwha, Chu Ming attached quite a bit of importance to her. On one hand, Hanwha knew Pingfu County quite well, and she had also been the first witness of the mirage. On the other hand, Hanwha's ability was not something to overlook either. Hanwha was a metal element ability user, but her metal element ability was somewhat different from ordinary metal element abilities. Her ability let her instantly create a large number of weapons, and in her hands, those weapons could display 100 times the effect of ordinary weapons. So Hanwha had now become one of Elysium's top combat forces. With mutated beasts running rampant outside, and with high-grade creation stones able to raise mutated beasts, Chu Ming naturally no longer lacked low-grade energy cores. Because of that, all of the core ability users had reached Tier 3, and a very small number had even reached Tier 4. As for Chu Ming, half a month ago, he had successfully broken through to Tier 6. His level was always about 2 tiers higher than the top ability users. That was the reason he had started greatly expanding the base later on, because Future City, which he had once been extremely wary of, no longer posed any threat to him now. Besides the animals and plants outside, human bodies had also undergone more or less some changes under the influence of the special environment. The most important point among them was heat resistance. According to Chu Ming's tests, the vast majority of ordinary people could now withstand temperatures in the 50s, especially after the outside temperature, which had previously fluctuated wildly, gradually stabilized. Many people could already go out and move around at night. It was not until the 6th month after the extreme heat descended that the temperature outside finally dropped by 60 and stabilized in the 50s. The major bases all began organizing teams, preparing for their first exploration after half a year of silence. But the moment they arrived on the surface for the first time, they hit a wall, because what had once been a modern city of skyscrapers was now mostly covered by plants. Mutated beasts were everywhere. Sometimes even a passing rat or bug had Tier 2 strength. This directly crushed the idea that many ordinary people could move freely on the surface. But during these 6 months, it was not only Chu Ming who had been developing his armed forces. The other bases naturally had not been idle either. After Future City mastered the method of producing basic physique enhancement fluid, it began massively cultivating dead soldiers. Their numbers had already exceeded 8 digits. This was also Future City's secret weapon. But Chu Ming knew that the physique enhancement fluid developed by Future City could only compare to Tier 1 physique enhancement fluid in effect. Aside from that, it also had extremely strong side effects. The damage it caused to the human body was irreversible. At first, nothing could be seen in people who had taken this inferior physique enhancement potion. But in less than half a year, their bodily functions would rapidly decline. When that time came, they would have to keep taking this inferior physique enhancement fluid in order to maintain their physical strength from dropping back down. But the physique enhancement fluid extracted and broken down through Chu Ming's space had permanent effects. The difference between the two was not even on the same level. Naturally, Chu Ming did not take Future City's battle team, built at enormous cost, seriously at all. But with such a military force, Future City still held an overwhelming advantage after returning to the surface. And this army of several 100,000 was likewise led by Future City's second Lieutenant Lu Bin. Sir Lieutenant, the road ahead is blocked. We don't know when it happened, but the highway out of the city has split open in the middle with a crack more than 10 meters wide. It's bottomless below, and strange cries are coming from underneath. No idea if some powerful mutated beast is down there. Lu Tao returned to Lu Bin's side with several scouts. That road ahead happens to be the one to Qingshui town, right? Lu Bin narrowed his eyes slightly as he gazed toward the distant mountain road. Yeah, Lu Tao said somewhat viciously. Qingshui town is just a small town with only tens of thousands of people, and they still dared to step on our heads. He definitely has no idea what Future City has developed into over these past 6 months. If we meet that guy again, we won't need to take him seriously at all. Yeah, and there are so few people in Qingshui town that they probably already died off in the extreme heat long ago. Unlike our Future City, which has deep foundations. Back then, they dared to negotiate terms with Future City just because they had a Tier 4 mutated beast. Now they probably can't even touch Future City's threshold. You're all underestimating that man. Lu Bin only let out a cold laugh. Half a year ago, Chu Ming was already able to control a Tier 4 mutated beast. Now that half a year has passed, the mutated beast under Chu Ming's control might already have reached Tier 5 or even Tier 6. Although with Future City's strength, dealing with it would not be difficult. If we want to eliminate a Tier 6 mutated beast, we would still need to lose quite a bit of manpower and resources. Making an enemy out of someone like that is obviously not a wise move. Most importantly, we still want to get the real physique enhancement fluid formula from Chu Ming. During these 6 months, the people in Future City's research center had also discovered that the physique enhancement fluid they developed had extremely strong side effects. But the physique enhancement fluids Chu Ming had given them back then had absolutely no side effects at all. The temptation of being able to mass-produce large numbers of physically powerful soldiers was something Future City could never give up. So this time, when they came to the surface, one reason was to conduct a preliminary exploration of the entire D-City. The other was to see if they could make contact with Chu Ming again. They had to get their hands on the method for making the physical enhancement serum in Chu Ming's possession as soon as possible. For that goal, no matter the cost, it would be worth it. Looking at the fissure in front of them, more than a dozen meters wide, Lu Bin turned back and ordered, "Go bring a few Earth Element and Metal Element ability users over." "Second Lieutenant, are you thinking of building a road across?" Lu Tao said with a deep frown. "But our Earth Element ability users probably can't build such a long bridge in midair, right? That's why I told you to bring some Metal Element ability users too. With them here, even a bridge a few hundred meters long can be built, let alone this little trench in front of us that's only a dozen meters wide," Lu Bin said confidently. "Yes, sir. I'll go make the arrangements right away." Lu Tao nodded, but just as he turned around, a burst of flame suddenly shot out from the fissure ahead. Up close, the flame was almost transparent, but from a distance, it appeared pale blue, and it stretched across the entire fissure. Even more strangely, the flames had almost no heat. They even sent a slightly cool feeling rushing toward them. Lu Tao was drawn back by the commotion and returned to Lu Bin's side. "Sir, what's going on?" Lu Tao felt the coolness coming from the crack and had the urge to jump right in. In this extreme heat, how long had it been since he last felt a temperature like this? Lu Bin paused for 2 seconds, then quickly retreated a certain distance. Even though he wasn't a perception-type ability user, he could already sense the abnormal energy fluctuations coming from the fissure. "Sir, what's wrong?" Lu Tao followed beside Lu Bin with a baffled look, clearly still not understanding the situation. Only after retreating to a safe distance did Lu Bin relax slightly. He looked at Lu Tao and said, "Go get Shinjun, okay? I'll go right now." Lu Tao finally realized this wasn't simple and hurried back toward the main group. Shinjun was Future City's most talented perception-type ability user. Back when Lu Bin had personally led a team to Qingshui town, it was Chunjun who first discovered the abnormality in the botanical garden and kept them from acting rashly. Only then had Lu Bin's group barely managed to keep their lives. Otherwise, if they had really forced their way in, they probably would have died long ago in the jaws of that 4th-rank mutated beast. A few minutes later, the blue flames in the fissure gradually died down. Lu Tao also brought Chunjun over along with several metal element and wood element ability users. "Take a look at what's going on down there exactly," Lu Bin said as he turned to Chunjun. Chunjun nodded and walked to the edge of the fissure. He closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, then returned to Lu Bin's side. "Sir, for now I haven't noticed any signs of energy movement, which means there probably aren't any living creatures below. Maybe we've stayed underground too long, and some changes have happened on the surface that we don't know about." That's good." Lu Bin let out a sigh of relief. The moment the flames had appeared just now, he had clearly felt a sense of dread in his heart. He had thought there might be some powerful mutated beast below. Now it seemed that it was just a natural reaction to danger. Since there's no problem, start the work. "Shinjun, keep monitoring the energy fluctuations below at all times. If anything unusual happens, retreat immediately," Lu Bin instructed. The fissure in front of them was only a dozen meters wide, but it was still beyond imagination. As long as they could predict the energy fluctuations in advance, naturally, they could also easily avoid those flames. After receiving Lu Bin's orders, the several ability users began working one after another. Over the past 6 months, more and more ordinary people had awakened into ability users. So for Future City, it was no difficult task to gather this many Earth Element and Metal Element ability users at the same time. What they had dispatched this time was not even 1/5 of all the ability users of these two types. Otherwise, Lu Bin would not have had them do such dangerous work. The base still valued true talent very highly. These few ability users did not dare disobey Lu Bin's orders. Even knowing flames could burst out from the fissure, they could only honestly begin working. Fortunately, the process lasted less than 2 hours. No flames appeared again during that time. Everyone gradually let down their guard. Sir, everything is ready. Let's go across. Lu Tao personally tested the bridge's strength, then returned to Lu Bin's side and said, "Go notify the main force to come over." After saying that, Lu Bin took the lead and stepped onto the bridge with his men. But he had only taken a few steps when Chun Jun at the very front suddenly shrank his pupils, then shouted excitedly, "Back, fall back now." Lu Bin's expression changed. At top speed, he grabbed Chun Jun by the shoulder and retreated back to the bank. The next second, semi-transparent blue flames surged out. And this time, several enormous tentacles appeared along with them. They were like giant stone pillars, mixed within the flames as they struggled out of the fissure. Wherever they passed, heaven and earth split apart. The rock walls along the edge of the fissure kept collapsing. Lu Bin ran fast with Chun Jun and wasn't swept in by the falling rubble. But the other several ability users were not so lucky. 4 ability users were swallowed by the flames and the torrent of rock before they could even let out a scream. Lu Bin led his subordinates, and only after running nearly 1 or 2 kilometers did he turn back with lingering fear and take a look. The flames in the fissure were still surging. Those enormous tentacles stayed outside for only a very short time before being dragged back into the fissure. And, judging from the way it looked, it was as if they had been pulled back by another, even stronger force. That scene made Lu Bin and the others tremble with fear. "Sir, you saw it too, right?" Lu Tao said, his legs shaking and his face utterly bloodless. Too strong. I couldn't see through what rank that thing was at all. Chun Jun was pale as well. As a perception-type ability user, he could feel even more clearly just how powerful that creature was. That was absolutely a level of strength he had never even imagined. Luckily, they had run fast. Otherwise, if they had been touched even a little, they would definitely be dead. It seems Qingshui Town can only be abandoned for now. We absolutely can't come back to this place again. Lu Bin took a deep breath and said, in just half a year, the changes outside had turned out to be even more terrifying than they had imagined. If that creature had really crawled out of the fissure just now, then not only them, even the entire D city might have been finished. Just as they were preparing to retreat under orders, Chun Jun suddenly cried out, "Wait, it's closing. Look, that fissure seems to be closing." Hearing that, Lu Bin picked up his binoculars and looked toward the fissure in the distance. Sure enough, he saw that the flames inside were gradually dissipating. At the same time, the fissure was slowly closing. Then with a loud bang, along with tremors shaking the ground, that fissure more than a dozen meters wide forcibly closed shut. What's going on? Lu Tao was completely dumbfounded. Observe a little longer. Lu Bin was also full of doubt. Even though reason told him that retreating now was the best choice, this thing was definitely a huge threat to future city. Now that he had the chance, he had to figure out what exactly was going on. They waited in place for nearly 2 hours. Everyone was drenched in sweat and close to their limit. Seeing that there was still no movement ahead, Lu Bin finally said cautiously, "We'll go over and take a look now. If there's any unusual movement, we'll retreat immediately." After saying that, Lu Bin led his ability users forward again with great care. When they returned to where the fissure had been earlier, the scene before their eyes completely overturned everyone's understanding of the world. Such a huge commotion had just happened, but at the spot where the fissure had originally been, not even the slightest trace had been left behind. It was as if what they had seen just now had only been a temporary illusion. Seriously, in broad daylight. This was like seeing a ghost. Lu Tao swallowed and took a few steps back. That road had clearly split apart down the middle just now, but now it had actually returned to how it was before. It was simply unbelievable. Chun Jun was also deeply shocked. "Can you still sense any energy fluctuations?" Lu Bin fell silent for a moment, then frowned and asked. "No." Chun Jun shook his head. "There is no trace left at all. Logically speaking, with energy fluctuations that intense just now, even if they vanished quickly, there should still be some residue. But right now, I can't find even the slightest remnant of any energy fluctuation." This was far too hard to understand. It seems our understanding of this world is still far too limited. Lu Bin looked up at the sky and let out a heavy sigh. Ever since leaving the underground city this time, he had vaguely felt that something was off. The color of the sky was wrong. The surrounding environment was wrong. Even the smell of the air seemed different from before. Originally, he had thought this was just the result of mutated animals and plants. But now it seemed that this change was definitely far more than just mutated animals and plants. "Sir, now that the road has been restored, are we still going to Qingshui Town?" Lu Tao asked. "We'll make the trip." Lu Bin said. This time, they had come out for 2 reasons. On one hand, they wanted to make contact with Qingshui Town. On the other hand, they wanted to gather more information about the outside world. Although what had just happened was truly bizarre, if they backed off now, things would only get even harder for them later. After making up his mind, Lu Bin returned to the convoy and led everyone onward toward Qingshui Town. A few hours later, Future City as convoy stopped outside Qingshui Town. Looking at the towering city wall in front of him, Lu Bin felt as if he had never been to this place before. The last time he came to Qingshui town, there had only been a wall around the outside about 2 or 3 stories high. Now it had been raised and thickened, making it look like a real fortress. Second Lieutenant, the aura in this place feels a bit different from outside. At this moment, Chen Jun suddenly leaned close to Lu Bin and said cautiously. Last time, Chen Jun had come here with Lu Bin as well. Back then, it was only after getting close to the botanical garden that he sensed something was wrong. But this time, just standing outside the town, he could already feel countless mixed energy fluctuations coming from within. The ability user camp in Future City was already the place with the highest concentration of ability users. Yet even when he entered the ability user camp, it had never given him this kind of feeling. Chen Jun told Lu Bin about what he was sensing. After hearing it, Lu Bin could not help frowning. Second Lieutenant, I remember that when we came last time, the temperature had already risen to around 40 degrees. Then there was that half-year stretch of extreme heat. Instead of honestly staying sheltered, they somehow had the time and energy to build a wall like this. Isn't that strange? Lu Tao moved closer to Lu Bin and said in a low voice. It is very abnormal. Lu Bin nodded. Everyone, stay alert. Our purpose today is to see Chu Ming. Try not to come into conflict with them. Originally, when they came here, they had been full of confidence. But now, before they had even entered the gate, they were already being suppressed. Given the situation, being cautious was never a bad thing. At this moment, the patrol personnel guarding the city wall had already discovered Lu Bin and the others. Future City S team had roughly 300 to 400 people. There were also quite a few ability users among them. After realizing that, the guards naturally did not dare make decisions on their own and immediately sent someone to the underground city to notify the base S upper management. And that news quickly reached Chu Ming's ears. Because he had long known this day would come, he had already given advance instructions to his subordinates. Go invite Lu Bin in. As for the others, let them wait outside. Chu Ming looked at the Chun siblings and said, yes. The Chun siblings accepted the order, then led people toward Qingshui town as main gate. Under Chun Xinyan's control, the sealed gate slowly opened. It revealed a passage only wide enough for one person to pass through. Seeing this, Lu Bin quickly led his people forward. Please stop there. In front of Chun Xinyan, several rows of sharp spikes condensed from earth element suddenly appeared out of thin air, forcing Lu Bin and the others to stop at once. What do you mean by this? Trying to make a move the moment we meet? Lu Tao, standing beside Lu Bin, said angrily with his eyes wide. You're overthinking it. Chun Xinyan smiled and said, you brought so many people and came uninvited. It's only natural for us to be on guard. You, Lu Tao pointed at Chun Xinyan, still wanted to say something, but Lu Bin cut him off. We came this time with no hostile intent. We only want to meet Leader Chu and talk about serious matters. Lu Bin looked at Chun Xinyan and said, sure. Chun Xinyan nodded. As it happens, our leader also has something to discuss with you. But don't bring these subordinates of yours. Our leader only wants to see you. Before Lu Bin could speak, Lu Tao immediately shouted, how can that be allowed? What status does our sir have? How can he go alone to meet your leader? What if you have ulterior motives? What? Do you think that just because you stay outside, we can't have ulterior motives toward you? Chun Xinyan said with a cold laugh. This is our territory. If we really wanted trouble, do you think you'd still be able to leave today? That's enough. Lu Bin gave Lu Tao a look, then turned to Chun Xinyan and said, I'll go in with you. Sir, Lu Tao wanted to speak, but stopped himself, ignoring everyone else. Lu Bin walked straight to Chun Xinyan's side. This way. Chun Xinyan smiled, waved her hand to dispel the earth spikes in front of her, then turned and left with Chun Xian leading the way. After they left, the opening at the town entrance rapidly shrank until it disappeared. Sigh. Second Lieutenant Lu was too impulsive. No matter what, he should VE brought me along. Tian Yun sighed. If he went in, he could at least probe the other side's strength. Now he could only stay outside. The things he could sense were extremely limited. Exactly. Lu Tao nodded in agreement. On the other side, Chun Xinyan brought Lu Bin to the building outside the underground city where Future City S ability users had previously stayed. It had now been remodeled into a temporary reception room. Seeing the surrounding environment, Lu Bin immediately understood that this area still belonged to the outer perimeter of the base and had not truly entered the base S interior. But there's not only air conditioning here, but cold drinks and even chilled fruit. Even inside his own base, Lu Bin could only occasionally enjoy this kind of treatment. But to furnish even a temporary reception room like this still left Lu Bin stunned. It seemed the resources in Chu Ming's hands were far greater than he had imagined. Second Lieutenant Lu, we meet again. Please have a seat. Chu Ming took off his headphones, set aside the tablet that was playing a movie, and looked at the visitor with a smile. Lu Bin nodded, then walked over and sat down across from Chu Ming. Let me guess. You came all this way this time for the physical enhancement serum, right? Chu Ming placed a can of iced cola in front of Lu Bin, then asked probingly. Seeing Chu Ming being so direct, Lu Bin could not be bothered to beat around the bush and said bluntly, that's right. But besides the physical enhancement serum, I have another purpose in coming this time, and that is to exchange intelligence. The information I have should definitely interest Leader Chu. Chu Ming glanced at Lu Bin, thinking to himself what information could possibly exist that he did not know. while all the bases were still hiding underground. His people had always been able to move around outside. If it came to gathering intelligence, then absolutely no base could compare to him. But since Lu Bin had put it that way, Chu Ming naturally had to play along a little. Then tell me first what kind of information you have. That way I'll know whether it has any value. Chu Ming, I suspect that, due to some unknown reason, many places have developed spatial disorder. Lu Bin took a deep breath and said, when we came today, we ran into a similar situation. Spatial disorder? Chu Ming was slightly stunned. This was something he truly had never heard of. Not even in this lifetime. Even in his previous life, he had never heard of anything like this happening. If Leader Chu is interested, then you'll have to trade the intelligence on your side, Lu Bin said. He didn't continue, but instead gave Chu Ming a meaningful look. The intelligence on my side? Of course it's about the physical enhancement serum. Isn't that the whole purpose of your trip? Chu Ming said, raising a brow. Physical enhancement serum. Lu Bin's heart stirred, and he quickly asked, the physical enhancement serum you extracted really does involve some special technique, right? It's not a technique. It's a matter of the raw materials. Chu Ming crossed his legs and said at an unhurried pace, as for how to obtain those raw materials, we can talk about that slowly. Hearing this, Lu Bin immediately perked up. Leader Chu, whatever conditions you have, just say them. As long as it's within my authority, I can satisfy you to the greatest extent possible. Tell me the intelligence you have first, Chu Ming said calmly. Lu Bin pulled a notebook from his coat and placed it on the table. This is the intelligence Future City can provide. Chu Ming picked up the notebook and flipped through it casually. A moment later, he looked up and said, there's nothing particularly unusual in this information. I want to hear about this spatial disorder you mentioned. Seeing Chu Ming's reaction, Lu Bin was somewhat surprised. The notebook he had given him contained intelligence that, while not especially detailed, would absolutely be something any base would be willing to pay a huge price to exchange for. Yet Chu Ming seemed not to care about it all. Lu Bin drifted off for 2 seconds, then quickly came back to himself and said, this is something we only ran into today. On the way to Qingshui town, we came across a fissure more than 10 meters wide. The bottom was so deep we couldn't see it, and blue flames kept surging out of it. But not long after, that fissure vanished out of thin air without leaving any trace. As for the fissure, he had actually concealed part of the truth. He hadn't mentioned the existence of that terrifying creature. On one hand, even if he said it, Chu Ming might not believe him. On the other hand, the existence of such a creature was a fatal threat to both Future City and Qingshui town. But if Future City was already prepared for it, while Qingshui town knew nothing at all, then that would count as an advantage for Future City. At a critical moment, it might even buy Future City some time. After all, the place where that fissure had appeared was closer to Qingshui town, wasn't it? Vanished out of thin air, without leaving any trace. Chu Ming frowned slightly. Why did that sound so much like the mirage that had appeared in Pingfu County? It looked like nothing more than an illusion. It vanished in an instant, yet it could still affect reality. If that was really the case, then he was even more certain that the apocalypse's arrival was definitely not a simple coincidence. It had to be connected to another space. From all the signs, that space was filled with all kinds of monsters. Of course, there were treasures like creation stones as well. The energy within them could also affect life on Earth. And one more obvious point was this. Situations like the mirage in Pingfu County were not happening in just one place. In his previous life, he had gotten any intelligence on this. It was possible the higher-ups had deliberately sealed off the news, or maybe after the apocalypse descended, communication had been underdeveloped. On top of that, he had lived at the very bottom, so it was only normal that the information he knew was incomplete and lacking. Since that was the case, he had to temporarily change his plan. Leader Chu, now you should tell me where the raw materials for the physical enhancement serum are obtained, right? Lu Bin pressed it. Pingfu County. A smile appeared on Chu Ming's face again. Hearing the words Pingfu County, Lu Bin froze slightly. Because his hometown was Pingfu County, after the apocalypse descended, he rose to become one of Future City's executives. So at the first opportunity, he had gone back to Pingfu County and brought his parents over. At that time, he had even looted the county thoroughly. But now Chu Ming was saying that the raw materials for the physical enhancement serum had actually been obtained from Pingfu County. How could that not surprise him? But let me make this clear first. Pingfu County is extremely dangerous now. If you want to look for raw materials, you'd better bring more people. As for the experts on Future City's ranking list, bring as many as you can. I happen to be preparing to head there too. When the time comes, we can cooperate, Chu Ming said with a smile. He had long known that Future City would come looking for him. As for the exact reason, it wasn't important. His ultimate goal was to pull Future City along with him to Pingfu County. So his answer would also be adjusted according to the other party's objective. In the end, it was all to lure Future City to Pingfu County. After leaving Pingfu County last time, he had already developed a strong premonition. If he didn't uncover the truth and resolve the problem in Pingfu County, then even if he occupied the entire botanical garden, held high-grade creation stones in his hands, and could control most mutated animals and plants, he probably still wouldn't be able to live in peace. The anomalies in Pingfu County, and the scenes that had appeared in the mirage, were always a hidden danger. Before that, he had to investigate the truth clearly. That might also be the truth behind the apocalypse. But when Lu Bin heard Chu Ming's words, he was somewhat dismissive. Leader Chu, aren't you being a little too cautious? With the strength of our two sides, if we just send out some ability users and teams that have gone through physical enhancement, we can easily sweep through all the major bases. No matter how dangerous Pingfu County is, it shouldn't be enough to require the experts on Future City's ranking list. Lu Bin sounded quite confident when he said this. It wasn't that he was arrogant. It was that some of the experts currently on Future City's ranking list were so powerful that even he felt alarmed when he saw them. To make a trip to Pingfu County and deploy most of the people on the ranking list, no matter how he thought about it, there was no need for that. Who told you the danger I'm talking about is human? Chu Ming looked at Lu Bin. What is the strongest mutated beast level you've seen? Level 6. I guess. Lu Bin thought for a moment before answering. Watching Lu Bin's expression, Chu Ming could tell that this level 6 mutated beast Lu Bin had seen had not posed any threat to Future City. They might even have dealt with it rather easily. It seemed that in just the first year of the apocalypse, Future City's strength had already far exceeded his expectations. Then I regret to inform you that in Pingfu County, level 6 mutated beasts are everywhere. By my conservative estimate, there are probably already mutated beasts above level 8 in Pingfu County, Chu Ming said evenly. This time, he was trying to scare Lu Bin. Recently, he had already sent Yi Jian and the others to scout the area outside Pingfu County. Although the energy field of the high-grade wonder, Hand of God, was gone, the inside of Pingfu County was still vastly different from the outside. Signs of level 5 mutated beasts had already been discovered on the outskirts alone. Then, based on the size of Pingfu County and the distribution patterns of mutated beasts, the appearance of level 7 or level 8 mutated beasts deeper inside was entirely normal. And this was only a conservative estimate. He had not forgotten the monster nest he had once seen in Pingfu County. As for what it had evolved into by now, he had absolutely no idea. So for this investigation, one purpose was to uncover the truth. The other purpose was to decide whether or not he needed to move. He would rather give up the power he had built with his own hands than live beside a ticking time bomb like this. In any case, his space was large enough. When the time came, he could just pack up everything in the base and take it all away at once. Hearing Chu Ming's words, Lu Bin's expression finally changed. You're not joking with me, are you? Level 8 mutated beasts. Lu Bin asked in disbelief. More or less. If you don't believe me, then we can split up. I don't want to bring dead weight with me, Chu Ming said calmly. Lu Bin fell silent. For Future City, acting alone was definitely not worth it, because they only knew that the raw materials for making the physical enhancement fluid were in Pingfu County. As for any other information, they knew nothing at all. And right now, he had no way to verify whether what Chu Ming said was true. Without Chu Ming's people going along, he really didn't dare take the risk alone. All right, then 3 days from now, we'll meet at the foot of the mountain. Lu Bin looked at Chu Ming and said, but I hope Leader Chu will also send out the main fighting force of your base. Of course. Chu Ming note that. Hearing that, Lu Bin finally let out a reluctant sigh of relief. Taking this opportunity, they could also roughly judge Qingshui Town's current strength. That would determine Future City's attitude toward Qingshui Town from now on. 3 days later, Chu Ming brought Yi Jian, Su Yufei, and a few others to the foot of the mountain at the agreed time. Future City's forces had already gathered there. At a glance, their numbers didn't seem that large. Only around 500 people. But Chu Ming could tell at a glance that none of these guys were ordinary people. As for Future City's leaders this time, aside from Lu Bin, there was also a woman in a white lab coat. She wore gold-rimmed glasses, and her figure was curvy in all the right places. Her looks could only be considered above average, but the aura around her was stronger than that of most people present. Let me introduce you. This is Dr. Song Sini, the head of our base's research center. She'll be leading the team with me to Pingfu County. Lu Bin walked to the woman's side and introduced her to Chu Ming. Chu Ming nodded, his gaze instinctively sweeping over Song Sini a few times. So this woman was that mysterious doctor from Future City? He wondered what her ability was. In his previous life, she had developed so many horrifying things. That definitely wasn't something she could have done with only the little knowledge she had learned before the apocalypse. The greatest possibility was that Song Sini's ability was special. At that moment, Song Sini's eyes also landed on Chu Ming. Seeing that Chu Ming was just a young man in his 20s, Song Sini relaxed some regard. How could some brat like this possibly be their opponent? If she made a move, she could toy with him to death. You must be Leader Chu, right? Song Sini patted Lu Bin on the shoulder, signaling for him to step back, then took 2 steps forward and said, for this operation, we've mobilized our main force, but you only brought 2 people. That's not very appropriate, is it? Of course it won't be just 2 people. How many I send depends on how many you can bring. Chu Ming said with a smile. This isn't a question of numbers. Song Sini let out a cold laugh. Have you roughly counted their numbers? Chu Ming turned back and asked. Yi Jian nodded, then got into the vehicle they had driven down the mountain and returned to Qingshui Town. Song Sini stared at Chu Ming, half believing and half doubting. Judging from what Chu Ming meant, was he saying he could decide at any time what kind of force to send based on the strength of the team they dispatched? If that was really the case, Then the implications were complicated. Anyone who had this kind of confidence, that meant the strength of Chu Ming's base, even if it couldn't match Future City, definitely wasn't far behind. But for the past 6 months, Future City had barely communicated with the outside world at all. So how did Chu Ming know all this? Could he have guessed it? Or had a mole appeared inside Future City? For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through Song Sini's mind. But what Qingshui Town's strength really was, she would know soon enough. About half an hour later, more than a dozen buses drove down from the mountain. Song Sini almost immediately asked Qinjun, "Well, can you sense the strength of these people?" Tian Yun nodded. "How far are they from us? If the gap is too outrageous, I won't agree to this operation so easily," Song Sini said with her arms crossed. "Dr. Song, judging from their energy fluctuations, the people Qingshui Town sent out are even a bit stronger than us," Chunjun said weakly. "What?" Song Sini was shocked. How is that possible? Among the team they had sent out this time, more than half were experts from the rankings. The energy fluctuations on each of them marked them as people who could fight 100 alone. Now, Qingshui Town had sent out roughly the same number of people, but their energy fluctuations were actually a bit stronger than their own teams. Wasn't that basically telling her that Qingshui Town's experts were not weaker than Future City's at all? Song Sini found it hard to accept this fact. Future City had developed to its current level largely because of its population base. Because they had enough people, they had been able to produce a huge number of ability users. But how many people were there in all of Qingshui Town? Even if every resident of Qingshui Town had survived the several natural disasters, based on the proportion at which ability users were born, they would still only amount to barely a single-digit number. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure out where Chu Ming had gotten this group of people from. And among them, there should be several fourth-order ability users. As for anyone stronger than that, I can't sense them anymore, Chunjun continued in a lower voice. There are even higher-level ones? Song Sini almost cried out in alarm. I don't know that for sure. I'm only proposing a possibility, Chunjun said with a dry laugh. The reason he said that was because Chu Ming's team gave him an inexplicable sense of pressure. That kind of pressure definitely hadn't appeared for no reason. At the very least, none of the people on their side gave him that feeling. But without evidence, if he made guesses at random, he couldn't take responsibility for that either. Everyone, the situation outside has been changing at any moment lately. Let's not waste time here. Let's set out now. Chu Ming didn't care about what they were thinking and directly urged them on. In the end, Song Sini said nothing more, nodded, turned around, and returned to her own vehicle. Meanwhile, Chu Ming brought Yi Jian and several core team members back to the base vehicle at the rear of the convoy. Going to a dangerous place like Pingfu County, the base vehicle with absolute domain was definitely indispensable. At a critical moment, their lives might depend on that domain. Because over the past 6 months, the ecological environment had undergone tremendous changes. Many roads were either covered by plants or torn apart by giant vegetation that had suddenly grown into monstrous sizes. Fortunately, both sides had quite a few Earth Element ability users who could repair the ground. But it still cost them a lot of time. A trip that should have taken only a few hours ended up taking a full 2 days. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened along the way. Even when some blind mutant beasts blocked the road, with so many ability users, and all of them top-tier ones at that, they could naturally deal with them with ease. That's Pingfu County up ahead, right? Song Sini stuck her head out the window and looked at the road sign in the distance. The branch road ahead leads down to Pingfu County. Lubin looked at the map in his hand and answered, "Well, do you feel anything?" Song Sini turned back to look at Chunjun behind her and asked. "Hard to say." Chunjun frowned tightly, his eyes drifting involuntarily toward the sky. Song Sini looked in the same direction in confusion, but found nothing unusual in the sky above Pingfu County. There were only more dark clouds, making it look rather gloomy. "What are you looking at? And what do you mean by hard to say?" Song Sini looked at Chunjun with some displeasure. She had originally thought highly of Chunjun's ability, but ever since they came into contact with Chu Ming's team, Chunjun had started speaking with hesitation. What is wrong with this guy? I can't sense any obvious energy fluctuations, but my intuition is telling me this place is very dangerous. Chunjun swallowed and looked at the sky as he said. As for up there, it feels like there's something. Song Sini looked a few more times, but still couldn't make anything out. She was also a perception-type ability user, but the direction her development had taken was different from Chunjun's. Even so, the gap shouldn't be this huge, right? What danger was Chunjun talking about? What thing in the sky? She couldn't see anything at all. At this moment, Chu Ming's convoy also came to a stop, and Chu Ming's base vehicle had pulled up right beside Song Sini's car. "Dr. Song, 2nd Lieutenant Liu, Pingfu County is right ahead. I suggest we rest outside for now and send people in to scout the situation first before moving out. What do you think?" Chu Ming lowered the window and looked at the vehicle across from him as he spoke. "I don't have any objections." Song Sini withdrew her gaze and said, "Leader Chu, what danger is there in Pingfu County? Don't tell me there really is an 8th-level mutated beast?" Lubin asked. He had naturally relayed Chu Ming's words exactly as they were. But as for the claim about an 8th-level mutated beast, nobody believed it. After all, even on the coast, The highest mutated beast level reported so far was only level 7, and that had appeared in the deep sea, the place with the densest concentration of mutated beasts. But Pingfu County had once been a human town. No matter how they thought about it, it didn't seem like a suitable place for mutated beasts to develop. Just take it as me joking. Chu Ming's gaze drifted toward the sky on its own. This place should have something even more twisted. Seeing the direction Chu Ming was looking, Lu Bin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that what Qin Jun said earlier was all true? Was there really something in the sky? The reason Chu Ming looked at the sky wasn't because, like Qin Jun, he had discovered something. It was because he had known from the very beginning that those mirages had appeared above Pingfu County, so he wanted to observe whether there was anything unusual. If his guess was correct, then the scenes inside those mirages all truly existed. The disasters Earth had gone through, the mutations in animals, plants, and humans, and those things that had appeared out of nowhere, like creation stones, absolutely had something to do with the world inside those mirages. It was just that this world was still in a dormant stage and had not yet directly bared its fangs at Earth. But Chu Ming had a feeling that when that day really came, everything would be too late. Lu Bin didn't understand what Chu Ming meant, and he didn't continue asking. Anyway, if something went wrong, with so many ability users on their side, retreating shouldn't be a problem. As for the inner area of Pingfu County, they definitely had to do, as Chu Ming said, and scout it first before deciding whether to go deeper. Just like that, the people from Future City and Elysium set up camp on the highway outside Pingfu County. On Future City's side, they sent out a 10-man squad to carry out the scouting mission. Almost all of them were speed-type ability users. On top of that, they also assigned a perception-type ability user. That way, they could explore a much wider area of the town. But Chu Ming's side was completely different. Half of the scouting team he sent out was actually made up of Elysium's elites. Among them was even Little Cobalt, the Nether King, who was already a 6th-order mutated beast. Feeling the strength of Chu Ming's team, although Chun Jun couldn't tell the exact levels of these people in front of him, he still couldn't help but say, "Leader Chu, this is just a scouting mission. We haven't even started the real operation yet. There's no need to send out your main force, right?" Song Sini let out a mocking laugh. "If you want to show off your strength, there's no need to pick a time like this. We're not the kind of idiots who look down on people with dog eyes." Chu Ming glanced at Song Sini and wanted to say that she looked pretty stupid right now. But then he thought about how Future City's people were still useful to him. There was no need to make things too tense with him right now. "I have my reasons." Chu Ming withdrew his gaze and said, "Once everyone enters the city, go no more than 10 kilometers before turning back. If you run into danger you can't handle, retreat early. We'll do as Leader Chu says." Song Sini gave the order casually. After all, Chu Ming was putting in more effort. No matter what happened, they wouldn't be the ones taking the loss. The scouting team drove 2 pickup trucks into Pingfu County, and this town was completely different from what they had imagined. After going just 3 to 4 kilometers deeper, they discovered that the place was actually full of signs of life. Aside from the streets and buildings being somewhat run down, everything else was barely any different from before the apocalypse. They could occasionally see shops by the roadside, faint lights coming from buildings. There were even some restaurants that seemed to still be open. The only strange thing was that they couldn't see any people. It was like a town where people were living normal lives, but there wasn't a single human figure. What could be creepier than that? "Look, it seems like something is glowing up ahead." Someone suddenly pointed toward the center of town. They saw a huge golden sphere of light floating in midair. There also seemed to be many things floating around it. It was hard to tell exactly what they were, but when they tried to move forward, they discovered that the golden sphere of light suddenly turned in another direction. Then a slit slowly opened, revealing a scarlet eye. "My God, what the hell is that? How about we retreat first?" "Wait, doesn't that look like the one on that stone slab?" "Shut up. The people from Elysium are still here." The people from Future City were the first to lose their nerve, and they also said some things that others couldn't understand. On Elysium's side, Chun Zian, who was leading the team, gave the retreat order without a second word, before the people from Future City could even react. Elysium's pickup had already made a fast U-turn and charged out of Pingfu County. Even Chu Ming hadn't expected Chun Zian's group to come back directly after being inside for less than 40 minutes. That was much shorter than he had expected. When the people from Future City saw the team they had sent out, they also rushed forward immediately. "What happened inside? Why did you come out so fast? Did you run into some danger? Is there really an 8th-level mutated beast?" Song Sini asked impatiently. "Dr. Song, something's going on in there." The captain leading the team lowered his voice and recounted what they had just seen. After listening, Song Sini's eyes widened. "Are you sure you didn't see wrong?" At the same time, Chun Zian was also reporting to Chu Ming what he had seen back then. He also told Chu Ming, word for word, about Future City's reaction. "You're saying that inside Pingfu County, a giant eyeball appeared, and there also seemed to be a lot of mutated beasts around it?" Chu Ming found it hard to believe. Among all kinds of bizarre mutated beasts on Earth, even if he hadn't seen them all, based on the data Future City had released, he still knew a fair amount. No matter how outrageous animals and plants evolved in the end, they definitely wouldn't completely break away from their original traits. But a lone bear eyeball floating in the sky above Pingfu County, even glowing, had already gone beyond the scope of normal Earth life, hadn't it? But very quickly, The monster nest he had seen in Pingfu County half a year ago surfaced in Chu Ming's mind. That monster nest had also looked alive, but it definitely shouldn't have been a life form that could exist on Earth. If that was the case, then these things had all come from the other side of the mirages? Chu Ming looked towards Song Sini and the others not far away. After thinking for a moment, he walked over directly. Let's exchange information. Interested? Chu Ming asked with a smile. From what Chen Zian had heard from Future City's scouting squad, it seemed that Future City had seen that eyeball on some stone slab before. Only by figuring out whether it was truly a threat could they know whether Pingfu County could be entered at all. Of course, even if Song Sini refused to say anything, he could still probe from the side and roughly figure out what Future City was thinking. If that eyeball was extremely dangerous, then Song Sini definitely wouldn't lead her people to their deaths. So he wasn't holding out much hope for a direct answer. But Song Sini's reaction was very important. Information? Song Sini crossed her arms over her chest and looked at Chu Ming with a half smile. Leader Chu, you just want to know what that eyeball is. Sorry, but there's no way I'm telling you. Quite a few people know it exists, but as for what it actually is, only a few of Future City's upper ranks know. I'm afraid you don't have intel of equal value to trade for it. And how do you know the intel I have isn't valuable? Chu Ming raised a brow. I'm just saying, if Leader Chu wants to make a trade, you should at least show some sincerity first, right? Song Sini could tell Chu Ming was trying to fish for information. So of course she wouldn't take the bait so easily. If we're not trading, then let us talk about the action plan from here on out. Chu Ming changed the subject. After we go in, Leader Chu should follow our original agreement and give us the location where the raw materials for the physical enhancement serum can be obtained. After that, we'll split up and act separately, Song Sini said with a smile. I see. That works. Chu Ming noted that. At the same time, he had a rough idea of how that eyeball was positioned. Song Sini had not hesitated at all and still insisted on going in. That meant that, at least according to the intel they knew, the danger level of that eyeball was limited. And she had also asked to split up afterward. That meant that, aside from gathering the raw materials that didn't actually exist, they also had their eyes on that eyeball. That was good too. With the people from Future City taking the lead for him, his side could save a lot of effort. Chu Ming took out a map of Pingfu County and marked out all the routes he wanted to scout. At the same time, he kindly highlighted the residential complex where the monster nest was located. We got a large amount of raw materials here last time, but the danger level is pretty high too. If you want to go over there, you'd better be careful. Chu Ming handed the map to Song Sini. Song Sini did not fully believe Chu Ming's words. If it had been before, to ensure the accuracy of the information, she definitely would have asked Chu Ming to lead them until they found the target. But now, they had something more important to do. Of course, they wouldn't let Chu Ming follow them and interfere with their next move. Watching Future City's team enter Pingfu County in neat formation, Su Yufei came to Chu Ming's side and asked, Brother Chu, are we following them now? Noodles, let them scout the road first. Chu Ming put his fingers to his lips and let out a whistle. Several little birds hidden in the forest instantly shot out like afterimages. 4 low-level mutated beasts like these. Controlling them was as easy as breathing for Chu Ming. On the way here, he had already picked out these little fellows and planned to use them as his eyes. Even if there was only so much they could do, at least they could make sure he wouldn't lose track of Future City's team. Then what are we doing now? Yi Jian followed behind Su Yufei and tilted her head as she asked. Today our target isn't those living creatures, but something else. Chu Ming looked at Yi Jian and said, Jian, your ability level is second only to mine right now. I'll leave this task to you. For Pingfu County to undergo such huge changes, it absolutely couldn't be as simple as just a few mirages appearing. As a place closely connected to another world. Aside from those monsters from that other world, there would definitely also be things like fortune stones or other strange items and equipment. And the reason he was confident enough to explore Pingfu County now was because this moment was the best opportunity. Because the longer he dragged this out, the more disadvantageous it would be for him, no matter how fast his evolution speed was. It might still not be faster than those monsters that had come out of the other world. After all, they had access to local resources. He might have a space cheat, but without enough resources, he would still be firmly constrained. There was another reason. That was because during the past half year, as his strength rose, he had completely refined the hand of God. This high-level strange item had now fully revealed its value. It gave him the confidence to protect himself in Pingfu County. As for bringing Future City in, it was only because he didn't want to use his own people as cannon fodder. With Future City scouting the way on their own initiative, Chu Ming also began planning his own route forward. First of all, the area around the monster nest definitely had to be avoided. Those monsters poured out without end. Even staying inside the base vehicle might not be safe. Even if the monsters couldn't break in, he wouldn't be able to get out either. So to keep Future City from throwing their lives away, he had deliberately reminded them. He pointed out that this place was special, but also extremely dangerous. As long as they weren't idiots, they would know they couldn't just charge in there. Still, out of curiosity, sending someone to take a look shouldn't be much of a problem. That also happened to achieve Chu Ming's goal. If something dangerous needed doing, he wouldn't do it himself. Someone else would do it for him, and he could get intel along the way. Why not? As for the eyeball Chen Zian and the others had seen earlier, that was probably the thing he wanted to find on this operation. So no matter what, he had to go see it for himself. About 2 hours after Future City set out, Chu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. It should be about time. In those 2 hours, Future City's team had almost swept through the whole way. They had directly cleared out several of the points he had marked. Now, they had already reached the most dangerous area, the location of the monster nest. With Future City's strength, those minor things up ahead naturally weren't worth mentioning. But when they faced the monster nest, even with Chu Ming's warning in advance, the horror of the nest still exceeded their imagination. After half a year of evolution, this monster nest was now more than 10 times its original size. At first, it had only covered a single building, but now it had spread across several nearby residential complexes. From afar, it looked like a giant, writhing mountain of flesh. When nothing approached it, it seemed to be asleep, lying there in silence. But the moment a living thing got close, the mouth parts of the monster nest would spit out an endless stream of monsters. Anyone with even a mild case of trypophobia could be scared unconscious by this sight. Lieutenant Liu, Dr. Song, this place is too bizarre, too abnormal. Good thing we listened to Leader Chu and didn't rashly enter this area. Otherwise, with just this many of us, we wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Chun Jun crouched beside Lu Bin, swallowed hard, and said with a pale face, "What exactly is going on with this place? What are these things?" Song Sinny stared wide-eyed in disbelief, also badly shaken by the scene before her. She had been doing research for a long time, and that naturally included the ecology outside. She had even organized a team specifically to create evolution models for outside life forms. But what she had studied did not include this thing in front of her. How had something like this appeared on Earth? But Song Sinny quickly thought of the eyeball they had seen on the way. That thing didn't seem like a species from Earth either. The reason they hadn't rashly approached it was because they wanted to complete the main objective of this mission first. Only after completing the mission would they think of ways to fight for other things. That was the only way to reap greater benefits. At least, in the eyes of those above, benefits were distributed that way. Completing what they were supposed to do was what they should prioritize first. We're giving up on this place for now. Let's head to the city center. Song Sinny lowered her voice and said, with the people from Future City opening the way, even though Chu Ming was only controlling some flying mutated beasts that weren't very strong, he still managed to smoothly see everything he wanted to see. By now, Pingfu County almost no longer showed any trace of living people. But the scene of monsters everywhere that he had imagined also did not appear. The vast majority of mutated beasts were still gathered around the monster nest. Aside from that, Pingfu County seemed completely normal. It even looked more normal than many places outside, because this place still seemed to carry traces of living people. And yet, not a single living soul could be seen anywhere in Pingfu County. That only made it feel even more eerie. They were going to make contact with that eyeball. Chu Ming came to the cab of the base vehicle. Let us move out too. After entering Pingfu County, Chu Ming's hands didn't stay idle either. He took out the hand of God and kept marking point after point around the area. All of the locations he marked could, within a certain period afterward, be used for instant teleportation. When the time came, whether it was living things or dead things, they would all appear at the designated area in one go. Chu Ming called this method a dump the trash attack. Only after fully refining the hand of God did he truly experience the wonders of this high-level wondrous item. Although it had many restrictions in use, and also a time limit, its practicality was beyond question. At a critical moment, it could absolutely leave the enemy completely dumbfounded. And while waiting for Future City to make its move, this stretch of time became his preparation window. Chu Ming led his people into hiding on a neighboring street and quietly waited for Future City's forces to arrive. He wasn't worried that Chun Jun would discover their presence. On one hand, Pingfu County was already a total mess by now. Even if Chun Jun noticed some unusual energy fluctuations over here, compared to the things he had already seen before, it wouldn't count as anything strange. On the other hand, even if they were caught red-handed by Future City's people, he still wouldn't need to sneak around. After all, everyone had come to Pingfu County together. Since Future City's people had entered the city, there was no reason for him to keep guarding outside. No matter how you looked at it, he had nothing to feel guilty about. Right now, he was openly staking out this place. He wanted to see what Future City planned to do next. Time passed second by second. This time, after roughly more than 40 minutes, Chu Ming finally saw Future City's convoy. They were moving very cautiously, even when faced with something as far beyond common sense as a monster nest. Because they were careful enough, they suffered no casualties. Second Lieutenant Liu, do you think what that Chu Ming said is really reliable? Song Sinny glanced at the mutated beast corpses loaded on the large truck behind them. These grotesque-looking things really are the true raw materials for physical enhancement serum? As a researcher, her instincts kept telling her that something about these things was off. The mutated beasts that had appeared on Earth, whether in traits or structure, had at least retained some of their original characteristics. So during research and development, they hadn't run into too many obstacles. But these mutated beasts hunted in Pingfu County were already completely different from normal mutated beasts. Could the substances extracted from these monsters really be absorbed by the human body? Chief Chu wouldn't need to lie to us about something like this, right? With Future City's strength, that guy probably wouldn't dare play any tricks. Lu Tao said obsequiously from the side. He would dare? Song Sini let out a cold laugh. I think he dares to do anything. We already have his stuff anyway. We'll know how much of what he said is true after we get back. Right now, our main objective is still to confirm the authenticity of the eye of the ancient god. If it really matches what was written on the stone slab, then we'll probably have to make several more trips here. Lubin spoke in a low voice. But how are we supposed to confirm whether the eye of the ancient god is real? Lu Tao asked curiously. According to the contents deciphered from the stone slab, as long as someone can meet the gaze of the eye of the ancient god and complete its trial, they can obtain extremely powerful strength. Whether it's true or not, we'll know by sending someone to try it, Chen Jun said. Then who do we send? Song Sini frowned. A mission this important definitely can't just be handed casually to the people below. Who knows whether, after becoming stronger, they might develop ulterior motives? After all, they also didn't know just how strong this so-called strengthening would make someone. If it went beyond their control, or if the other party developed second thoughts, then the information they got in the end might not even be reliable. I'll go. Lubin stood up and said, this is something only I can do. Song Sini did not object to Lubin's proposal. When it came to loyalty to Future City, there absolutely wasn't a second person in Future City who could compare to Lubin. And Lubin's own strength was not weak either. Although he was only the most ordinary type of strength-based esper, his was a mutated variant of strength-type ability. Other than lacking those special abilities, Lubin's body could practically be called perfect. Relying on his outstanding combat skills, he could even defeat elemental espers or special espers of a higher level. That alone was enough to show how powerful he was. If not for the strength he possessed, Lubin wouldn't have had so many people convinced by him with just the strength ability alone. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Song Sini patted Lubin on the shoulder. Be careful. I'm only probing it a little. If something feels wrong, I'll retreat immediately. With that, Lubin got out of the vehicle and quickly headed toward the square ahead along the street. By the way, where did those guys from Qingshui town go? Did you find any trace of them on the way? Song Sini suddenly remembered to ask. She had always thought Chu Ming would definitely pull some little trick after they set out. But all along the way, she had been on guard in every possible way. If she hadn't discovered anything at all, those people came all this way after them. Could they really be that honest? Near the eye of the ancient god, all kinds of energy fluctuations have become chaotic. Just now, I did detect several areas with abnormal energy, but I'm not sure what caused them, Chen Jun replied. So that means Chu Ming's people might also be hiding nearby? Song Sini raised a brow and said, that is possible. Tian Yun nodded. Looks like they also guessed that the eye of the ancient god is no ordinary thing. Leaning back in her seat, Song Sini curled her lips and said, that's normal too. But anything Future City has set its sights on is absolutely impossible to give to someone else. Send people to keep watch over all the surrounding streets. Don't let even a single fly get through. Yes, Tian Yun nodded. Then opened the car door and stepped outside. But the moment his right foot touched the ground, he suddenly felt something falling from the sky. Sensing that unusual energy fluctuation, Chen Jun hurriedly looked up. In the gloomy, overcast sky, countless black dots were rapidly growing larger. What the hell is that? Tian Yun's pupils suddenly contracted. Then he moved swiftly back into the vehicle and slammed the door shut with a bang. What happened? Song Sini asked with a frown. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud crash suddenly came from the roof of the vehicle. Right after that, things began smashing down onto the ground nonstop outside. A closer look revealed that they were grotesque, mutated beasts, one after another. Because they had fallen from high in the air, most of them had been smashed into serious injuries, but they still retained the ability to move. Most importantly, the number of these mutated beasts was astonishing. Using them to hold up Future City's convoy was more than enough. Not far away, Chu Ming stood on a rooftop, watching the scene with great interest. Using the hand of God to teleport nearby mutated beasts was practically effortless. It just required some preparation work in advance. And although those mutated beasts were not under his control, they were perfect for causing chaos. Big Brother Chu, Lubin is already headed toward the square. Also, we saw the things floating around that eyeball. They seem to all be mutated beasts, and there even seem to be some human figures mixed in. Su Yufei said as she walked to Chu Ming's side with a pair of binoculars in hand. Months. Chu Ming was slightly startled and turned to look at Su Yufei. You mean among those densely packed things, a large portion of them are actually people? At least on the surface, that's what it looks like. Su Yufei nodded. Chu Ming took the binoculars from Su Yufei's hand, walked to another direction, and raised them to look over. The binoculars, enhanced through spatial upgrading. From this distance, he could clearly see what was happening in the center of the city square. That giant eyeball floated several hundred meters in the air, with a web-like mass made of thread-like strands hanging beneath it. The things floating around the eyeball looked as insignificant as dust. But on closer inspection, there really were shadows among them, and they seemed to have human shapes. There were even quite a lot of them. Could it be that all the people who had disappeared from Pingfu County had ended up here? At this moment, Lu Bin was already close to the center of the city square. The instant he officially stepped into the area covered by the eyeball's light, an invisible force suddenly dragged at his body, making him lose control and lift off the ground. Right after that, Lu Bin felt as if some force was drawing him in, slowly pulling him in a certain direction. Lu Bin had been mentally prepared, so he remained fairly calm. But when he reached midair and saw clearly what was floating around him, his expression changed instantly. Because of the interference from the light, Lu Bin hadn't seen things too clearly from below just now. Only after getting closer in midair did he realize that most of the things suspended around the eye of the ancient god were actually humans, and they all looked extremely abnormal. Their outer appearance still barely retained a human shape, but different parts of their bodies had taken on animal traits. Their expressions were dazed, their eyes vacant, yet they remained fixed on the eye of the ancient god the entire time. It was as if they were under complete control. A bad feeling rose in Lu Bin's heart. Could this be the so-called trial of the eye of the ancient god? There were far more than 10,000 humans floating in the air, but from the look of it, they clearly were not developing in a good direction. If all these people had failed, then how could he be sure he would be the exception? Only now did a trace of panic finally appear in Lu Bin's heart. He had always been powerful, and the only times he had ever felt this kind of helpless loss of control were when he had first faced the beast tide and when he had first met Chu Ming. And today, that feeling had reached its peak, because he realized that right now, there was nothing he could do. Once he had been locked onto by the eye of the ancient god's light, it was as if his body no longer belonged to him. Even a fish on the chopping block could still struggle a little. Right now, even moving a finger was difficult for him. If this kept going, he would turn into one of those monsters too. Just like that, Lu Bin was guided all the way up into the sky by the power of the eye of the ancient god. By now, he was less than 30 meters away from it. Only after getting close did Lu Bin realize that the eye of the ancient god was not a real eyeball at all. It was a hollow void with the surrounding space twisted on all sides. Inside that void, it seemed to lead somewhere else. Matter was continuously leaking out from within. Before Lu Bin could observe more carefully, he lost consciousness the very next second. Meanwhile, Chu Ming had always had people following Lu Bin. After discovering that Lu Bin had entered the square, they immediately changed their strategy and moved to a high place near the square to continue tracking his movements. Naturally, they also discovered Lu Bin's abnormal condition. By the time Chu Ming arrived, Lu Bin had already been drawn by the light into the eye of the ancient god. Future City miscalculated this time. Chu Ming's expression turned somewhat grave. At first, judging from Future City's attitude, he had concluded that this eyeball should be some kind of opportunity. But now it seemed clear. This thing was obviously nothing good. Those figures he had thought were humans earlier, after getting a real close look, they barely looked human at all. After the apocalypse descended, both humans and animals and plants had been evolving. But at the very least, human evolution had still been developing in a normal direction. As for the humans before his eyes, they had almost lost too many human characteristics to be recognized as human. Rather than evolution, it would be more accurate to call it mutation. Chu Ming suddenly recalled that in his previous life, a strange group of ability users had suddenly appeared in the later stages of the apocalypse. Their abilities were all related to various animals. Before that, animal-related abilities had never appeared before. Could it be that those ability users had all walked out of Pingfu County? The more Chu Ming thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The function of the eye of the ancient god was probably similar to the creation stone. Both caused people to evolve, but there was a fundamental difference between them, because the direction of evolution was different. Chu Ming had no interest in pursuing that kind of power, so he had no intention of going over there to join the commotion either. Brother Chu, look. Just then, Yi Jian suddenly cried out in alarm. Chu Ming came back to his senses and looked up. Behind the eye of the ancient god, a ripple-like reflection had suddenly appeared. The ripples gradually settled. Then an exquisitely magnificent mirage appeared. It appeared. Chu Ming's pupils shrank slightly, even though he had long known of the mirage's existence. This was still his first time seeing it with his own eyes. After all kinds of verification, he was already absolutely certain that this mirage was the projection of another world. Now that the mirage had appeared again, what kind of changes would happen to Pingfu County this time? As the image of the mirage became clearer and clearer, Chu Ming saw the scene of that other world with his own eyes for the first time. It was a hell-like world. The earth was cracked open. The sky was black, and deep pits could be seen everywhere. Inside those deep pits were many colorful plants. They were scattered all over the place. From time to time, strange-looking creatures could also be seen wandering back and forth. Suddenly, Chu Ming's eyes widened, and he quickly picked up his binoculars to look more carefully. He saw that inside those deep pits, there was a kind of yellow stone. Wasn't that color and texture exactly the creation stone? But those creation stones were much larger than any Chu Ming had ever seen. Hundreds and thousands of them were gathered together, forming enormous crystals. And farther away, many giant eyeballs drifted through the air. The closer ones seemed to have noticed the existence of the other world and all rushed toward the mirage in a frenzy. But in the end, they were blocked outside by some kind of force. All of a sudden, the earth shook violently. Then a gigantic hand appeared in the image. It grabbed a crystal of creation stone from the ground with its bare hand, crushed it with force, and then hurled it toward the image. Immediately after, Chu Ming saw dozens of golden streaks of light fly out from the mirage. These creation stones did not fall to the ground. Instead, all of them merged into the bodies of the nearest few humans floating in midair. Because the distance was too great, Chu Ming could not see clearly what changes had happened to them. Instead, the space suddenly gave an abnormal prompt. Detected a new space. Establish connection? Chu Ming's heart jolted. A new space? It could even establish a connection? Thinking of the mirage that had just appeared, could this newly appeared space be related to that other world? Chu Ming took a deep breath and said in his heart, establish connection. As soon as the words fell, Chu Ming felt the scene before his eyes become distorted. The next second, he arrived in a void. Here, Chu Ming could sense that the massive amount of supplies collected in the space was nearby. With just a thought, he could bring any item into his hand. So had he entered the inside of the space? He had tried many methods before and had confirmed that no living thing could enter or leave the space. So what was happening now? Just then, the calm space suddenly began to shake. Not far away, a crack slowly appeared in the void. At first, it was only 2 fingers wide. Then it gradually expanded. In the end, it actually tore the entire void in half. At the same time, a blue crystal condensed in the void, giving off a faint glow. The connection has been established. The space core has been unlocked. Once the space core is fused, the space can be completely controlled, and any connected plane can be freely altered. Looking at the scene before him, Chu Ming could feel his heart pounding fast. He had actually seen this crystal before. In his previous life, when he was on the verge of death, he saw a streak of blue light merge into his body. At the time, he thought it was just a hallucination caused by dying. But now it seemed that his rebirth was also inseparable from this crystal. And before he died, he remembered there had been a meteor shower outside. This space core had most likely fallen together with that meteor shower. Now that the space core was unlocked, all he had to do was fuse with it, and he would be able to completely control the space. He could even alter the planes connected to it. If the plane connected this time was that other world from the mirage, then everything he'd been worried about would no longer be a problem. He could alter the entire plane however he wanted. Would he still need to fear the threat brought by that world? Chu Ming took a deep breath and reached out to grab the space core. The space core smoothly merged into his body. In that instant, Chu Ming felt as if all things in the world were laid out before his eyes, including that newly connected world. Chu Ming fixed his gaze on a certain spot. The next second, a massive eyeball appeared out of thin air inside the space. Captured a level 3 pollution source. Pollution source has been brought under control. Level 3 pollution source. All living beings that approach it will be polluted. Their strength will increase, but they will lose their sanity at the same time. They form their own system and are another civilization within the Yada ecology. Hearing the space's prompt, Chu Ming froze for a moment. He had always been very curious about that eyeball. So after establishing a connection with a new space and fusing with the space core, the first thing he did was take the eyeball from the mirage and store it inside the space. This was the eye of the ancient god that Song Sini and the others had mentioned before. But obviously, it was not a living thing, nor was it some treasure that brought opportunities. It was a kind of pollution source. Any creature infected by this kind of pollution source would eventually become a monster, neither human nor ghost. But the description also said it. They were another kind of civilization in this world. Maybe they could get along very harmoniously among themselves. That was not impossible. Through the crack before him, Chu Ming sensed the existence of the other space, yet his heart was calmer than ever before. All of his previous fear had come from the unknown. Now those unknowns were laid bare right in front of him, and after the space upgraded, he could freely obtain items from this world. He could also upgrade and alter things through the space. He just did not know whether living creatures would work too. Thinking of this, Chu Ming locked onto an otherworldly creature that looked only about the size of a rabbit and appeared harmless. Then he stored it inside the space. Discovered Gale Beast unpolluted. You may choose to decompose or preserve. Choosing decomposition will yield valuable materials. Choosing preservation will permanently maintain the creature in its current state. Listening to the prompt from the space, Chu Ming could not help but raise his brows. There were actually 2 options, and the second option could permanently maintain a creature in the state it was in when stored. Did that not mean that as long as he was still alive, the creatures inside the space could, in a sense, achieve immortality? On top of that, to some extent, this function could replace part of the Hand of God ability. It was just that the Hand of God could transfer a selected creature to any place within range. But if a creature was released from the space, it would definitely appear around him. In terms of practicality, the Hand of God was still clearly more versatile. After all, making monsters fall from the sky was something only the Hand of God could do. After that, Chu Ming stored several seemingly stronger creatures from the other world. There were no problems at all. It could even be said that it was effortlessly done. Chu Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. The greatest threat had probably been resolved for now. What a pity, though. That giant that had appeared in the mirage earlier had disappeared without a trace. And the range he could control seemed to be closely tied to the area of the other world he had seen. Otherwise, he would have to personally make a trip to the other world, and that would make the risk shoot up in a straight line. It seemed that if he wanted to learn more about the other world, he would need to stay in Pingfu County a while longer. At the same time, Song Sini had already led her people in finishing off those mutated beasts that had been badly injured from the fall. Then she quickly brought her people over toward Chu Ming. "Chief, Dr. Song from Future City wants to see you." One of the guards came behind Chu Ming and reported. Chu Ming led his people down to the ground floor, just in time to see Song Sini dispatch a squad toward the plaza. It seemed they had also discovered that Lu Bin had lost contact, and with the mirage appearing as well, they naturally wanted to go investigate. "Chief Chu, we agreed to cooperate. What exactly do you mean by this now?" Seeing Chu Ming, Song Sini asked with a dark expression. "We did agree to cooperate, but since you wouldn't let us follow along, we acted on our own and just wandered around Pingfu County. What's the problem with that?" Chu Ming stood. Right now, he did not take the people from Future City seriously at all. If any threat really appeared, he could just toss people into the space and all trouble would be solved. He would not even need to lift a hand. What was more, he had also used the hand of God to include the location of the monster nest within his range. If they made him unhappy, he would not mind letting these people from Future City have a taste of bathing in a pile of monsters. "Forget it. I can't be bothered wasting words with you." Song Sini waved her hand impatiently. "You saw the phenomenon in the sky just now too, right? I suspect it may be the entrance to some secret realm. We're preparing to take people in to have a look and also search for Second Lieutenant Liu. Do you want to join us?" After the extreme heat had passed, many strange phenomena had appeared all over the world. So when facing the mirage, Song Sini was not especially surprised. After all, spatial disorder was not something they were encountering for the first time. Now a stable entrance was right in front of them. Of course, they had to go in and find out what was going on. "You can go wherever you want. I'm not getting involved." Chu Ming looked completely indifferent. Even with the space protecting him, he did not dare casually go to the other side. If these people wanted to die, he was not going to stop them. "Do you know something?" Song Sini looked at Chu Ming suspiciously. Chu Ming's people had already arrived here ahead of time. When the mirage appeared, Chu Ming had been fully capable of leading his people inside, but he had not done so. Could it be that even with so many ability users, they still could not solve the trouble here? First of all, let me correct one thing. What you saw just now was not the entrance to some secret realm. Chu Ming said unhurriedly. "What do you mean?" Song Sini frowned. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud boom suddenly came from the sky. Chu Ming and the others looked over at the sound, only to see a gigantic head appear inside the mirage. It stared with enormous eyes, peering toward the other side of the mirage. That was the world where Chu Ming and the others were. Then everyone saw a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The giant stretched out both hands and actually tried to tear open the entrance before it by force. The sound of space shattering made heaven and earth tremble. "My God, what kind of monster is that? It isn't about to come out, is it? It's way too huge. We're done. We're done. If that thing comes out, wouldn't one finger be enough to crush us to death?" Looking at the scene before her, Song Sini's face turned slightly pale. "Retreat, fall back first." Realizing the situation was beyond her control, Song Sini hurriedly gave the order. But at this moment, the spatial crack was already growing larger and larger, until a massive hole appeared in the sky. That giant from just now shattered the void and brought 1 foot down on the earth. The ancient god's eye, which everyone had been treating like a deity and handling with extreme caution, was crushed to pieces by that single step, even though Chu Ming had been prepared, and the moment he realized something was wrong, had already brought Yi Jian and the others back into the RV. The powerful shockwave still sent the entire vehicle flying. As for the Future City espers who had no protection and were directly exposed outside, there was no need to even mention them. There probably wouldn't even be intact bodies left. Even more horrifying was that the rift the giant had torn open was still extending outward without limit, as if 2 worlds were about to completely merge. And Chu Ming's perception of the other space was also becoming clearer and clearer, expanding wider and wider. He saw a completely new landscape. On the boundless wasteland, giants dozens of meters tall wandered back and forth. Farther away was a stone forest formed by massive boulders. At the very center was a triangular platform. Suspended in the air above, it was a scepter. And around the platform, many giants were bowing their heads and kneeling in worship toward that scepter. At a glance, this thing was obviously a treasure. And if it was something good, then naturally he had to take it for himself. A thought moved in Chu Ming's mind, and the scepter on the platform vanished into thin air just like that. The moment they sensed the scepter's disappearance, all the giants fell into panic. The entire world descended into chaos in an instant. Chu Ming paid no attention to the chaos he had caused. Instead, he focused all his attention on the space's judgment of that scepter. High Heaven Divine Scepter, God Tier Wonder. Its level is already at the maximum and cannot be upgraded further. The sacred artifact of the giant race. Whoever holds the scepter can control the giant race. Looking at the space's description of the divine scepter, wild joy appeared on Chu Ming's face. From what he had observed, The giant race was clearly the overlord of this other world. All other creatures could only hide from them like rats. Yet this scepter could actually control the giant race. Wouldn't that mean he basically held control over the entire otherworld? Chu Ming took out the scepter. The scepter that had originally been dozens of meters long instantly shrank to about half a meter. Not far away, when the giant sensed the scepter's presence, it didn't even get a clear look at its surroundings before dropping to its knees in Chu Ming's direction. Its expression was both respectful and terrified. Chu Ming also felt a strange power pour into his body. This power made him feel as if he could destroy everything. He could even decide the life or death of the giant before him with a single thought. Chu Ming took a deep breath, looked at the giant ahead, and said flatly, "Go back." Although he had now basically taken the entire otherworld into his possession, he still didn't want a creature this powerful staying on Earth and causing destruction. After all, the giants were too massive and too strong. Any random movement from them would cause unimaginable damage. Better to let them stay obediently in their own homeland. Each side, minding its own business, was more suitable. After receiving Chu Ming's command, the giant did not hesitate at all and climbed back in the spatial rift. Chu Ming, meanwhile, returned alone to the bedroom, then entered the space once more. Earlier, he hadn't gone to the other world, mainly because he was worried there might be some kind of threat there. Now that the greatest threat had already been resolved, he naturally no longer had such concerns. Through the space's connection, Chu Ming landed precisely on the platform where the scepter had previously been placed. With his size, standing on this platform, he was as inconspicuous as a tiny pebble. Chu Ming looked around and found that the environment here was actually very similar to Earth's. He could even breathe normally. Aside from the ecosystem being somewhat different, this place was actually suitable for human survival as well. But he kept feeling as if he had overlooked something. As if sensing something, Chu Ming suddenly raised his head and looked up. He saw a massive black hole left behind after space had been torn apart, positioned directly above the platform. Because this black hole was so enormous, it covered nearly half the sky. When Chu Ming had sensed it earlier, he had actually noticed nothing unusual. And the location of the spatial rift was clearly not the same one connected to Earth. Its size was also on a completely different scale. A new space has been detected. Establish connection? At that moment, the familiar prompt sounded once again. Another new space? Chu Ming was greatly shocked. Could it be that contact and devouring between planes happened one after another, and that this was not just a one-time accidental event? First, the plane where the giants lived was devoured, and then the world he lived in. So what exactly was the source of all this? The strangest part was the space he possessed. Every time it discovered a new plane, it could establish a connection with it. And right after that, he would be able to control the things in that world. No matter how he looked at it, his space stood above these planes. If that was really the case, then it was time to change the way the game was played. Chu Ming looked toward the black hole in the sky and replied, "Establish connection." The story is over. Thank you for watching. See you in the next story.